Alright, let's do this. I'm back. Praise be the spiral. Happy Tuesday. Hope everyone's all right. I'm feeling pretty ready for this tonight. Let me just knock the music down ever so slightly. There we go. Hope everyone's okay. Thank you very much for the host, Andy Magic Knight Fitrend, and Proud 7. Sorry, Andy Magic Knight and Proud 7. And thank you for the resub, Zendar, Fitrend, and Microman. Very much appreciated. Thank you very, very much. How's the port? It's good actually. It's this tiny little cut. You can barely see it actually. Let's try and get it on the camera. Yeah, you can't really see it. It's the tiniest little cut. You can just about see it here where my finger is. Fortunately, doggo is blended in, but it's the tiniest little cut. But it absolutely floored me for days. Thank you very much, Andy Magic Knight, for the resub. Thank you, SP, for the resub. Thank you for the host as well, Prince Phase. Yeah, it got green screened. It did indeed. The thing is for a couple of days I felt fine. It was just a little bit sore, and then on the Thursday it started to really hurt, like really hurt. And I was running my finger across my whatever this bone is on my arm, running my finger across there, it felt like the bone was lumped. So, but it didn't feel broken or anything. But it felt like the bone was lumped. But what it was just the infection was underneath my skin, basically between the bone and the cut. Had just become infected and was rock hard. So it was like it felt like a piece of bone, but it wasn't. It was just a really big infection, probably about the size of let's do it. Probably about the size of a Game Boy cartridge. There we go. Let's do it based on retro technology. um, but yeah, very painful to type. It was horrible. So I just kind of chilled out for a little bit. I actually built a PC, which I mean, didn't do very well for my arm, but it was easier to do than typing. So I've actually got another PC sat on my desk here now. So I've got two PCs now. At the moment, this one is just mining stuff. It's just mining Ethereum and farming Chia, so crypto stuff. But I'm going to turn it into a dedicated streaming machine. So I'm going to use this machine for gaming, my main machine for gaming. But I'm going to stream through this box instead. So that will give me it means like games like Cyberpunk, which had problems with me streaming and playing from the same box. God knows why. Wouldn't have that problem anymore. So it'd be a dedicated streaming box. Okay, I've added a couple more series as well to the backgrounds. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but there's a couple. There's a couple in there. I think there's like another 3 or so. So I think we're up to about 11 or 12 series now. So it should be interesting. I'm going to add points to you all. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Hey, Monsters Go Boom. Should have streamed Cyberpunk from the PS4. Oh, God, no. There you go. So tonight we're going to do another Mega65 port. I was just going to do some basic kind of tutorial stuff, but I kind of like doing these ports, and they're going to make quite good YouTube videos as well later once I've edited them. I'm just trying to catch up. I've actually caught up quite a lot with the YouTube videos over the past week, so I'll catch up a little bit more, and then I'll be able to create one for Toxic Frenzy and one for Showdown, which is what we're doing tonight. Hey Heinz, welcome to the stream. So what we're going to do tonight, I'm going to start the races off in a second. I'm going to briefly talk through what I've done so far, which isn't very much. I'm just going to talk through the conversion process, and then we're going to give Zendar a call on Discord. We're going to have him to hand on chat, so you can ask him questions. They can be game related. They can just be random questions like favorite flavor of milkshake, whatever. And that he'll keep you entertained while I code. That's his job. That's what his job is tonight. And incidentally, chocolate is the best flavor of milkshake. But no, the main reason he's going to be there is to kind of help me out if there's anything I need to ask a question on. Then I can do that. I really, it was really helpful having Andy Thalamus on the chat last time when we were doing the map import stuff. So it was very very useful. So you haven't been more wrong in your life. Interesting, vanilla banana. Oh no, banana's good if it's actual banana. If it's that fucking terrible flavoring that they use, then no, don't like that at all. Okay, so let me start the races and let me briefly explain what I've done so far. So the code was done, I believe, in CBM PRG Studio or one of those kind of Acme based things. Where's the races? There they are. So it was in Acme format, and I should have done this with Warlock's code as well, but it was C64 Studio. That's the one, yeah. But it was good to kind of do it with the other method as well, the disassembly method. So it was good to do. But this time I went ahead and converted it from Acme into Kick Assembler. So that's what I did before the stream. I did that just this afternoon. Um, Probably took me about half an hour to an hour or so to do. Wasn't that bad at all, really. There was quite a lot of macros in there, which I'll chat about when we come around to moving things around. I think there's probably a lot of space to be saved from rearranging these macros. No one can get these games. What is that? Oh, okay. The original Die Hard on PlayStation was brilliant because it was like 3 games in one, if I remember rightly. A lot of fun. Yeah, so I'm hoping one of the series backgrounds shows up tonight, and then you can try and guess what the series are. Should be a lot of fun. All right, let's give Sendar a call. Let's crack on. Right, so I've got to remember how to do this now. So I am going to knock the music down a little bit. I'm going to pop the desktop audio. Oh, well, actually, I'll wait till he's on call and then do it. All right, let's call. Hopefully, that's gonna. I can't hear a thing. That's weird. Oh, there we go.
You hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. Brilliant. Hopefully, we can hear you on stream as well. Say hi to Zendar, everyone. Channel points aren't turned on. Okay, let me turn the channel points on. Gotta remember where they are now.
I didn't actually get a chance to clean up my code, so it's as it was when I published the game, basically directly from the repo.
Okay, well, it's pretty decent. I didn't have any problem understanding it. It seemed okay. The channel points seem to be on, and I'm not sure what the problem is there. They seem to be working for me. Well, it must be working because somebody redeemed something. Turn down the music. Yeah. There we go. Very faint. Okay.
My voice level, is it okay? Or am I too quiet?
Yeah, let me know, guys, if he's too quiet or not, because I've obviously got him at Discord volume in my ear, but I don't know how loud it's going to be on stream. So, okay, there we go. Sender should go up a little bit. All right, there we go. Let's pop it up to there. Hopefully, that should be loud enough. Do you want to give them a little test?
Yeah. Does it sound okay now?
as I said, I like to wing it. I could prepare this before the stream. You even said, should we prepare it before the stream? But
Yeah,
I like to wing it. It's more fun that way.
yeah, it's kind of magic to wing in it too.
So I'm not on any alcohol, still on antibiotics. So I'm just drinking orange juice and water tonight. Which is
I had a bit of aquavita to man myself up.
very good.
Mm.
Jealous. Okay. So yeah, I've been through and converted this all to kick assembly. It's a really simple task. wasn't that bad at all. The biggest problem actually was spotting where the macros like began, and because in Acme they look like that without the
Mm.
brackets. Actually, let me just make this a bit bigger. It's probably a bit small for everybody. Oh, they've discovered discovered a series of backgrounds already. Okay, now you got to figure out what the series is. Yeah, so they look like that. So I did kind of trying to find the space where the name ends and where the thing begins, and also in Kick Assembler that is a bad line. You have to remove this space. There has to be no space between the bracket and that. So caught me off guard a few times that, but other than that, we're kind of all right. So let's just run it just to show that it's working, and then we'll go ahead and talk about what we need to do to get it working step by step. Let's turn the music on as well. There we go. So yeah, it's working perfectly fine in here. I think that screen swipe is correct. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looks okay.
Okay, good. Why can't I shoot? There we go.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, cool. So what we're going to do, we're going to first of all work out where this needs to go in memory. So we can take a look at the memory map. And basically what we want to do is we want to shift everything above 2000 for safety's sake. Now, it looks like you've not got too much down in this area anyway. So there's a little bit of stuff here. We've got no labels on these because obviously they're not there in Acme, so we might have to put these in as we go along. But we've got some code. Well, actually, not much code. Something here at 0850. I'm not sure what that is. Take a look at that in a minute. Oh, you've got some kernel calls. Okay, so that means I assume that you're using the top area of memory for Vic stuff, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. So that means because we will need to turn the kernel off at some point.
Yeah, that's just a clearing of the screen, so you can
That's just a clear screen. Okay. So what we'll do, let's try and rearrange things first. So to make this work, we're going to need to put CPU. I can't remember what CPU is. Kick myself on CS. It's that simple. Okay. So we're going to need that, and we're going to need to save this as. Actually, we're going to need to rename all these files. They show up as Mega65, or else they will. Oh, just this one for now, actually. Or, actually, thinking about it, the easiest way to do this, instead of renaming it, I shall. Where is it? Tools, projects. No. I can't remember what it is.
This project was my first C64 project, so I was kind of working it out as I was making the game.
You did well with it. It looks really good. Really well with it.
Yeah, you kind of see the source code kind of changes while I was doing the game. So I was getting like better at coding. So stuff got better further out into the project.
Why am I
So
not seeing?
my new stuff is more split up a little bit better. I'm using more constants now.
So I'd say the one thing I did notice going through was the macro use.
Yeah, it uses a lot of memory.
Yeah, so I'm in a way I'm grateful that you've done it like that, because it makes this next part much easier, because we can claw back quite a lot of memory to do this. I don't know
Mm.
why that won't let me change the syntax without me changing the file name, so I'll just have to do it that way. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a make file, which I'm just going to steal from something else. So we're going Toxic Frenzy, because that was the last port I did. I'm just going to grab all of that, make a new make file, Showdown, paste that in, and let's call this Showdown 65. Oops. Showdown 65 in there. We'll come back to that in a minute. Actually, that's not going to be Showdown, it's going to be main. It's going to be main there as well. Okay, I think that's everything I need at the moment. Main. Yeah, just main, because it's going to write to the disk as Showdown, but it'll be called main in the folder. Save that as make.web. Right, so that gives us a file to actually build with. Let me put the save that. Let me just rearrange the screen a little bit, so we put that on there. To new layout. How's everyone getting on with the competition, by the way? I've been looking at a couple of the entries. I'm kind of excited to see kind of just how everybody scored on that. Take it you've guessed what the thing is, the background. Don't talk about that. No, you haven't worked it out, I don't think. Interesting. Okay. I need a serious rework for your entry. Okay, because of Akmifin down as favorite. Okay. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what you guys come up with. I think it's an interesting one this time. I kind of wish I had the time to do it myself, but unfortunately I don't.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
pretty interesting.
have you had a go at it, Sender?
No, I haven't had the time for it. So I probably would have loved to do it. I just haven't had the time to start.
Yeah, it does look really fun. I I'm kind of gutted. I wish I'd done it a different month now, because I thought it was
Mm.
kind of cool when I set it up, but I didn't realize I'd want to do it as much as I do now. Okay, so the first thing I notice is we've got these illegal instructions, which I believe are in the decrunching stuff. So we just need to replace these with legal instructions, and the reason for that is because the Mega65 replaces all the illegal instructions with new instructions.
I think the only reason I'm using the tiny crunch for
Yeah.
packing the levels, but
Okay.
also in the source there's the unpacked levels. So basically, I mean, if you have the memory for it, you don't really need to have them packed. That's up to you.
That's a good point. Let's see if we can get it working first. If we do run into problems, then we can do that. So this
Mm.
is load accumulator in the X register. This is good because it allows you to load the X register using indirect Y addressing, which is probably why this is being done, but they're also probably using it to load the accumulator. In fact, they are, because they're shifting it here to the left. So the equivalent is going to be this. Which is going to load it into the accumulator and then transfer it. So the reason why this one is good is because it does it allows you, first of all, it allows you to load the X index with Y, but it also, if you do need to load the accumulator and X with the same one, then then you would save a couple of cycles there as well. So a branch with no compare. I got his black magic. Yeah. BG series may be dangerous animals in Australia. Okay. I hope no one is afraid of snakes, because I realize that that's probably a horrible picture for some people. I know my girlfriend would freak out if she saw these pictures. She would not like it at all. Okay, AXS. I can't even remember what that does, so I'm gonna have to go and look that up.
Yeah, I can't remember either. This is just some code I copied
Enable
from the Tiny
opcodes.
Cruncher.
Yeah. I refuse to read that idiot's website. I'll go somewhere else. I don't care if it's got the answer. And the contents of the A and the X registers without changing the content of either register and stores a result in memory. Okay. But it's got an immediate mode, so I'm not sure what that's about. Doesn't make any sense if it's got an immediate mode. I know whose site that was. Yeah, I refuse to read it. I don't care who it is.
I had this PDF with the illegal opcodes, but I can't remember where I put it. Of course.
So this ends the accumulator with 8 without changing the contents of either register. Okay, so we've already got it in the X register. So if I just do and 08 and then transfer X back to the accumulator again. Is that going to work? Is that the equivalent? Actually, I think there's a thing on Codebase that tells you the exact equivalence. Intended opcodes. Here we go. That's not Codebase at all, but whatever. This will work. Combination of two operations and the contents of the A and X register. See, I'm not seeing. This is the strange thing, is I'm not seeing an immediate mode for this. So
Yeah, I found it in I found that document.
the way that shows you the equivalence.
Yeah, it's called No More Secrets. I think it's on this on CSDB
Yes.
probably. That one.
Uh,
You want me to send it over on Discord?
yeah, you drop into Discord. I'll
See if I can find it. Yeah.
because what I
You
want
get
to
it?
make sure that I do is actually not set any flags that shouldn't be set. Could that be that?
It has on page 31, I think it has the immediate mode.
ABCD. Okay, yeah. So this is right, but what I need to do is I need to push. No, no. Push the accumulator. Oh no, that's fine then. This should be fine. Okay, cool. Okay, I think you've worked out what the series is. So what do you think the series is then, guys? It looks like Atmofin's got it figured out. Okay, cool. So that's those two. I think those are correct. Let's see. Venomous snakes. I'd say you're in with a pretty good chance of that being correct. Yeah. I'm glad one came up again tonight. It's made me happy. Okay, cool. So that all compiled. Now, obviously, this is going to fail because now it's going to try and launch things in areas of memory that we don't want to mess with. So what we'll see is the screen fill up with junk, probably. Actually, no, it's kind of gone. It's gone the other way, and something else has broken before it's got to that. So what we need to do is we need to move some stuff around. So we've got stuff down at 0800. We've got stuff down at 0850. I'm not entirely sure what that is, but we can take a look. And then we've got some stuff from 1000 to 40FB. So I can see some spaces where there's already some room. So there's a bit of room at 6000. There's not much room there actually, and this is all going to be Vic graphics. So let's go with 6000 being our kind of replacement for these areas here. In fact, we can probably just shuffle things along. Hang on, what's this 5000 to 5FFF? That's very precisely 4
The
kilobytes. So
sprites. The sprites.
that's the sprites. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's leave that there. Let's nudge this one up a little bit. Oh, actually, it looks like you've got character sets or something. Oh no, what's that? Right, let's
Yeah,
start from the
multiple
beginning.
character sets.
Oh,
If you
actually,
look at
you've
the
got
top
it all.
of the
Yeah, you've got it
yeah,
all here. Okay, so you got bitmap
yeah.
colors, char screen, sprite pointer. Okay, so so the bitmap stuff is probably going to change anyway because there's not really any need for us to use bitmap. We can use full color character maps to do this. Uh, sorry, just reading chat a little bit there. New one up. All right, yeah, yeah. So Andy's explaining it all. That's pretty good. And it looks like you've got the screen at 6000. Okay, so but obviously that still leaves us room 7000 onwards or 6400 onwards, whatever, to move whatever this is at 1000, whatever this is as well. Okay, so let's take a look. You've got address basic, and then I don't see any other code at that location. So okay, so you just got this block of code here, which is going to be this here named plus all these things here. Okay, so let's put a label on this. Let's just call it entry, and let's move that. In this case, let's move that up to A to B. So let's move it to 7. Well, actually, let's move it to 6800. I wonder if that's going to be a problem for us. I'll tell you what we can do before we test this. We can just run it in the debugger, and we can just check if that area of memory is indeed free for us or if it's been used as a character set or something. It's one of the nice advantages of the debugger is we can really see kind of where the memory's been used. So there is a char set at 6000, which is fine. So that means 6000 to 6800 can't be used. 7800 is being used for a character set down here as well. So we might have to free a little bit of room up, but it looks like we can shift some things up. We've also got quite a lot of code up to 40FB, but it looks like it stops short by a couple hundred bytes there. Got a couple of like hex bytes size. Let's take a look in the game. Let's make sure. Actually, if we put this on, what's the memory map mode? Do for some reason.
Yeah, I think you have to click a little bit around before you click on the game screen.
Yeah, my fire button isn't even working on my keyboard. Should work now. There we go. Okay, that looks like the decompression thing is not doing its job. So maybe that change was problem. Let me just check in the normal mode. This first bit is always the tricky bit. Once you get going, it's a lot easier. So let's just take a look which one failed there. I think that's probably fine. So I think it's this one that's the problem. So I'm going to put that back and then I'm going to try something. Just get this working first. Okay, I'll write that out because I'm in the wrong file. Okay, cool. That worked. So let's go ahead and change this a little bit. So I think the problem is when this is ANDing, this is setting the flags, and then this is setting the flags again. So I'm going to store the flags like so. Hopefully that should still work. Hey, Dockster, welcome. Did your Nexus board arrive? Okay. I forgot to ask you. It's not working for some reason. That command does not like me.
Did you check the PDF? There's quite a few commands there.
Yeah, let's take a proper look.
I think the equivalent was SBX on page 31.
SBX, okay. You haven't got anything yet. Oh, okay. That's a bit worrying because I definitely sent it. So I hope they've not bloody lost it. All right, I'll make a note. I'll check that after the stream because that I sent that like last week, I think. So I'll double check everything. Maybe I'm missing missing some kind of customs thing or something. That's probably what it is. But yeah, I'll check through that. It's a bit worrying though. Hopefully it's not lost. Okay, so SBX. ASS. See, the confusing thing is this here. I'm just not entirely sure why there's an immediate mode on that.
Yeah, if you look at page 31, there's an immediate mode on the SBX command, which might be, as it seems like, is the equivalent of AXS.
Okay. Page 31. Right. Okay. Equivalent instructions. Oh, it's quite a lot actually. So
yeah.
Okay. And it would not use the stack. All right, I'm going to copy that code as it is, and we'll work out how to do this. So this is the code that it's given us. That it says is the replacement for that. There is this temporary location here. What have I missed? Takes a long. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me read that quickly. Oh, it's because my chat's all the way up. Hang on. There we go. Takes a long time to send posts to Norway. Besides, there's not some trains in Sweden. Okay, well I can check it. I've got the tracking number and everything. I should be able to chase it up. Hopefully it is just that. It's just a bit of a delay or something. I was kind of hoping because it wasn't going through. I guess it would be going through the EU, wouldn't it? I wouldn't. But I swear I sent it airmail as well, so it would have been pretty quick. So okay, so is this temporary location here? In fact, because we don't really care about speed, I am just going to put a temporary location here.
You probably need to change the F5A as well to 8.
Yeah, to 8. Yeah, like so. Let's drop those in. So 8 there. Okay, I think that should work. Aren't you
There's
breaking
another few.
A
Yeah.
with the replacement for AXS? Oh, with the old one. No, that's why I was doing the transfer back as well. But yeah, so let's try this out. Hopefully this works. But yeah, I think I sent that parcel by air transport. So hopefully it's fine. There we go. That's working now. Cool. All right, cool. That's awesome. Okay, cool. Let's go back to moving stuff around then. In that case. Right. Okay. So, oh, I wanted to see it in the debugger, didn't I? That's right. I just want to see it inside the game.
I think I'm using a bit of space. I'm loading multiple bitmaps for the logo and then for the title screen.
Yeah, that will be a good space saver because that we can just move into the next 64 kilobyte bank, and it would just
Hmm.
be part of the full color character set. We can keep the kind of high res text fonts. No reason to change those. Um, but things like this
Yeah,
can just be turned into a bitmap and into a character set. Sorry, in the full color character mode.
yeah. That the title screen is actually split in two, almost where your crosshair is now, a little bit lower, and then the blinking text is just a hole in the character set because it's a character set. There. Ah, that's
Okay.
where it is. Ah, yeah, there you are. Right, and the blinking is the sprites behind the bitmap, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I want to check what happens when we go into the game and just see what we're using. Okay, so these areas are being used. You've got a bitmap. Oh, it's not at 6,000 though, because this is not a bitmap screen, but you are using a character set here. You've got a character set at 7,800.
Mm.
Then you've got a screen at 4,400. Okay. Okay, so I think what I want to do is first of all free some room up. So I think I'm going to start by doing some of these macros and kind of simplifying these, because there was one in particular that was called quite a lot. Can't remember which one it was now.
Probably the screen wipe one or something.
Yeah, there was a color kind of, yeah, full screen column. Maybe it's this one. Base address.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think this is used quite a lot, isn't it? And every time this gets used, it's using all of these 25,
Mm.
70, 75 bytes basically every time it's used. So we can save a lot by changing this. And I think the easiest way to do this would be to have a function here.
This
So
was all done before the spiral challenge, so I didn't know anything about optimizing.
so we're going to have this function version of it here. And basically this macro is just going to set a value in here. and then we're going to work our way through this. So we've got the 45 GSO2 registers to play with, but I'm not going to mess with them just yet. I'm going to use the accumulator to do as much of this as possible. So you are using X here, so we can't use X. You are using the accumulator, so we can't use the accumulator here. So we have to use something else to do this loop here. But what I'm going to do, I think, is I'm just going to put a value at the bottom here, because speed is really not that important for this because of the speed of the Mega65. So I'm going to call this row counter here just at the end. And the very first thing this is going to do is this is going to load 25 rows. All right, so there we go. Right, so then this will repeat until that hits 0. So then we need to just get this base address in. It's 40 times a row, and that will increase by 40 each time. Okay, so we are storing the accumulator. So I need to we need to keep the accumulator. So we need to push it there, pull it again here because we need it for this. But otherwise, we can. I'll call this base address here. There we go. And then here, what I can do is I can say, again, I'm going to have to push the accumulator, but I can do that before. Actually, I can do it. Yeah, do it here like this. So get rid of that. Actually, now that has to be there like that. Okay, so that means that needs to go to here. And the thing is this is used enough that this is going to save us quite a lot of space, I think. So basically, we're just going to fill these values in here.
I think when I made this, I was just happy it worked, and I just left it alone.
I'm glad you did it like this because it makes my life a lot easier when it comes to finding room to put stuff in. If you'd have done something where you'd like used every single byte as efficiently as possible, this would be very, very difficult. So, so I'm grateful. Okay, I think that's about right. So that is going to grab, let's comment that out. So it's going to grab the base address. It's going to set it to here. And then it's going to set the row counter, which is this value here. And then it's going to restore the value that was originally in the accumulator when you jumped into here and then jump to this position. And then here, what I need to do is I need to make sure that this base address is incremented by 40 every time. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to use the stack again to do this, to make sure I restore those. But again, as I say, speed is not a concern. Stack use and speed is not really a concern. Just gotta say, it feels good to be coding again. It's a week of doing pretty much nothing. Building this bloody machine. Yes, so take that value, and we want to add 40 to that. Then, like so, there we go. So that should do the same thing, but now it should use a bit less space. And that space was being used because these macros were in turn calling these fill screen columns. You can see they used quite a lot throughout here.
Yeah, it's not very efficient.
So I'm hoping that should. I don't know where this was starting though, so let's find out where this actually starts in memory by. Well, I'm guessing it's called. Yeah, down here. Okay. No, that's a screen wipe as well. Ah, okay. Well, let's just put it at the top of the file, I guess. So this is. I like to do it like this. That's. That should. Sometimes the syntax highlighting can be a bit funny. Problem is that going to show up? Is there another star equals somewhere in here? Doesn't look like it. Okay.
I don't think there's anything in that file. I think it's just included by the main file.
Yeah, let's find out where that is included. Okay.
Green wipe, I guess. Yeah.
Screenwipe.asm. Okay. Don't know why I didn't find that. Ah, there we go. Import screenwipe. Here we go. Text scroll is the one after it. So the reason I'm just looking for it so I can put one in here as well, just so I can see exactly how big that area is. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that's freed up some room now. So again, I'm doing this all in C64 code at the moment, just so I can see, make sure everything is working, and just try and free some memory up as we move things around. Okay, so we can see here screen wipe starts here, text scroll is here, and then it looks like this is just screen memory. Where was the text scroll? Text scroll's here, so BP logo. Yeah, so TCD code. All right, let's put one here. Yeah, so that is the end. That's basically this ends at 3D82. So we've shifted stuff down enough already that we've created. I mean, I don't know what's at 4,000. I guess we've got a character cell, something at 4,000. We've created a little bit of space here, which is good. So let's try and nudge some more stuff up. Let's take a look what other macros we've got. So I'm just going to play around with the macros for now until we can shrink this down. If we can get this block of code down to small enough, then we can just shift it up to 2000. At the moment, we can't quite do that. We need a couple of kilobytes more off it, but let's just make sure everything's still working. Screen wipe seems to be fine. So 3D82 is where we're at now. So let's try and move some down a bit again. So let's go back into screen wipes, take a look.
Yeah, it's probably more bytes to save there.
Yeah, there's one here as well. So copy screen column. So this is taking a column from one location and storing it to another location by the looks of things. Okay. Okay, let's do a function version of this then.
I think
Actually,
it's
I'm not
copying the graphics column by column into the
Screen.
screen area.
Okay. Fill screen column, fill screen. I'm just trying to work out which one's used the most. I mean, that is definitely used the most, fill screen column. Copy screen column, looks like it's only really used once. Screen wipe pin. Screen wipe in, screen wipe. Okay, so screen wipe, the first one.
Yeah, there was a version of Showdown called Snowdown. That's true. Different graphics, but the same game.
Maybe there's an old folks version called Slowdown. I like that.
That's the
They're
next game.
just on Zimmer frames. Okay, so I'm just trying to work out what the difference like, is there a way I can set these up so that these values? Because is that screen wipe called just from those two places? I have a feeling it is. Yeah, okay. So screen
Yeah, I
wipe is
think
only
so. Yeah.
code from those two places. So if we can make this like that and pass these values in a different way, then that would be ideal, right? So let's have a look. Well, I mean, we can quite easily do this if we just change this here to screen wipe and then move these into here as I assume they would be.
They're just temp values. It's the chars and then the
They're
fade
all
colors,
bytes, aren't they?
basically.
There's nothing in here
Yeah.
that's not a byte. Okay, so
No.
in that case, we can just do something like this. Okay, so we can quite easily set those up by calling those, and then this will only get called once. But then what we do need to do is just go through and remove all the immediate modes from these. The it looks like this could possibly be a loop as well, but now let's just do that. Yep. And it's only called twice, and in both cases, these values at the end are always zero. So probably don't need those bytes as well. So what we do is do I like doing this sort of thing. This is kind of fun because it's the hard work's been done. I'm just doing
Oh,
the
I was,
I'm just doing the easy bit, really.
I was afraid you'd start hating me after looking at my code.
Ah, this is the fun stuff. It's doing stuff from scratch, which gets tedious.
Hmm.
But I do enjoy the Mega65, so it's all good. Okay, so I think that would save us a little bit just by doing that, because now we're not calling that macro twice. So yeah, it saved maybe a couple of 100 bytes there, so that's pretty good. I think this. Oh no, we've got a crash somewhere. Okay, 3 to E3, which sounds like it's right in the middle of that screen wipe stuff. Okay. Because we're not returning from it, we're treating it like a macro still, so it should be fine.
You see, I used to have a return.
Yep. Oh, it's still failing. Why is that failing? Huh. I'm in the right one, aren't I? Yeah, screen wipe. Because if you jump to screen wipe, you're going to hit all those zeros. Let's put those at the bottom instead. And just do some indentation on here. Okay. Andy Magic Knights asks red or brown sauce on a bacon sandwich. For me, it's got to be brown sauce because I'm a northerner. Red sauce is just strange to me.
Oh, you were asking that for me. Bacon butty, red. We need red. Ketchup.
I don't get that at all. Brown sauce all the way. There you go, Sean. Sean knows it. I brought him up well. There's one thing we've got right with you, Sean. It's the fact that you like brown sauce on your sandwich.
Yeah, I think that's a British thing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Is that the HP sauce or something?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the HP source bottle has a picture of the Houses of Parliament on it says it all, really.
I actually have a bottle of that at home, but I just use it in other things to spice it up a bit. Not on my bacon.
Oh, see, you've got to have it on the bacon,
I
definitely.
sometimes have it
Brown
in
sauce
my
goes in
beans on
one
toast.
bottle. Beans on toast, yeah, very good on beans on toast.
Yeah. I mean, I was born in England and I lived there until I was like 10 years old.
Oh, really?
And,
Whereabouts?
yeah, Amersham in Bucks.
Oh, okay, that's not too far from here, I guess.
Hmm.
It's I believe it's still. I think Amersham's one of the few places that's kind of outside London, but still classed as a one of the London zones. I believe, if it's where I'm
Yeah,
thinking of.
it's not too far from, well, by train to London at least.
Yeah, I'm just going to check now. What's I'm pretty sure it's like a zone 8 or something like that. Zone 9, yeah. Travel card zone 9, yeah. So it's like really far outside London, but it's still classed as London as far as
Yeah.
TFL goes.
I used to live in Amersham and then Chalfont St Peter and Chalfont St Giles.
I don't know
The
those
little,
ones.
they're just little villages close to Amersham.
Brown sauce in the bin again. Stop putting the brown sauce in the bin, monsters. Oh,
Back
God,
Matthew thinks I'm a fake Norwegian. I'm half Norwegian. My mum was from is from Norway. That's why I ended up here.
brown
My dad
sauce is
still
the
lived in
sauce you
England.
eat if you've
Mm.
nothing else. Brown sauce is amazing. Stop slagging the brown sauce off. Okay, so I think that's probably. I feel like this copy screen column. Let's see how often that's been used. Because if it's only used once, it's not too bad. So it's called. Okay, what is it? Find. Oh, because that's the Acme code. All right. So it's only called once. So I guess we can just reduce that down by changing this from this kind of loop to another loop. So we have this
Yeah,
from address and base address. We're using comma X. I'm going to assume that Y is okay to use at this point.
Docs to me is wondering if I can understand the Norwegian. So I'm just going to answer in Norwegian. Ja, jeg skjønner det.
There you go. That answers that question. I
Hmm.
would have said the same myself, but
Yeah, he just asked if I understood what he was saying in Norwegian.
Okay, it looks like the Y register is free to use. I don't see it being used anywhere else here. I'm going to go on the assumption that it is fine to use. In which case, what we shall do is we'll take this and we're going to move these from address and base address into zero page, which will shorten these a little bit. Use Z for lols. I'm not using Z yet, and the reason I'm not using Z yet is because I'm still testing everything on the C64. So as soon as I get to the point where this is running in what I call Mega65 safe memory, which is going to be 2000 onwards, with the kernel disabled, then we'll shift over to the Mega65, at which point all the graphics will go, you know, corrupted and everything will be wrong, but at least it will run on the Mega65. Then that's the next step, is fixing that. So okay, so let's go and have a look in zero page, see if we've got some free space in here.
I'm not sure there's too much free. Maybe a little bit.
Got 2 bytes here. It looks like they're not being used anymore. Because it looks like they've been moved to there. Okay. Oh, there's a few bytes here by the looks of things.
Hmm.
Yeah. All right. Let's stick them in here. Okay. So let's call this copy screen from copies. Copy screen source and destination or something. That's probably best.
Yeah.
So
I
this
think I
is going
have
to
a
be
load of
2 bytes.
I have some temp variables there as well, I think, at the end.
That's probably a good place for it as well. But This will be fine. It's good. Yeah, it's another gap here as well. Oh, hang on. No, you need some. Okay, so you need some for a table there. So it's well documented as well, which I really like. Um,
That's
I'm
because I have a goldfish memory, so I have to document stuff.
see, I'm kind of the same with things, but I'm just terrible and don't document anything. I document quite a lot while I'm on stream, but if I'm doing my own stuff, I'm really bad at documenting stuff. Okay, so let's use that. Copy screen source, copy screen destination. Uh, so let's just sort these out here. Okay, so
I think Andy's triggered.
I know everyone's in our boundaries. Yeah, I'm not. I've got to admit, I'm not looking forward to that on the Mega Drive. I'm pretty sure that's going to catch me out a lot. But I think somebody said that the assemblers tend to warn you about that, so that's a relief at least.
Hmm.
And this is not source. This is destination, isn't it? Yeah. All right. So I think this is probably going to be a 2, maybe 3 stream, three stream job, just because there's a few things that I know are going to be a little bit tricky. Like you've got some color fade outs, which are obviously not
Yeah.
going to work the same way at all um, on this. But we have got palettes, so we can do the same. You know, we can achieve the same thing by tweening a palette. Um,
How would the palettes work? Could you set up like a Commodore 64 palette and
Yeah,
do it
I
that
mean, we
way?
can either do it. It depends how we go about it. So I don't know what you want to do with the graphics. If you want to update the graphics to something, with more colors in it, in which case we can just do a palette fade to black, where we take every value in the palette and we just move it towards black
Hmm.
gradually. Um, or if you
It
just want to
depends
keep the
on.
existing palette, in which case we can just do it with a C64 palette shift. But or I mean, even then we can still fade that to black. We can still make it different. So
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure because Hanning does all the graphics, so depends on how much time he has to do any changes. But would be nice to do a little upgrade on the graphics when they get it over to the Mega 65.
yeah, it'd be nice to use all the colors. I mean, you can basically just drop the, like I said to you before, you take all the artwork, turn it into a PNG, drop it into Sprite or whatever tool he uses, and then
Hmm.
just go to town on with any palette he wants, and we can make it work. Because we'll be using full color character mode anyway, so you can use pretty much any colors you want.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're
Oh, there you
using.
go.
Yeah,
he's he's
oh,
he's there in
he's
chat.
up for it. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, so
Yeah, because
you
we
can. Sorry, go on.
right now. Yeah, right now we're using like two sprites for each character because we're using like a color sprite and a detail sprite on top.
Oh, okay.
So
So
that'd be
yeah, so
nice
what you
to.
could do is you could change that to, so you'd still use 2 sprites,
Hmm.
because your sprites are going to be wider than 16 pixels. I imagine they're probably going to be the full 24, right?
Hmm.
Um, so what you would do is you would still use 2 sprites, but instead of it being detail and color, it would just be left and right half of the player, and then you can have a 32 pixel wide sprite by however high you want. The height of the sprite is entirely up to you as well.
All right.
So it gives you a lot of flexibility.
That's
Okay,
pretty cool.
yeah, I mean, you should be able to rate some, because I think Henning did a really good job with the sprites. I think they look amazing. So I'd love to see what they look like. In full color, basically. It's any
Hmm.
colors you want, really. So, I mean, it's 23-bit color, so 7 bits for red, 8 bits for both green and blue. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, it's 24-bit color. We just slightly less in the red.
All right, but you still have to put it into a palette, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's a palette of 256 colors.
Yeah.
Um, you can have any 256 from those 24 bits. So And actually, you can have a different palette for the sprites as well. So you can have a different 256 color for the sprites and different 256 color for the background. The easiest way to do the characters, by the way, is to take the existing character set, export it using Charpad into a PNG file, and then just redo it in the PNG. In fact, I can quickly show you in Sprite what I did with Luma,
Mm.
if I've got it in here. Oh, that's not it. That's my desktop. That's the wrong Luma. That's the right. There we go. I think it's this one. Yeah. So this was just an export of Luma from Charpad up to this point here.
Mm.
And then I just went through and added color in. So I redrew kind of what things would look like here, and then just put the characters back in here. And then you can just load these into an area of memory, and it will just replace like for like. Then, so you can see I added gradient on the letters and things like that, just to make them kind of stand out a little bit. And actually, that was a work in progress one. I think the to date one is probably. Oh no, yeah, there you go. So that's the original one that I exported from Charpad.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And then I managed to turn it to, yeah, there we go. That's the finished one. It's a little bit different in Luma because I had to use Coloram to change the color of the lasers. So the way I did that was I had three character sets, one in red, one in green, one in blue, and then I just switched between the character sets to make it work. Oh, there we go. 6581. But yeah, I mean, if if you're happy to change the graphics setting, you'll absolutely love that because you can go to town on it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to be sort of not have the restrictions for the 664.
Mm,
It's nice to
very
have
much indeed.
restrictions to a certain point, though. But, yeah,
I
nice to
think
be
when
able
you're
to.
first kind of doing games, the restrictions really help you because
Mm.
they force you to kind of think more about how to make the game fun than to try and kind of put too much into it. Because when you've got all the kind of power in the world, you kind of fall into the trap of trying to do everything. But when you're kind of limited, you kind of have to really think about your game design and make sure that you can make a game work. So like, before I knew how to do multiplexes, I was writing games with just 8 sprites all the time. So you learn to kind of make a fun game using just 8 sprites, or how to do like character sprites for various things and stuff.
Yeah, I tried using the multiplexer on the Showdown, but because of the sorting, because I have a detail sprite in front of the color sprite,
Yeah, of
I
course. Yeah.
just I couldn't get it working properly, so I just gave up.
Yeah, in that
So I had
case, you need to. So some sprite multiplexers have a priority system in them as well, and I don't think Cadaver's basic one has that. I think there is one he's released that does have that in, but I think his basic one doesn't. So
yeah, the problem is he does this sorting where he doesn't
yeah,
really sort the whole list in one frame. He does it over multiple frames, so you get the sprite sorting being off like 2 or 3 frames, and it makes
okay.
the sprite blink. Yeah. So because I had some birds and stuff in the code, and you can see it's still in the code. It's just commented out. So I was thinking when we go over to the Mega65, maybe we can just uncomment the bird codes because I have some birds flying over the screen randomly.
Oh yeah, I
But
did see that actually when I was going through, and I noticed it was all commented out. So
that's because they used 2 extra sprites. So then the sprite sorting would kick in. So I just disabled them.
right, okay. Well, the
Hmm.
thing is, on the Mega, you still only got 8 sprites, so you would still have to use multiplexer. Um, but you would probably use a different multiplexer. So
Hmm.
maybe I'll have a think about that because I might be able to do something to make that work. We just need a priority based multiplexer basically. The one way to deal with that is if you've always got 2 sprites that have got a detail over the top, it's just don't multiplex those 2 sprites. Just leave those alone. Multiplex the other 6 and make sure that those 2 are always drawn on top then. then that way you're never shifting those sprites anywhere else. They're always going to be on top of everything else. And
Yeah,
you
yeah,
just
I tried
multiplex the
that.
remaining 6.
I tried that as well, but the thing was, I already set a date for the release, and I was
Okay.
messing around with it, and I was like, "Oh no, I need to polish the game before it's released." So I just gave up and released what I had.
Yeah, no worries. We can take a look at it anyway when we get to that bit. So what
Mm.
I'm doing here is I'm just using the 0 page address that we've set up here to do this list here, because this was doing 25 times this, which is quite a lot. I mean, that's what, 6, 12. So it would have been 300 or no, not two, 300 bytes roughly. So it's quite a lot. So hopefully this will bring that down quite a bit. Just need to make sure I capture all of these correctly. So this one here, and from address. Oh, this is loading from a color address by the looks of things. So actually, we need two
Yeah,
more. We need two more
because
addresses as
the
well.
color address is 1,000 bytes past the base address, I guess.
Okay, so we need
Mm.
two more values here, which is fine. Let's go to 0 page. We've still got some values here. So copy color source, copy color dest. So it means we need to set these up here. Just trying to work out the easiest way to do this now. Okay, so this is plus 1,000 on the from address. Okay, so the easiest way to do this is going to be oops. So what I'm doing here is, as soon as we've stored the lower byte, I'm going to then add the lower byte of 1,000 in, whatever that might be. It's like E8 or something like that. And store that at copy color source. That's going to set the flag if we need to set the flag here. But this bit won't, the carry flag, I mean, this bit won't change the carry flag at all. So then what we can do here is we can then add the up part and store that in here as well. So actually, we kind of kill two birds with one stone in this area here. It looks like we're adding a lot of code in, but you've got to remember this is only going to get run once, whereas this gets run 25 times. So this should hopefully save us quite a lot still. Zero D8. There we go. Okay. So then this becomes copy. Oh, we need to get these right. Destined source, destination, source. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay, copy screens, source. Yep. Store that at dest. Cool. Okay, so we need to do this 25 times. So I'm actually gonna, because the Y register now has the value that was originally being used in the X register, I'm actually gonna use the X register for counting down instead. Just to maintain compatibility, though, when I'm finished, I'm going to put that back in to the X register just in case it's used. I don't think it is, but I'd rather keep the compatibility just in case. So then this becomes at the end here. And then we need a loop here. So we're going to have to add 40 to all of these. Now, the from address, base address, hang on, Copy screen. This is copying a column at a time. Is this going to save us? Yeah, it's still going to save us some, I think. Okay, it's fine. I'm going to try and save as many bytes as I can as I do this. So it's a lot of things to add 40 to. That's what I'm noticing here. Whoops. Here we go. And what I'll do is I'll skip over, because that will save me a couple of bytes if I just do it this way instead. But then I have to do that for every single one of these.
You have a before and after count of the bytes.
Yeah, I didn't make it. I should have made a note of it, but damn it, never mind. I think it will. I think it will make a huge difference. Still, this is not going to be as big as that. I can't imagine it being that big. It's going to be slower, but the speed doesn't really matter. As I say, when you're running at 40 megahertz, these things, this is, the difference is going to be barely noticeable at all. Color dest, screen source, color source, screen dest, color dest. Okay, there we go. I kind of know roughly what the byte count was on at that point. Okay, let's give that a try. That's quite a lot of code. I'm hoping that's fine. We shall see. Well, we'll soon know. In terms of memory, yeah, I mean, it saved 100, 150 bytes or so, which is pretty decent. I mean, that's nudging us closer and closer to be able to move this up, which is nice. Okay, oh, no, okay, that did not go well. So let's just take a look. Base address. Oh, yeah, from address there. Yeah, from address. Color source, screen source. Looks fine. That's the one problem there. That's probably it, actually. Let's give that another try.
I think the stream is a bit delayed compared to your voice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like 5-6 seconds, I think.
That's not good.
For me, that is because I muted the stream, right?
Ah, yes, I see what you're saying. Okay. Sorry, my brain took 6 seconds to figure that out then, so. Okay, that looks to be working fine. Cool. Awesome. Right, so that saved us, say, probably about 150 bytes there. So that's kind of nice. I'll leave the commented code in. There's no point in us moving that just yet. So I'm just going to do a quick search just for 4, just to see if it's used anywhere else. I don't think it is. I think that is kind of it for the unrolled loops. Well, what is this finding now? It's finding all my JS stuff. Oh, damn. All right. Oh, there's one. Oh, it's finding Luma now as well. It's going through my entire Mega65 folder. All right, fair enough. I don't think it is finding anymore. Also, I think it was showing up at the beginning. Let's run it again. Okay, so yeah, we saved a good chunk there. Looks like there's a chunk here. I'm not sure what this is, 4800. I think I saw that in the list actually. Maybe not. 4800.
No, I don't think it's in the list. Car screen starts at 4400. I think there's nothing on 4000 either. I think.
There's nothing on 4000. Okay, so that
I don't
means
think
we
so.
can shift. Well, I'm sure I saw something on 4000. Let me check in the debugger. It's the right buttons. Close that. Okay, so on this screen, we've got screen at 400, character set at 6000, another character set at 7800. Okay, that's good. Yep, you're right. There's nothing at 4000 at all. Okay, that's good.
Hmm.
So that gives us probably enough to move some stuff up a little bit. Not quite enough though. Actually, it still needs another 2 kilobytes really. Because what I'm trying to do is move this up to 2000. So let's
Yeah, I
take a
can't see
look.
the actual sections because the Mega65 overlay is on top of it.
Ah, yeah, turn that off. There we go. Yeah, so trying to move this entry up. And so from at the moment, the code runs from 1000 to 3C10, which means if we can free another 2 kilobytes, I can just move it straight up to 2000 and it will fit perfectly in here. Screen might be still taking quite a lot. So let's take another look at that. Text scroll, and then everything else is on the entry, which is going to be everything up to text scroll. So I think there was, where was it?
I think I have some additional code at C something as well.
Yeah, so this stuff here basically.
C9E, yeah.
Char screen copy, char set copy. See, char screen copy, let me go and have a look at that. Char set copy is a macro. Screen copy this one here. So this is a macro as well. And the thing with this is this could probably be turned into a DMA routine on the Mega65. So this probably can be moved somewhere and then completely replaced later on. It looks like there's a bit of space here as well between 4800, 48B1 and 5000. It doesn't look like there's anything in that upper 1 kilobyte here. So I could probably move some of this. I could probably move a kilobyte up into this area up here. Let me try that actually. Let's take a look at this screen here. So sprite to char collision. So let's just put just want to see where this starts and ends. So I'll just call start. And because if I can move these up to that location, that would be great. Okay, so these take B, whatever that is, B00. So it's about 3 kilobytes, just less than 3 kilobytes for these. And we've got, fortunately, not quite 3 kilobytes here. In fact,
Yeah.
we're nowhere near 3 kilobytes. Find
Check
to
out, yeah, how much am I using it for C9E? If you scroll down there, yeah, it's not much left.
Yeah, quite a lot there.
But
Of
that's a
course,
bit of
this is
extra
all
code there.
screens,
Yeah.
isn't it? Because that's the code that you're using. Let's just load it back up into here again.
Because I'm loading all the levels, I think, in like in E and F, I think. From E800.
So we've got Charter at 6,000. Thank you very much for the follow, Diavalo Hun. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I can see. I not noticed the color bits before. It's kind of funny seeing them like that. It just shows how having that high res overlay makes a difference because they look completely different there. Okay, so
look.
we've got a bitmap here, which is at 6,000, which means that's probably running all the way down to here. So it's going to be up into the 7,000 something. So, but that again, like
Yeah.
I say, that can be moved. That bitmap doesn't have to be here. That bitmap can be somewhere completely different there. So maybe what I'm going to do is just remove the bitmap for now and put code here instead, and then we will change this screen to actually um, use the bitmap up in the full color character mode area. So actually, I think that's probably the safest bet, is to just override. Actually, it's not listed in here. So that's interesting. Why is it not listed in there? Where's your bitmap loaded from?
I think because I'm copying the bitmap from different areas, so I'm loading it to one place and then copying it down.
Ah, okay. So you're not. So that area of memory is copied over at some point. So that means you're probably in here, address bitmap screen. There we go. There we go. I think if we find where that's happening, we can solve. Yeah. Okay. So you've got a bitmap copy routine,
Hmm.
and this is all in the bitmap copy, and then fade colors. Just fade. Okay. So I think if we go into this routine and just get the copy bitmap to do nothing. So yeah, we're copying what, 4K of, well, 6K actually of logo here, right?
Yeah, logo is the title screen. It's the
Oh, and look, here we go. We've got a macro.
hmm. There's lots of bytes to save.
Oh, yes. So this is copying. Oh, this is copying exactly 1,000 bytes from this location to that location.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, all right. I think we can do this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split this into. I think this will save us loads actually. Let's keep that the same. And what we'll do is we'll reuse those 0 page locations because uh, they're not going to be used at the same time as this, so it makes sense to just reuse those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another copy screen source dest. I'll just create another label for it. I'll call it bitmap. Oh, actually, what's that? What's it again? Bitmap copy.
Hmm.
Bitmap from to bitmap source, bitmap dest. That'll do. Yeah. And then that way we can keep the screen in hopefully as well, because I think this will save us quite a lot as well.
Yeah, I don't know what. I think I actually sort of discovered macros. I thought, oh, that's lovely. And I just started using them.
I'd say it's good because it saves me a lot of kind of trouble trying to find space. Um,
It's nice having an expert going over the code and fixing it for me.
okay. So with this being, actually, I'm not sure it's going to save that much thinking about it because these are normal loops anyway. I don't think this is going to save that much. Okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna leave that, and instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cancel it out in here because we don't actually need to do this. As I say, we're gonna be using full color character mode to do this, and we can use a DMA thing to just fill with an incremental value or something like that. Which kind of means we don't really need to do any of this at all. In fact, if I just comment that out, what is that actually going to do? Probably don't need to do that either. So It's got copy B, copy. All right, that one's badger. So leave that one. Just take a look at this. Actually, is that copying into the bitmap as well? It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
the
Let's.
BP logo is the Badger Punch.
But that only. But again, that's
Yeah,
going to
that
overwrite
gets
code.
overwritten.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that
going to
that
overwrite
memory
code.
gets overwritten. Yeah, because what I do is I end up unpacking the levels into that area after I've shown the Badger Punch logo.
Oh, okay. So,
So that memory gets used.
so the bitmap, the main title screen bitmap, the Showdown logo, is that screen then used for level stuff?
No, this is the first one. The Badger Punch logo in the beginning that fades in and out.
Okay, so just this area because it seems to have the same memory address bitmap screen.
Yeah, it copies it to the same bitmap screen, but it copies it from a different place.
Okay,
Right. Yeah.
and then when it unpacks the levels, I assume it impacts them there and
Yeah,
then copies them somewhere else.
exactly.
Okay, right. So I will get rid
That's
of this then.
there's the code.
Yeah. Okay, so we're not going to see any logo here, but what we should hopefully have is lots of free memory. So what I'm going to do in that case is I'm just going to create a little test by just filling that area of memory. Let me find space somewhere. Maybe if I put it just at the end of this file, make sure I'm not, yeah, around here somewhere. So if I just do 6,000, and if I just fill 496.0. So what I'm hoping to see is nothing interrupt this area at all. And if that's the case, then we can move a lot of code up to this location, and then we're ready to start running on the Mega65 pretty much. So obviously we're not going to see anything here. Okay, so this is what it looks like without the bitmap. And the game runs and the level loads. Right, so now I want to load this into the debugger. And the cool thing about the debugger is this memory view. So what the memory view will let us do, if I press the right buttons. No, I'm pressing, there we go. What the memory view will let us do is it will let us take a look at an area of memory. So this is how I did the cassette 50 competition, by the way. When I was doing the verification, what I would do is I would fill this area that you weren't allowed to use with zeros, and just look out for them changing things in here. The reason I did it that way rather than just use watches because it was just quicker. To test 56 games, it would have taken me ages to do watches on every single game, one at a time. This way, I could just kind of fill this area with zeros, keep loading stuff in, and just see if it filled any of that basic area with data. And the cool thing is when you zoom in on an area, it'll tell you the addresses. So you can see this area of black here is our address at 6,000, and it's black because it's full of zeros. So what I want to do is just kind of load a few steps of the game and just, okay, so we do have something load here, but this is loading at 7,000, still not at 6,000. So this is our area from this black band here in the middle. It's still our code from 6,000 up to 6F. So this is good. It looks like we should be able to use the area now safely. So again, this means we're not going to have our our logos here, but we should be able to now build some stuff into this area without causing us any problems. So what I want to do is first of all move as much of this entry part up here as possible. So we can load everything up to the point where it says end, and that will free us quite a bit up. So let's do that. So that is from here, basically. In fact, let's put this in as 6,000 here. Like so. And this becomes our new entry point. And then as soon as the end is finished here, macros are finished, this point here, I'm going to change this to I'm going to do 2020. The reason I'm doing that is so that we can have some basic upstart in here, which will point to this area properly. Then I can go and get rid of that fill I had, which I no longer know where it is. So probably just search for fill, I guess. Okay, obviously I got rid of it. That one there. There we go. Let's just get rid of that. Hopefully this still compiles and runs, but now it's running almost entirely up in this area up here. So there's a little bit down here that we still need to shift out of the way. Not sure what that is, and it hasn't actually run. Okay, so let's just take a look at our basic upstart. That's probably pointing somewhere wrong there. Okay, yeah, because this is pointing to address code, and address code should be this. So let's just go and check that. There we go. 6,000. What chip's that? Yeah, there is no CPU series, unfortunately. I started the CPU series. I started the series stuff after I'd kind of put all those chips in. There's still a couple of series you haven't found yet from a couple of weeks ago. So I'm kind of pleased that they're still lingering somewhere in the background. Okay, cool. That looks like it's working,
Yep.
and I just need to move this block here. So this looks like the lookup tables. And our code at the moment is sitting around this location, 6000 to 6B12, which means there is about 1 kilobyte at the top here. And this is actually it is less than 1 kilobyte. All right, cool. So let's just go and take a quick look at that. I think this is the lookup tables. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it's just some seedless tables and stuff.
And I assume these have all got labels, so I can move these to pretty much anywhere I want to without an issue.
Yeah.
We'll soon find out. Anyway, let's get rid of that. And let's move back up to our top up here. And let's get rid of that as well. That. It's in here as well. Okay.
I think I ran out of memory and just started moving it around, trying to look for looking for a good place to put it.
Well, we've done all right. Oh no, something has gone weird there. Oh no, that's fine. That was just the Badger Punch logo. The reason that looks like that is because the bitmap screen is being set to that location, but obviously we've just got code in that location now, so we get junk on the screen like this. But as long as it fades out correctly, which it does, I'm surprised actually we're not seeing junk here as well. But everything else seems to be fine.
It could be the color RAM has been faded to black. You think?
Oh yeah, maybe, or it could just be that because I'm not copying the data there, and that area might be 7,000 rather than 6,000 that it's not showing up. So, oh, oh, new series, interesting. There we go. See if it can work out these then. I mean, it's an obvious one. This, I think, considering what ones we've done in the past. I just want to check because it looked like there was a bit of corruption on the sprites when they came on. So just going to keep an eye on those. But I think this is probably all right. So sprites looked all right there. So it's this bit here. I'm not sure. I think it's all right there. Metals, battery types, Nirvana songs. Considering how boring I am, I think you probably know which one of those is the right one, and what my weird interests are.
Are you a battery collector?
No, I'm not that. All right, that's fair enough. Considering I'm kind of midway boring, I'm not like super boring. Super boring, I would have like a collection of batteries. Whatever. All right, this is my 1972 AAA Duracell. I'm not quite that bad.
That would be impressive in all the wrong ways.
Yeah. All right, I think this is pretty decent. So looking at the memory map now, the only area we're using on the 2000 is actually the basic start, which is good because that means we just need to change that to where it's gone. Where's main gone? There it is. Actually, I just want to check how much room have I got left there. I've still got quite a bit, so I can still do some stuff there, which we're going to need anyway because I think you're using kernel as well, so we're going to have to turn those off as well in a minute. But that should
Yeah, I
be
think
pretty simple.
I'm
Clear
pretty sure
screen
I'm
and stuff.
just using the this is just the clear screen thing I'm using.
Yeah, so it should be pretty easy, I think. So we'll do some stuff here. I will change this to 65 now, and that should put that at 2000 and 2001 automatically. And then I just want to change just basic. Has that been used anywhere else? I don't think it's been used anywhere because I removed it from there. So I'm going to get rid of that because I don't want that in there. And we're going to switch over to this, and we're going to turn that on. See what happens. Moment of truth. I forgot what button is now. FA. There we go. I need to import the macro, of course. So that would be include. Well, actually, it's been so long since I actually typed anything to do with Mega65. Well, I say it's that long. It's not been that long. I've just forgot how to import things and stuff. It's not a good sign. So we are in Showdown, and we are in root of that folder, so it should be enough like that. A moment of truth if this works. Okay, well, the good news is it's not like completely crashed the system, but the bad news is I don't know what's going on. So so the first thing we need to do is we need to just kind of set our environment up basically on the C65. So I'm just going to put Toxic Frenzy on here because this is a good example of kind of how to set the initial area of memory up. So I'm just going to scroll down until I find the things that I need. Got where they were though. Did no, is this the? This looks like the old code. That's oh no, basically there we go. That's the area.
One, two, three.
There we go.
Outrun.
Hey Anton, thank you for the bits. I would cheers you with alcohol, but I'm only drinking water tonight. So happy Evian. Cheers. Thank you very much for the bits. Very much appreciated. Goes towards the Nexus boards, which I'm hoping I'm hoping Doxters is just lost in transit. Well, not lost in transit, but stuck in transit somewhere.
Things coming to Norway have taken quite a lot of time lately, the last year or so.
Okay, hopefully that's all it is, and that we're not having to complain. I mean, it's insured, but the problem is it's probably not insured for the full value to try and get around the bloody custom stuff.
I think the 364 magazine I get once a month it takes about 3 weeks to get here.
Oh wow. Okay, and that's coming pretty much from the same area, right? So,
Yeah.
and it's smaller,
Yeah. It goes in
smaller and
regular
lighter.
posts.
So yeah. Okay, that's well. I mean, I feel I feel bad for you guys, but you know, I feel good that that's probably probably what's going on with it. Actually, this does not look like the Mega 65 setup. This looks like everything else being set up. So what I'm going to look for is Vic 4. No. 14 megahertz. No. Wait, I did this. This is working. I know this is working. Oh, because it's Toxic Frenzy S. There we go. Helps if you actually load the right version up. Somewhere in here. There we go. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to get everything exactly the same. So we're going to use this exact same setup. We're not going to call the kernel function here yet. So I'm going to put a to do clear screen in here. So I know to come back and do that. So you, oops, use that as a marker to do these things. Otherwise, I'll try and keep everything in here just to be Mega65 stuff. So I'm going to disable the C65 utility ROM because that is going to take up. So the utility ROM, if you don't disable it, what it will do is it will basically create a ROM area in C000, which is where you're storing music and a few other routines. So that means anything that calls that area would then probably cause a crash or a lockup, which might be what we're seeing on the screen here. Likewise, I'm going to disable the CIA registers because we're going to turn the kernel off. And then we turn the kernel off with the next line. I don't think we need to disable the hot registers, but I'm going to do it anyway because the disabling the hot registers basically prevents any changes you make to certain VIC2 registers from clearing VIC4 registers. And because I don't know the code, it's probably safer for me to just disable them. So it's references like D018, D011, D016, those kind of things that shift the screen around and do hardware scrolling, things like that. They're the ones that can cause issues. So by turning them off here, you make sure that if you do, for instance, scroll the text along the bottom on the intro screen, you're not going to completely destroy any of the VIC4 registers you've set up. So we'll do that there. I am going to switch to 40 column mode as well. So that's definitely needed because we don't want to be in 80 column mode. And then I'm just going to do this for now, which is just turn the IRQs off. The reason I'm turning the IRQs off here is because I don't want the IRQs to be running until they've been set to whatever Zendar sets them to. Because the C65 by default uses IRQs in the same way the C64 uses the CIAs. So they're used constantly. So if you don't turn them off, but you've disabled the kernel and you've disabled the utility ROM mapping, then you end up causing crashes again here. So the things I haven't included here are sprite pointers, importing the palette, and loading from floppy. The reason I've not done that yet is because at the moment I'm just kind of trying to get it working so the game actually loads, even if it's all corrupted graphics. We just want to see it kind of load up. So don't need to do that yet. Copy music. Music should be fine because music is at C1000, I think C000. So I think that's fine where it is. Don't need to do anything else there. One thing to note is we do have the ability to keep our screen where we start at 0800. So that's probably what we'll end up doing is we'll just use the screen in the default locations. So that means the screens where they are now can be easily relocated down there without having to change Vic banks or anything, and frees up even more room in this area of memory up here. So I'm going to give that a try. That might be enough to get it working. Let's give it a shot. See what happens. Okay, so definitely saw some kind of color fade going on there. Probably need to turn those off actually, because the color fade is not going to be exactly correct at this point. So where's my joystick? Okay, so that's not doing anything. So this is because our screen is at 0800 at the moment. So we need to find where those are happening. So let's start by getting the first bits working.
I guess the color's not working is because it's indexing a palette, right?
Actually, no, it shouldn't be. I'm not sure what it would be doing at this point.
But you actually have to set the palette to
Because
be able to index one.
we don't have a palette set. The default palette will be the C64 palette. But we might need to set graphics mode differently. So let's start by going through the flow here. So the initial flow is it comes into the game and it shows the logo, and then copies the levels, and then jumps to the title screen. So are we getting to the title screen? That's the thing. So what I'm gonna test this age-old method of just doing this, just to see what happens. Oops. What happened there? I jumped to the wrong file. Okay. Oh, I closed the file. That's what I did. Oh, damn it. Ink. D02. There we go. So we're just gonna, when we get to the title screen, we're just gonna jump to it, repeat, and see what happens. Thanks, Deft. Cheers, Evian. Cheers to you as well. By the way, Anton and Def, really enjoyed the video. There was a lot of the stuff coming from this channel as well, which is really nice to see. Thank you for the plugs as well. Very good, and hopefully we can get more people on board and get more people getting excited about the Mega65 and entering these competitions and winning these boards as well. Because I do really think once you actually get a hold of a piece of hardware that does this, it's an amazing experience. And I really wish I could give a board to everybody who watches the channel. Unfortunately, I can't. They're bloody expensive, but we do our best, and the more people we get in the channel, the more chances we have of giving these out. Like I say, in January, I think we gave 3 away in one stream, and that was because 5 Sprites was very generous and donated 2 to the stream, or it might have been 3 actually. No, I think it was 2. Yeah, but yeah, if 1 month I manage to make enough to buy 2 boards, I will buy 2 boards, and it will be a nice surprise. But so far, that's not been the case.
Yeah, I ordered my Nexus board today.
Yeah, I saw you'd ordered one.
Hmm.
You can't wait, you see.
No, I couldn't wait.
It's too exciting. Okay, so we're definitely in the right area, because that was the border is changing there. You can see the border change, so you can see actually what I mean about the palette. So the colors that are going up the screen now in the border, they're all just the C64 colors. And what happens is it displays all the C64 colors, and then it goes into blacks for the rest. Actually, it looks like it might just be the way that it's. I think there is some colors already in there, but the first 15 colors will be the first 16 colors will be the C64 palette. But it looks like there are some more colors already up there. So, okay, it looks like Microman's or SP's figured it out. The series. Yeah, the reason that's the picture for sodium is because when you think of sodium, that's what you think of salt. I know it's not sodium; it's sodium. It's a salt of sodium, but that's what I think of when I think of sodium. So it's the easiest one. The thing is a lot of these things look exactly the bloody same. When you look at metals, they tend to look quite similar. So it's hard to get interesting pictures of them. Okay, so title screen, let's go and have a look there. So what's the title screen actually doing? So the title screen is the the one player, two player selection, right? So let's go and have a look
Mm.
there. And just double check that my joystick is actually plugged in. It's plugged in. Oh, it's not going to do anything on there because it's just repeating there. Okay, so unit title, yes. Okay, so we've got some of this going on down here. Okay, so here's the first problem: is we've got the IRQ stuff here. So we're storing to 314 and 315. So instead, what we need to do here is we need to change this to point to FFFE and FFFF. And then change, we need to go and find this routine. Now,
Yeah, it's probably more places I'm using it as well.
yeah, I'd imagine so. That's fine. It's easy to do. Okay, so what this is going to do, the thing with the kernel routine compared to a normal IRQ routine, or like a non-kernel based IRQ routine, is the kernel one will actually do all the saving of the registers for you, so you don't have to worry about it. You just need to do this jump at the end, either EA1 or EA31 at the end. But unfortunately, if you turn the kernel off, it doesn't do that. So you have to start saving the registers yourself. Oops, you need to push the accumulator to the stack and then transfer these registers as well. Now, the thing is we are using the Mega65, so we can actually just do this, which is a really nice feature of the Mega65 or a 65 CEO2.
That's pretty handy.
Obviously, these orders need to be reversed. And the other thing that this will do for you is this will acknowledge the interrupt, which is something you don't have to do if you are using the kernel. But if you're not using the kernel, you will need to acknowledge the interrupt because otherwise it will just repeat as well. So the easiest way to do that is just to shift D019 or basically just change the value in D019. You need to write to it. You can even write the same value to it if you want to. So and then return from interrupt. And that's the equivalent of doing this jump here. So hopefully that will now run, at least from the title screen point of view. And then it will probably crash again when it tries to load the next IRQ. So we're just making sure that we're replacing any of these 314s with this non-kernel version of the routine. I'm going to keep Toxic Frenzy open over here because it's kind of useful to have that as a reference. Let's go ahead and that's the C64. There we go. Let's get that over. So one thing that we do have two more game coding challenges coming up. Yeah, there we go. And I can hear music as well on my TV, so that's good. So as far as I can tell, this is kind of working. Okay, and the game kind of loads, but obviously I think the IRQs are messed up here. So I'm actually going to reset that because I don't want people to have seizures. So yeah, so this month obviously we've got the big character challenge. Next month is going to be a Milfork game challenge. Then there'll be another C64 challenge, and then in what would be August, there's going to be a TRSE game challenge. And I was thinking that maybe in October we might do a music one to make people make a dual SID. However, I may shift that by 1 month and instead of doing music in October, do it in November because I do want to try 11 after watching the Mega65 video and seeing kind of what it's like. I think it would be good to do something in that as well. So Milfork C64 or Mega65, Mega65 it would be, yeah. But obviously you're encouraged if you want to do Milfork and you want to write something that works on both the C64 and the Mega65, then that's absolutely fine. You can do that, and Milfork will provide you with the tools to help you do that. but yeah, something for the Mega65 would be best, obviously. But yeah, I'm thinking I might have to have a word with Ubik and just make sure that it's ready for kind of doing that. I think it should be. But I just wonder if because the problem with these things, the problem with these competitions is they have to be done through the emulator. So for the June version of the for the Millfork challenge, I will be making sure that we get the best kind of combination of ROM, bits. Well, it's not even bitstream, is it? It's just ROM really uh, for the emulator, but also like the best branch or the best stable version of the emulator as well, because really kind of want to help LGB get that emulator kind of up to scratch. And I know Amok has kind of taken on a little bit of kind of effort in that direction as well. And also Amok's been writing manual stuff as well. I think he posted it in the channel actually recently. So he's been doing some Nexus board setup documentation, which is really good to have.
That would be good for me to have.
Yes, yeah, indeed, yeah. All right, let's take a look. So the title's working. So let's go to start game, which I think was the next one, and see if that's going to have something along the same lines.
Yeah, there's a bit in the multiplexer, even though I'm not really using it that much. There's some stuff there with
Yeah, of
IOQs.
course, that's a good point actually. Okay, so I can see we've got some kind of screen adjustment here. This will have to change at some point. Not seeing 314 315, but I can probably yeah, it's probably easier if I just search for this. Yeah, okay, so it's used a few places in the multiplexer actually. And we've got another one here in the oh no, that's the Acme code, okay. And then Toxic Frenzy, okay, so it looks like really it is just the multiplexer, which is the next one. So 0314, 0315, IRQ1, okay. All right, let's change those.
I might have actually just did the title screen in the the game in the main context, and then let the
Right.
mod to do the sprite stuff, if I remember correctly.
I guess you don't really need the interrupts, do you? Once you're in the game, it's
No, there's no screen splitting or
yeah,
anything.
it's just the multiplexer, isn't it? But I will make this work with the multiplexer. It makes sense for us to do this correctly. So you can see the highlighting isn't working here, and this is because of the file extension here. I'm going to leave that as it is for now. I may. No, actually, it's going to bug me. That it is. It's going to bug me. I can't deal with that. All right. So I'm going to rename this file, and then it's going to complain that it can't find this file when I go to compile it. But then that will tell me exactly where it's imported. If I've used the right one. Oh, interesting. It's somehow. Oh, because I've still got multiplexer.asm here. Because it didn't rename it. It just. Wait, what did I? Did I rename that? I don't think I did. I'm not sure what I renamed, but. It's not renaming it here. Just turn the music down on there. That's. Refresh folders. Okay, I don't know why that's not renaming. That's weird. Okay, that's fine. File. Save as. Oops. Delete that one. There we go. Right. Now it's going to complain. It's very strange. And I press the wrong button again. What's the leading cause of oh, God? I swear the jokes get worse and worse. Okay, I'm not sure why, but it didn't seem to import multiplayer properly. Oh no, it's put it back again. What is going on with this thing? It's trolling me now. Showdown. Multiplayer today. So please go away. It says it's open. Oh, it's open the debugger. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Keeps source maps of everything. Okay, right. So now we should get a link to it. Main 2123. There we go. All that just so I could get the right syntax in this file. There we go. So this is the IQ that comes in, and there we go. There's our jump at the end here. And you'll notice we've also got another store here. So this needs to be done a few times through here. So IRQ2 is here. Okay.
I think it's hitting the not more than 8. Since I don't have any more than 8 sprites.
Yeah, this is probably never going to get hit, is it? But let's get it working anyway, just for the completion of it all, the completeness of it all. A sprite needs to be that as well. I think that's it for the multiplayer. So with a bit of luck, this will actually get into the game and kind of run. What's that one? Oh, rubidium. Yeah. Yeah, so it's working, but obviously the graphics are all over the place. And the reason the graphics are all over the place is because we haven't set proper mode. We haven't looking at any sprite pointers here. We're basically just pointing to junk at the moment. So the first step here then with the game fully working, the music works, everything is working now. The loops, all the loops are doing what we need it to do. The next step is to start gradually introducing the graphics properly. So we'll start with the sprites because we can just point to the existing sprites for now. These will probably be changed, as I think Henning said he's going to do some work on the graphics. So I assume let's go with the assumption that everything is going to change, but for now we'll just point to the existing sprite data that can be moved later on, just so we can confirm that all the kind of sprite kind of stuff is working, and then we'll move. We've got about just under an hour left, and then we'll start moving the character data up into the upper area of memory. So once you've got code working like this on the Mega65, you're basically in a situation now where all you really need to do is start changing pointers to graphics. You need to change. You need to load in new graphics, because if you're going to be doing full color character mode, which is going to be the easiest way to do these things, is to go from kind of multicolor mode or whatever mode you're using to full color character mode. And the reason it's the easiest way to do things is because full color character mode is going to be as close as you can get to the kind of layout of a normal screen, except for the fact that you are using 2 bytes per row, 2 bytes per character instead of 1. But it means you can kind of just copy a character set up into that upper area of memory, and then easily kind of get those to work. Why? What's steps giving money out?
That's pretty cool, though.
But yeah, getting it all to work is kind of the first step. So I think we'll start by just demonstrating that the sprites work by pointing them to an existing location. And then we'll move on to the next section. Thank you very much, Anton, again for the 1,000 bits. Wow, too generous. I'm actually out of Evian as well, so I've got like a little drop. So cheers. I will be heavily on the cider on Thursday when my antibiotics have run out. Well, maybe not
I'll,
too heavily, but
I'll cheer with some Aquavita.
there you go. All right, let's point to these. So this basically means now that what we need to do is move the sprite pointers. So the reason it's good to kind of to point these to the right location now is because later on when we move the sprites to somewhere else, we've got the functionality there, and it's very easy for us to shift these things around. And as long as the sprites are still laid out in the same order in memory, then it's just a matter of kind of changing the pointers, which will change to 16-bit pointers as well while we're at it. So let's take a quick look through Toxic Frenzy, and we can see that we do have some stuff set up here. I just need to double check in the manual or the 16-bit, because I always forget what these are, and it doesn't look like it's labeled there. Yep, D06E. Okay, so this is setting 16-bit pointers. So I'm going to put here 16-bit pointers, which is bit 7. Otherwise, we point to sprite pointer locations. So let's take a quick look for our setup code, which I completely forgot where that is now. Was it in the beginning? Yes, it was here. Okay. We will do that here, do it in the same place, and we'll create a label called sprite pointers. So at the moment, where are the sprite pointers? That's what we need to know. I'm imagining they're at char screen 4400. Oh, there we go. Address sprite pointer. So if I'm just going to duplicate that underneath. Oh, actually, rather than duplicate that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one off it like that, take 8 off it. So the reason I do that is because if you're using a normal C64, your sprite pointers will be the last 8 bytes of that 4K bank, basically where your screen is. Sorry, 1 kilobyte bank where your screen is. So if your screen is at 4400, then your sprite pointers will be the last 8 bytes of that 1 kilobyte block. So they would be at 47F8, which is exactly what Zender's set here. But when we're using the Mega65, we're going to use 16-bit sprite pointer mode. The reason we use 16-bit sprite pointer mode is on the C64, you could only ever reference 256 sprites. And because each sprite is 64 kilobytes in size, 64 kilobytes, 64 bytes in size, that meant you could only ever reference 16 kilobytes of RAM at a time, which is why we have the VIC banking system. It allows you to bank into one of 4 VIC banks. And the VIC can only ever see data in that 16 kilobyte block. So, Tommy made a more colorful background for Toxic Frenzy. I think that was the colorful background, because I think originally it was just flat colors everywhere. So, but yeah, he's originally did the game, so he provided me with the new background. Yeah, so because we're moving into 16-bit sprite pointers, that then opens up a whole other range of memory addresses that we can use. On the Mega65, you've actually got 384 kilobytes that you can address, and so you obviously need much more in terms of sprite pointers. So your sprite pointers should be on 16-byte boundaries rather than 8-byte boundaries, and this is a limitation of the hardware. It's actually a bug at the moment in the in XEMU in the emulator. It's something I had to fix on a couple of the games when I was looking through it, kind of fixes for. But I just did it on dots. I think I don't think I did. Did I touch any of the games? I don't think I did. I can't remember, to be honest. So you have to put them on these 16-byte boundaries. But it also means that whenever we reference the sprite pointers, we need to be using 2-byte pairs instead of single bytes. So we're going to do a search for those in a minute as well, just to find out where they're being used and change those. So hopefully they're being used referencing like this. If not, then that's good. Yeah, there we go. This is good. So they're being used on the title screen with that, and they're being used. What's the multiplexer? Oh wait, they're just being used on the title screen. Oh, I guess because I correct me if I'm wrong here, Zenda, but once you set the sprites up, they're set up, right? Or are you
yeah,
using
basically.
or are you
No,
using
I'm
a
using
different
this.
system? Oh
No,
no,
I'm using the same sprites for all of them.
yeah,
So,
okay.
the multiplexer has this table where I set the sprite offsets.
Okay, so actually the one on the title screen is the only place that you're actually using. So you're not using the multiplexer on the title screen, which means you do need them set here. Okay. So what we're going to do here then is we're just going to go through all the cases where we see sprite pointer here. We're going to double this number on the end, and I'm going to actually do it just by multiplying it by 2, so it's obvious what I'm doing here. And then on this side here, we're going to type a bank number in. And what I mean by bank number is if we're using the first 16 kilobytes of memory, then this upper byte is 0. If we're using the next 16 kilobytes of memory, then it's 1, and so on and so on. And in this case, the original sprite pointers were in the second 16 kilobytes of memory, so the value is always going to be 1 for these second registers. So this does mean we're going to have to go through and change the multiplexer a little bit to deal with these, which is going to be scary, but we can do that. I think. I don't think it will be too much of a problem. So let's just set those ones. That's good. And then we need to go through and change these. So this is just making sure that every sprite pointer that we set is a 16-bit value and not an 8-bit value. We'll get it working on the title screen. We'll give it a quick test, and then once it's working on the title screen, we'll take a look at doing it in the multiplexer. But I don't think the multiplexer will be too difficult. But I always get scared when I mess with multiplexers.
It's not too bad. It uses a table with the offsets for the sprites, and then it sorts the table.
Yeah, so all we'll need to do is we'll just need to add another table in for the upper byte of the offsets, and make sure that the sort routine, when it shifts the low bytes around, it also shifts the upper byte. I have to see if it sorts indexes or if it sorts the actual values itself. I'm guessing it probably sorts indexes.
Yeah, it has an index table.
Because that's probably the most efficient way to do these things. So. Okay, so more sprite pointer. So every time we see sprite, I'm just going to go down this entire file in title screen. And every time I see sprite pointer, I'm just going to do this. And then follow it up with this. So again, here, times 2 plus 0. And then change that. That's already on 1, so that's good. Just double check that I did that all right up here. So 2, 3, yep, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's another one here. Actually, probably a good way of doing this now is to keep repeating this find and find the ones that don't have the times on the end. So there's one there, but it's commented out. That's also commented out. They're good. So a couple here. It's not that many. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left. Okay. So plus 0 times 2. 0 again. I know it looks weird that I always put the plus zeros on, but I like to pair. Whenever I'm doing LSB and MSB stuff, I like to pair them up visually. So I like to be able to look at a piece of code and say, okay, this is obviously the plus 0 means that there's going to be another value in a second that has a plus 1 on it. It makes it easy to match. Thank you very much for the sub, Def. I don't have any drink left at all. imaginary cheers. There you go. I'm looking forward to a day that we can have some kind of a community meetup. I've been saying this for a while. I do want to do this at some point, and we can have proper drinks.
That would be cool.
And yeah, it would, wouldn't it? I kind of want to do that.
Definitely come over to England for that.
Yay! See, awesome. There we go. Yeah, it would be good. I think we'd need to do that at some point. I think this is the last one now. Let's put that in ×2. And the great thing is we can check this in the search panel as well. We can just do a search and then we can use it to kind of just verify these values are correct. We'll organize a big meeting in 2022. Ah, cool. All right. So a mega meeting as well. Yeah, it's something I've been talking about for a while on the stream. You know, we see each other, or well, you guys see me. I don't really see you, but you know, we get together 3 times a week. We're all drinking together, but we're just not socializing together. So it'd be nice to actually do that properly as well. Okay, I'm going to do another quick search for that. See what happens. Okay, so 0 + 1, 0 plus, so sorry, 0 + 0, 0 + 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. So all 0, 1s, 3s, 4s, 5s. Yeah, 0, 0, 1, 1. Yeah, this all looks really good. Cool. All right. So I think what should happen now is we should at least see something on the title screen. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to see, but let's keep our fingers crossed. We might see actual sprites on the title screen there. Hey, there we go. And we can see the little dudes. They're there. And move up
All
and
right,
down.
that's cool.
Brilliant. Right. So the next step is to do the same in the game, which is obviously the change to the multiplexer. We can see some sprites are appearing, and then it kind of goes a bit weird because it's trying to do, you know, as you say, there's a table in there somewhere that it's using. So obviously it's kind of going a little bit weird in there now. So let's go and load the multiplexer up and take a look. Got about half an hour left. We should be able to get these sprites done. And then what I'll do is for Thursday. I mean, that it also gives you and Henning a little bit of time if you want to get some graphics done for Thursday. I mean, it doesn't matter if you can or can't. It really doesn't matter. We can just put the existing graphics in as they stand, and we can just swap out the PNG as part of the build once we're ready to use it. But anything you do get, great. You know, it'd be good. All right, so let's take a look. So we've got a D015 table. We've got what's this BL1. Okay, so these I don't know what those are. These are and or tables. Okay, so there must be here we go. Okay, so there's an X and there's a Y. There's an XMSB. There's which ones are the pointers here? Do you know which ones are the pointers?
Yeah, I'm a little bit lagged off to you. So yeah, the SBRF.
This one
is the
here.
pointers.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you've already got the pointers set in here as well.
Hmm.
Okay, cool. That makes this even easier then. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to add another table, and I'm going to call it SPFRF MSB, and I'm just going to fill this with the things that I need. So this is set up to do 32 sprites. So this is just going to be one on one. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 16. Okay, 1, 1, 4, 6, 7, 8. Thinking about it as well, the birds will be pretty easy to add in because we don't need to keep sprite priorities, do we? If we're using multicolor, full
No, that should
color,
be good.
it should
Yeah.
just work, right? So
Yeah. I mean, the multiplexer works. It's just I had the problems with the detail sprites not being on top of
Yeah,
the color
I was thinking
sprites.
we'd still need the priority, but we don't if we're going for full color sprites, which
No,
is
not really.
nice. Okay, so now we need to make sure that this is used as well. So we need to look and find out where that's being used. So somewhere in here there will be a grab of that. Oh, hang on. Sort.
Yeah, what it does is it takes the table with the pointers and then it does a sorting of it. So you don't have to have a sort MSB as well.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was going to use like indexes to grab it, but it looks like it is actually sorting the values as well, which is a bit of a strange way to do it, I must say. Okay, so let's start from the beginning and go through this. So let's start up here and find all values. Okay, so we need to copy this one first.
Because one addition I did to the multiplex was add the MSB for the position, the X position.
Okay. Why was it not using that before?
No, it wasn't. It didn't have it in. Not the version I grabbed.
Wow, okay.
So I added it.
Yeah, so here we go. So it's grabbing the thing and storing it at the sprite pointer comma X. Now, this is where we need to be a bit careful because the sprite value comma X is going to be incrementing by 1 at a time, not by 2. So we need to make sure here that we actually take the X value and double it. So I'm just going to don't know where that had come. Was that on? Oh, okay, that was on another line. Okay, so I'm gonna separate this out as a new area. Okay, so I need to double the value that's in X and store it somewhere else. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to push X onto the stack, and I'm going to pull X back off the stack at this point, so that we can restore it. Then I'm going to transfer X to the accumulator, and I'm going to double it. And then I'm going to transfer it back to the X register again. So now we have this value is doubled. So now if we take our sprite pointer, this is our low byte of the sprite pointer, and store it here, and then increment X, and then do the same again with the MSB. I should have maybe copied your underscore MSB here, but okay. Well, you would definitely be able to recognize my code in here because it'll have lots of capitals.
Yeah, no problem.
Push X. Yeah, so we do sprite pointer update and then we restore. Okay, good. I think that's probably going to be it. I don't think there's going to be much more. Yeah, as I thought. That's really all it's doing. Yeah, that sort's crazy. That sort could be a lot quicker.
He does this weird thing where it kind of just sorts. It moves one sprite at a time in a
Yeah,
sort, kind of per
it's
frame.
crazy. It's a crazy
Hmm.
crazy way of doing it. But
Yeah.
hey, if it works, it works. That's the thing. So the way I tend to do sprite multiplays is I keep a list of indexes. I do the comparison of just the Y, but then all I shift is the index around. So instead of like shifting the values of one sprite with another sprite, what I do is I just have the numbers from 0 to 32 or 0 to 31, and those numbers just reorder. So I would draw sprite number 7 first, then sprite 3, and so on. And that makes the sort a lot quicker. But
Apparently, this is quite quick, but yeah. I mean, if I was going to do it now, I'd just roll my own.
yeah,
But
it's
then I
definitely
know
good
what was
practice
happening
to
as
do
well.
your own. Yeah,
Yeah.
you learn a lot from it. That's for sure.
Hmm.
All right, let's give this a try. So hopefully we should see in game. Okay. Join 3 with 310 in multiplayer. Okay, well this is good because in 6502 we can just do. Wait, that's not 310. Line 310. Oh, because that's main. That's why. Yeah. In 6502 you have to kind of flip this to be branch if equal and then do a jump. But in 45 GSO2 you can just make it a long branch. Okay, we've got our little sprites on that screen. Hopefully we should see, there we go, we've got proper sprites there now, and we should see two little dudes. And excellent. So we're getting there pretty quickly
Alright,
as
cool.
well.
That's nice.
So the next step is to start thinking about the background. So what I'm actually going to do, actually, do we have the background as a PNG? I don't think we do we? So I need to
No.
think about how the background's built. So you'll have a base kind of map, if you like, I imagine, and then on top of that, you will place kind of the interactive objects. So you've got your
Yeah, the
ammo, your
pickups and stuff.
crates, and
Mm.
the cactuses as well, the cacti.
Well, the cactuses are part of the map, actually.
Oh, they're loaded in straight. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's just trying to
There's
think
only
the
the
easiest way to
crates and
do this.
the bullets are the ones I place.
So I wonder.
They're not placed randomly, though.
Thank you.
They
I
have
need a
a-
drink to celebrate with you guys. Thank you very much. I'm gonna pretend I'm drinking from my water bottle. Cheers, Deft. Oh my god, that's a warm drop of water came out of that. That was kind of gross. That was not good. Thank you very much for the bits, Deft. Very much appreciated. I'd say it all goes towards the Nexus giveaways. I'm gonna feel a little bit lost once the Mega65 comes out. I won't really know what to do anymore. I'll have to find something else to give away. Okay. So I wonder, do we have the background map? Because how are you loading the map in? Do you have it already loaded in memory and then you just copy it onto the screen? Because you've got cactuses, right, which
Yeah.
destroy. So I imagine you've got a copy of it somewhere. Which
Yeah, I
you're
have there's the levels. If you
we're gonna give
see,
we've got full machines. Write a book about the Mega 65. Yeah. I do want to write a book at some point.
you can give away books.
Yeah.
Let's see. The levels are loaded separately,
Okay.
just as maps. The ones that are loaded now are packed, are crunched, and then you have to decrunch them. But I think in the resources folder, there's both a pack file and a ASM file.
Okay. So you've got
But
a
basically,
routine somewhere which depacks the map onto the screen.
yeah.
Okay, so we can probably replace that with something which just builds the map from somewhere else in memory, right? So
Yeah, it uses a TCD code.
well, actually, if it builds the map, then it's going to be right. Okay, so what we can probably do here, because we have all this memory down here that we're not using. So the current screen memory is down here, and we're not using any of that at the moment, other than what you see on there. So what I'm thinking is as the map unpacks, it's going to unpack into this area here, into 4,400 where your screen is. Then what I think we need to do is to save us kind of the effort of kind of rewriting that routine completely. What we can do is we can copy the data from there into the actual screen RAM, but in 2-byte increments. So we get the 16-bit values and actually point to a character set high up in memory. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by just getting the character set to work with this. So the easiest way to do this is to load it into this area that we load in with Toxic Frenzy, the characters there. I'm going to do exactly the same. But the way I'm going to do this is I'm not going to use the floppy load first. I only start messing with the floppy load once I know it's working. It's easy enough for me to actually get this to work just by importing it at the very end of the file. So I'm going to go into main. I'm going to set my file to this. Now this will throw some weird errors as it loads, but it should be enough to get this to work. So let me just catch up with a Mega65 C64 guys similar would be great. Maybe write a book about porting to C64 stuff. That would be really good, actually, to take a well-known game and get permission to import it, but then write it up as a book at the same time. That would be very, very nice to do. I'm not sure how I could do that. I'd have to find some stuff, but yeah, it'd be good to do that.
You could take Whizball. It's on your
Wi-
background.
Yeah, Whizball would be good. Yeah, getting permission to do these is difficult.
Yeah.
But you know, we're starting to gain connections with people, so it's not unheard of. Or I could just take one of my existing games and do that as well, I guess. But I don't know. It'd be good to. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. It's next year's problem anyway. So. All right, so we're gonna load characters here. So the way I'm gonna do this for now is I'm just gonna grab a PNG of the characters. So I need to load a character set in, and we're gonna grab a PNG of the characters. So I'm assuming that you have these in the resources as a CTM file somewhere.
Yep, I think so.
Awesome. That makes my life much easier. Some crazy
Some of them
people
are.
do bloody C64 studio files, and I have no clue what to do with them. So.
If I have that too.
All right, there we go. So we want a character set here. So I'm guessing they're all using pretty much the same character set. So
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference between the title screen and the game, but the game uses the same set for all the levels.
so if I just take Showdown level, is there a Showdown level 1 in here, or is that just Showdown 01? Let's take a look.
Try that.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, cool. So what I want to do is I want to take this character set and I just want to store it up in memory somewhere. So it doesn't really matter where we store this in memory as long as we create it as a PNG. So it's all uses high res as well, which is going to make actually updating these graphics kind of nice. Henning's going to have a good time with this, I think, because he can basically use the same kind of resolution and you know the high res graphics, but now he can use all the colors he wants within reason, obviously. Okay, so let's export that. So if you go in here, you can export the character set as an image. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file, a new folder in here, and I'm going to call it M65 resources. Just because the number of kind of files it might output here might be a bit weird. So I'm going to call this level chars PNG, and then I'm going to go into Sprite and I'm going to open it. Actually, did I do it in here? Did I do it in here last time, or did I do it through? So let me just take a quick look at what I did with Luma. I can't remember if I actually did it through Sprite scripts or whether I did it through my own script. No, I used Sprite. Okay, that's fine. Just so I know. Oh yeah, of course, because my code actually uses tiles and not meta tiles rather than just chars, but we need to use chars here. So. Okay, that's fine. Showdown, M65 resources, level chars. So there we go. Well, there's our character set. So I should, in theory, just be able to export this using Timeizer, which Monsters Go Boom did. And this should allow me to export the character set. Actually, I only need the character set. I don't need anything else here, I don't think. Yes, I only need the character set. So I'm going to export the chars.bin here. I'm going to keep any duplicates because I don't want to change the character set at all. Okay, that gives me where's that going to be in memory? Sorry, how big is it going to be in memory, should I say? Okay, 16 kilobytes. So perfect. So with the title screen, we can just have another character set, which is another 16 kilobytes, and just load in, slightly different numbers. So as I say, this is the same as sprites. So with sprites, your bank numbers start at 0, and every 16 kilobytes through the memory that you go, your MSB for the sprite index is going to go up by 1. So you've got sprite 0 to 255 with a bank number of 0, and then sprite 0 to 255 with a bank number of 1, which is the banks that we're using at the moment. And it's the same with chars. Chars use exactly the same system as well. So that means if we put our characters at 1000, so just above the 64 kilobytes that we normally use for the C64, then our bank number is 4. So all our characters will be 04 and then whatever the original character number was. So all we would do is we'd import this 16 kilobytes into that bank, and then if we want the title screen, we would import that into the next bank, and the title screens would use 05 for these numbers instead. So let's go ahead and import chars.bin into that location. So we'll do that here. So let's import binary chars.bin, and that comes from M65 resources. So that's going to import those characters there, but we're still not going to see anything when we launch this. And the reason we're not going to see anything when we launch this is because oh, you can ask him yourself.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just silent. Did I ever get the C64 debugger working better yet? That I always needed to do. Well, the only reason, the only time I needed to do the Control R and Control L was for my the Rogue 4K, I think. It had a weird startup sequence. Otherwise, it just loads.
How's that going as well, your Rogue 4K? Because I know you've been doing a lot of extra work on it. It looks really nice, by the way. I'm kind of looking forward to playing the full version. I enjoyed the cassette 50 version as well. So
yeah, I
to play
renamed
with
it.
the extra graphics will be cool. So
I renamed it to Rogue 64.
Are you going to use all 64?
All 64, yeah, exactly.
Nice.
It's a bit of a brazen title, I guess, calling it Rogue 64, but yeah, it's kind of it's going to be an expanded version. I've got a custom character set. And
It
he's going
looks
to be
really
working
nice.
with
It looks
me.
really good. Yeah.
Yeah, at the moment I've just been pixeling myself, and then when Honey has time, he's going to help me upgrade the graphics some more.
Very cool.
And yeah, so it's coming along. I'm just gonna this version. I'm gonna be adding all the stuff I couldn't do for the 4K version.
Yeah, and to be honest, you got a lot into that 4K version. The things that always impressed me about the cassette fit. So we all had our criteria that we were kind of judging by, but how we came about scoring was entirely up to the individual. For me, I always rated games highly when they had a procedural element to them. And that obviously meant, games like Rogue 4K and was it Petsky Cave? I think that Russell Mills did as well. Is it Russell Mills who did that one? I can't remember,
Yeah,
to be honest. I think it was, yeah. Scored nice and highly because of that, because when you've got a game that's only in 4K, it's very easy to write something which is just very repetitive, very samey, and doesn't really change very much. So whenever you have those limitations and you can work in procedural stuff, it's really nice. It's nice to have that kind of that replayability, if you like.
it ended up being quite a challenge because I think the actual procedural stuff took almost 2K of code.
I'm not surprised.
It's because I use this weird, well, not weird, but I use the graph theory thing where you make a complete graph and you pull out the nodes. And then when you pull out nodes, you have to recheck it's still a complete graph. That means you can get from one node to every other node. So there's a whole algorithm behind it, and it's way too much for a 4K game.
Yeah. Well, you've got it in there. It's impressive.
Yeah, it ended up working. It worked pretty well actually, but that meant I had to reduce quite a few other features for the game.
All right. Okay. Okay. So it looks like here you've got this is the unpack, right? Start game, and then it works out which level you're on, and then it calls decrunch.
Yeah, decrunch it.
Let's go and have a look for that, and then when that's finished, that's when we should jump to. Okay, screen's right. Yeah, so here basically. So what we're doing is we're loading a memory. We're loading something into 400, I believe. I believe that's where the screen is. So I need to just double check that. Yeah, child screen 4400. So that's where the screen is currently being loaded to. So we'll leave that in place. We're not going to touch that. We're going to leave that exactly as it is. And instead, what we're going to do is, as soon as it's finished, we're going to call another routine here, which is copy screen to 16-bit. And this is going to take the current screen data that we've got, and it's going to copy it into the current screen data that we've loaded in at 4,400, and it's going to copy it down to 0800 where the screen actually is. But it's going to do it in a way that pads out each byte with an MSB as well. And that MSB is going to be the bank number for the levels, which will be 04. So it's not going to be the simplest routine in the world, but it should work fairly seamlessly without us having to mess around too much with the code. I just need to find where's the best place to put it now, I guess. So this is all in main. Maybe I should make another. Yeah, let's go ahead and make another file in here. Let's call it M65 routines.
Yeah, that
Yes.
main file is pretty big.
And let's just drop all our stuff in here. So I've completely lost where that was again there. Copy screen to 16-bit. So we'll use this file here just to copy, just to do kind of M65 specific stuff that really doesn't kind of belong anywhere else. So we need to import it though, which is going to be the fun bit. So I'm going to just try and build quickly just to see where the memory is being used again. Okay, it needs to be imported, damn it. All right. What's our imports?
They're all at the bottom, I think, of main.
Oh, is that them? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's just import that there and see how much room it takes up. It might be enough. 65. I've called it now, routines. Okay. So I just want to see, oops. I want to see how much memory we've got to play with here. So actually we've got quite a bit. I mean, 4,000 is not being used. We've still got quite a bit here, so I think we're probably all right. I can't remember if 4,000 is being used at all. I don't think it is. No, okay. We've also still got quite a bit of memory up here, and we've got a bit of memory here as well. So I think we're okay. So I'm not going to change anything just yet. We'll just start writing code, and hopefully it should be fine. So what we want to do, we want to move code from 4400 to 0800, but we want to do it in kind of for every byte we increment on our source, our destination needs to increment by 2. So this is going to get a little bit tricky. This is not going to be completely straightforward. But if we just go about it where every increment is potentially a rollover, we should be fine. So the way I'm going to do this is, first of all, is I'm going to take the value 0 and I'm going to store that in our 2 locations for the LSBs. Use 0 page to set those. We've already got some values in here already, which we can use. Copy screen source, copy screen destination. They sound perfect. They sound exactly like what we want. So let's just go ahead and do that. The color RAM can stay exactly the same. There's no reason for us to change color RAM at all. And in fact, when we start implementing the full color mode, in fact, we'll have to implement full color mode. When we do turn that on, the color RAM will be completely pointless. We won't need to do anything with it. In fact, what we'll see is that the screen wipes will then look completely different. We'll have to kind of figure out how to do screen wipes a bit differently. So, but let's get this in. I've got about 10 minutes left. It should be enough to get this working. Okay, so let's copy screen source. Yeah, so we're gonna set source and destination LSBs to be 0 because They're on page boundaries. No need for us to mess around with that at all. We do need to set the source to be 44 and the destination to be 08. Oops, too much. Destination, source, there we go. Okay, cool. So that's the basic setup done. Now, I don't think there's any copy screen to 16-bit. I don't think there's any reason for us to worry about the X and the Y. We've got lots of jumps into other routines here, so I'm going to assume X and Y are fine to use. I can't see why they wouldn't be, and we'll definitely see issues if there is straight away.
Should be okay. Should be okay.
And to be honest, we can push them very quickly onto the stack and pull them back anyway. So, okay, okay. So let's copy 1 byte and let's look at what we need to do. So we need to take a value. So first of all, we start with Y on 0. We need to take a value from the screen source, Y, and we need to store that at screen destination. Now, if we were to store it at comma Y, we would run into a problem because we need to increment this one by +1, and we need to increment this one by +2. But luckily, the C65 and the Mega65 has a Z register, which allows you to do exactly the same indexing mode as with Y, using 0 page indirect. But now means we can increment this 1 by 2 separately. So we can now increment these individually from each other. So all we need to do is we copy the lower byte into our destination, then we increment the Z, and we load 04, which is our level, let's call it level bank, I guess is what it is. And then that goes in here as well. Okay. And now we need to increment both the Y and the Z at this point. But what we need to do here is increment Y. If it's not equal to 0, then we skip over. If it does equal 0, then the next thing we need to do is we need to increment our copy screen source +1. So we need to make sure that this value is incremented by, sorry, this value here is incremented by 1 every time we loop over. And we'll do the same with the Z register here as well. And this will be increment in the destination. And basically we can copy all the way down four lots of screens. So every time this happens, 4 times will allow this to happen, or 8 times for this one here. So what we can do is if we just check this value here, that, and compare that to 1, 0, and if that's equal, we jump to exit, which I'm going to put here. Otherwise, we're going to jump to our loop here. So it's going to keep going through, adding 2 bytes to the destination from 1 byte. So converting an 8-bit value into a 16-bit value, where the upper nibble is always 04 and the lower nibble is exactly the same as it. Sorry, the upper byte is the most significant byte is 04. The least significant byte is exactly what the 8-bit value was before. And it's going to keep doing that until it reaches the bottom of the screen, basically. Actually, it'd be a little bit more past the bottom of the screen. Why not branch if not equal? Because you're not necessarily, because you might not necessarily be in here. You might jump to here. So you always need this here. The problem is you may not do that. I guess I could change this to automatically go to the loop like that, I guess. And then do that, I guess. That would do the same. There you go. It was just for consistency rather. It does make it look a little bit more complicated, but simpler in terms of code. I'll give you some points for that, Andy. I think that's worthy of 5 points. If I can find you in the list. There we go. 3 bytes save 3 AMK points. I do love how you guys have been talking about the challenge in terms of cycle bytes, and killer cycle bytes is the new one that I've been hearing, because it was always mega cycle bytes, but now your cycle bytes are lower, so you're calling them killer cycle bytes, which is kind of cool. I like how that phrase has been coined and it's been stuck to. So
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
right, let's give that a try. Hopefully, we should see something. I don't know exactly what we're going to see. No, we won't, because I haven't set the full color screen mode yet. So let me full color character mode. So that is I can't remember where these things are. I need to learn these. I'm slowly getting there with some of them, but CLR high and FCLR low. So oh damn it, I did know this one as well. I think. These are a 5-4, so it's bottom 3 bytes of that. So I don't think that's been set yet. So let's just go and check. No, okay. So let me just check in Toxic Frenzy. Yeah, so it's been set in here in Toxic Frenzy. So just copy that from there and drop this over here. Let's do it. So game screen. Let's do it before the hot register stuff. Why not? And I think this will be the last run until Saturday. So we should actually, this might all be done by Saturday. I was going to say Thursday, but it's not. It's checking out on Thursday, so this will be Saturday that we continue this.
I'll see if we can get some new graphics for it as well.
Well, that would be
Maybe.
awesome.
Hmm.
Oh, it's not quite there. Is it using the right? Maybe I've not got the screen set up quite right yet. But that's fine. We've got the characters are actually loading into memory. I know they're loading into memory because when we go to load it, you'll see that the Mega65 complains about illegal devices and stuff, and that's because we're writing over that area of 1000 onwards where some other stuff happens there. So you get all these kind of weird errors that pop up. But for testing, it's absolutely fine. We can definitely see it's gone into full color character mode because you can see there's more than 4 colors in each of these blocks. It is a bit kind of flashy. I don't like having those flashy things on screen. But it definitely seems to be doing something. There's definitely a pattern there. I don't think it's the correct pattern though, but there's definitely something there. It could just
Looks
be
like
that the screens might still be on 80 columns wide because it looks like there's 2 paths here. Do you know what I mean? There's a
yeah,
path
it's
that's
kind of
like a
crunched
quarter
as
of the
well.
way across. Yeah, so
Hmm.
okay, that's fine. Also, color RAM, we need to turn off the color RAM stuff. So I think it's 2 things here. I think it's the line lengths are probably set to 80, as I see there, Paul has said, yeah. But also, I think because color RAM is being filled with values and we're in full color character mode, the color RAM is causing some things like go to X's and it's causing some weird stuff to happen. So we need to turn off all the color RAM stuff as well. But yeah, we'll check that out on Saturday. But I think this is looking kind of okay now. So quite pleased with that. I'm quite pleased with that. It's
Yeah, it
not
looks
bad
good.
progress. Not bad progress. As I say, it's playable. It's just I have no idea what I'm shooting at, so I don't know if there's a cactus there or not. Well, it looks like there is because I'm hitting something. And also, yeah, it is the character mode because if you look at the bottom, you can see the HUD. You can see the bullets being used, the little cyan and red bit. So it's definitely right. So I will give Paul some points because he's spotted it. There we go. Cool. All right, cool. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to find someone to raid. Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Zenda. Awesome, and thank you for the opportunity
yeah.
to convert this as well. It's a lot of fun. I do like doing this, and if anybody does have any games that they've done that they want me to convert, I'm happy to do it. I really do enjoy doing this. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, thanks
Um,
for giving it a go with the conversion for Showdown. It's going to be fun to have it running on the Mega 65.
It's going to look great, I think, as well. I mean, with
Yeah.
Henning doing the graphics as well, you've done a really nice job of the game code as well. You've made it very easy for me to work with, so I'm very pleased with that. Let's go and raid. Who should we raid? Let's have a look. Collective Mining Corp, Retro, China. That's raid Chalk. I always like raiding Chalk. Let's start on that. It's amazing how fast you got it working. It was a great stream. Yeah, no problem. I will be doing YouTube videos of this and Toxic Frenzy once I've got the games fully done. But yeah, I'm happy to do anything. If you can get a classic game and you can get the license to do it or the permission to do it, I'm perfectly happy to disassemble something and work with it and get it working as well. So feel free to do it. Some games are going to be trickier than others, obviously, but as a simple game with a character map background or a bitmap background and simple sprites and things, absolutely fine, no problem whatsoever. Even scrolling games, not a problem. Things like Elite and Sentinel and stuff, they'd be a bit trickier, but not impossible, not impossible at all. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. I shall see you on Thursday for Checkanoid, where we'll be trying to get some of these new map levels done. So until then, take care, and I shall see you with Cider next time on Thursday. Cheerio, and thanks again, Zendar, as well.
Yeah,
Take
thank you.
care, all.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Cool. Thanks, Zendar.
All right, cheers. Sorry, I'm not a big talker, so I just
That's all right.
kind
You've been great. It's good fun. I like having extra people on the stream.
yeah, it was fun. It's
It's
fun.
interesting. All right,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna.
great seeing you work on the game. So yeah, thanks a
Yeah,
lot.
it's been fun. It's been really fun. We enjoyed it a lot. Why have I not gone to the right channel? Damn it! All right.
All right then, I'm gonna go and get some sleep.
All
It's
right.
about
Take
1:30
care,
here.
Zendo. Yeah, it's getting late
All
here
right.
as well. Take care.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. Cheers. See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome, all raiders. Shalon has raided me so many times, but if it's your first time here, my name is Shiny Sulk, and we are playing a baby game called Super Ghouls and Ghosts at the moment. And it is just so easy. I can't believe how easy this game is.
Okay, let's begin. Good evening, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me well. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the host, Pro7, Andy Magic Knight, and praise be the Spiral. The Spiral is the only god you need to worship. Hope you're all doing well. I'm going to get cracking with the vodka. I haven't had a drink. Well, I had my cider the other day, but that didn't really count. This is the serious drink. So we're going to get this down my neck tonight with some lime soda. Tonight we're going to do Showdown as we were doing on Tuesday. We made some pretty decent progress with it. What I want to do tonight is kind of get the game to a point where it can just be reskinned by Henning when he's ready to do that. So we're going to create the PNGs and kind of make sure everything loads in properly and the scripts are running, and get everything into one kind of repo so everything can kind of load kind of easily from that, and then I can just hand it over to Zendar to finish off. As for the stream lag, a white t-shirt, not black ones. Yeah, it's my Thalamus t-shirt. Yeah, I do pretty much. This is probably the only white t-shirt I own. Everything else is black. So, yeah. So, I've already checked. It's my stream is set to low latency. I changed the I changed the server to auto instead of just London EU, so it should, in theory, pick the best possible server for it. So I've no idea what's going on there. I don't know why it just seems to be my stream. Maybe it's my 60 frames per second setting or something. I don't know. But I'm not going to turn off the 60 frames per second. I don't think it's worth it. Because it really helps with the demo stuff. So all UK streams are laggy at the moment. Okay. Thank you very much, Amok, for the bits. Very much appreciated. Cheers. And also really good work with the documentation. By the way, for the Nexus stuff, very, very good. At 60 FPS. Yeah, I'm not sure what's causing it. It's something I don't really know what to do with that. I think I have fixed my overlay, by the way, the timers on the overlay. So if I do have to, for some reason, reset the refresh the overlay, it should, in theory, keep the timers now. I think, anyway. But I did some changes about 10 minutes before the stream started and did some quick tests. I think it should be fine. So. But yeah, white t-shirt. I do like this t-shirt. I got this with the Hunter's Moon Indiegogo package, I think it was. It was one of them, Indiegogo or Kickstarter. I can't remember. I think it was Indiegogo. I got it with that. And I kind of like it. But I tend to wear just black on stream. I tend to wear just black anyway. I tend not to wear anything else. Right. So we're gonna phone we're gonna dial Zendar into this as well. So we're gonna have Zendar on the call as again as we did last time. So I will kind of knock the music down a little bit in a minute. I was just trying to think, was there something else I wanted to go over before we start? No, that was pretty much it. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. No. All right. Let's give Zendar a call and get him on the line. Okay. Let's find my window. There we go. Let's just knock the music down a little bit. Let's volume up. There we go.
Hello, hello.
Hey Zendar, how you doing?
Very good, Shalom. Very good. How are you doing?
Not bad, thanks. Not bad. I had a nice, relaxing day today, just playing games. So.
All right. Well, I didn't. I had to fix my veranda. I was had to prepare it before I do some oiling of it. So that's what I had to do today with a bit of a hangover as well. So,
Oh no, not my sort of thing. That if
no.
I've got a hangover, I'm staying in bed pretty much.
All right.
How's the levels? Everyone, is Zendar at the right volume? Too loud? Too quiet? Let me know. Wake me up before you Indiegogo, Acmafin. Acmafin's jokes. They don't improve.
No.
Okay, so I think we got to the point last time. Let me just reset the Mega65.
Yeah, I told you I was gonna change the sprites, do them into 16 wide.
Yep.
I didn't get around to doing it. I had a lot of other stuff I had to do.
That's all
But
right.
I think we'll just do it with when Hanning does the
So what we
tweaking of
can
the
do
graphics.
is we can just kind of create some temporary placeholders for them. And create. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to include the script that I use into the folder, so we can run it as part of the make file, and it's all kind of self-contained. And we'll go once we get things displaying on screen correctly. We'll go through. For now, I'm going to leave the sprites as they are. We're going to get the backgrounds in place first. Once the backgrounds are done and we've got those loading from PNG files, then we'll move on to doing the sprites, and the sprites will be the disenchanted background. Quite pleased with that one. I do like that. The sprites will be, they'll have to be kind of moved and things changed about them. So that's why I'm going to leave them till last. So let's start with Well, let's start by just doing a little test. Let's see where we're at with this, and let's get my windows sorted out. Okay, so there we go. So I seem to remember we had the sprites working, we had the intro
Yeah.
kind of working,
Hmm.
obviously without the right graphics in the game. None of the character graphics were correct, but the actual flow of the game was working. So let's take a look. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's flashing like crazy, but that's fine, as to be expected. Yeah, there we go. So we do have a problem with the way the screen is being displayed, but that's probably because the color RAM is being edited. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the color RAM from being edited. So anytime there's a color RAM change anywhere, we're going to get rid of that and replace it with, well, we're just going to blank it out for now. So I'm assuming that there is a color RAM, either you're using the variable D800 or you're the memory location D800, or you've set a label. There you go for your color RAM. Okay.
I think I should do DA100 directly and Showdown.
Oh wait, what have I got? Oh, this is searching through everything. Okay, actually, what I'm going to do, open just Showdown, because otherwise it's going to get really confusing when it searches through every single Mega65 project that I've got.
I should have probably used constant there. It's like 30 results when I look for the 800 in the project.
That's fine. Well, we can do a search and replace with it as well. So hopefully it's just the 800 that you're using, and you don't have any direct. Yeah, see, you're using. See, good. I like
doing all the
that.
offsets, yeah.
Yeah, good. I like that. Okay, that's fine. That means I don't even need to do. Let me just set my windows up. So there we go. Let's put the results on there. Yeah. Just rearranging now for you. My main on here, because this side I'll just keep for kind of running, and the main file, which I can you can see the top half, and then this is where I'll do the code on this side. Then you can see. Yeah, I don't know what is the problem with the lag at all. I really do wish I knew what it was. I might have to do some tests, I think, before Tuesday stream and see what I can do. I don't know what it is at all.
Yeah, I had to mute your the Twitch and then just do it on Discord, your voice.
No, because
Otherwise,
so
otherwise we'd have a really weird conversation.
yeah, you'd be like one of those comedy sketches in it where you're answering questions like one behind or something. Okay, right. Let's go through each file one at a time and just remove anything that does a color RAM change. So this one does here. It also does a bitmap color fade. We're not going to need that either, because we're going to actually, I will leave that in. I will put to do fade. There you go. I will go through the to-dos at some point. In fact, let me just do a quick search in project for to do. Hopefully I have put some in. Yes, okay, so we've got a clear screen, fade color. Okay, cool. So I'll pick them up at the end when I start doing, because we're going to probably do a palette fade to do the color fades, because I can't really think of any other way of doing that. So okay, so that's this one here. So let's go to this one, and this is doing storing black in. Oh, okay, in a few different places here. Still no nexus. Okay, let me quickly check on that. It's like I said, I'll probably give it to the end of this week, and then if there's still nothing by the end of this week, then I will contact them to. Oh, I didn't send you the tracking either. Let me send you the tracking. Yeah, because it's just. I'll send you the tracking now, Doc, and you'll see what I mean. It's stuck on. Where are you? know you're on here somewhere. I've seen you. There you are. There you go. Oops. You see, it's kind of exported by international gateway and then stuck. So yeah, I'll give it to the end of this week, and if there's still nothing, we'll phone them up, and I'll phone them up and shout at them a little bit. Angry
It's
Northerners tend to get things done. So
could be just be stuck on a boat somewhere.
yeah,
in a canal.
I think I shipped it air. I think I did. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I would have shipped it air. So the problem is because of the customs charges, I listed it as £50 value. So if I do get some kind of compensation for it, it's only going to be like £50 of my delivery cost, but at least it's something.
Well, they normally get that, don't they?
Sending packages through Sweden because of a train accident. Ah, okay. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, it's nothing. Oh, let me add points. I've completely forgot to add points to you all. There you go. And start the races for you. Got quiz.
I wonder what the AI is doing in the game. It doesn't seem to be able to hit the player at the moment.
Ah, interesting. I guess we'll get a better idea when. Oh, there's some transparency in this. I could see the yeah, the transparency
The
in
wagon,
the walls.
yeah.
Yeah, I could see the wagon going up.
So the sprites have like a 32-bit palette now, right?
Sorry.
The sprites will have a 32-bit palette.
They're 23 bits, so 7 bits for red and then 8 for green and blue. Yeah.
No, I was thinking 32 colors. I mean,
16 colors for
16.
each
All
sprite.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But for each sprite, you can have a separate palette for each.
You can have a separate palette for each sprite. Yeah.
All right, that's pretty cool.
It is very cool. Yeah. It's a little bit awkward when you do a multiplex though, because you have to switch palettes as well. Because the way it works is Sprite 0 uses palette entries 0 to 15. Sprite 1 uses palette entries 16 to 23, 16 to 31, and so on and so on. Each sprite uses the next 16 palette entries. So if you do a multiplexer, you have to kind of swap palette values around to make it work.
That's what segments in the palette.
Yeah, it's a little bit frustrating, but you can do it. And thankfully, DMA makes things a bit quicker. Okay, so I'm just going to comment this out because it's a coloram thing. I'm going to put a to do here. Check coloram. I don't think this will be needed at all, but I'm just going to remove it there because what I'm worried about at the moment is that if there's any self-mod code that references anything inside these while I'm deleting chunks of code like this, it might actually break things.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I'm not that smart. So
Okay.
Or at least I wasn't being that smart when I was making Showdown.
Okay, well that's a relief then. That means this probably isn't an issue then. But I'm gonna put to-dos up next to all the ones that I comment out anyway, just in case there is an error. Then I can kind of backtrack and find them all. And I'm gonna leave them commented out.
I think the main area I use the coloram is when I'm wiping the screen.
Right.
And the fading, I guess, is the important bits. So if you could fade the palette, it wouldn't be a problem. The screen wipe, I don't know how it's going to be done, but it's probably
yeah, we'll figure that out when we get to it. There'll be a sneaky way of doing it, I'm sure. So just going to work our way through these. I'm just going to keep putting the to-dos in place just so I can double check on them, and if I have to kind of remove them later, then I can remove them later. Just want to check that one again. Yeah, that's okay. That's already commented out. That's already commented out. Screen wipe is okay. So screen wipe is doing the column colors. Okay,
Hmm.
so we can probably do that by. So what does the screen mode do? Does it place a character? Oh yeah, it does place a
Yeah,
character,
it just puts an empty character in, and then it
and then
blacks
colors
it
it.
out, or it colors it either black or one of the other different colors.
Okay, so we can just add 3 new characters or 4 new characters or whatever we need
yeah, of course.
to emulate the same thing.
Hmm.
Okay, that should be easy enough then. Oh, there's a few of these. Okay. So the reason I'm blanking out all these color RAM things is because if we go into 16-bit character mode, which is where every character is referenced by 2 bytes rather than 1, we also enable super extended attribute mode, and super extended attribute mode is the thing that gives us underline, it gives us blink, it gives us the raster rewrite buffer stuff. So what we will quite often see if you don't kind of properly initialize the color ramp, as you will see things start blinking, you'll see things missing, or lines kind of suddenly behave very, very differently to how they should behave, and you get all sorts of weird corruption. So hopefully this will alleviate that. We may have to fill the color RAM with a default of 0 somewhere in the code, but we're freeing up plenty of room, so that shouldn't be a problem. So I think, yeah, we've got a couple more in this file. Okay, so 3 more in this file. How's Rogue 64 going? Are you almost done with that now?
No, not really. Almost done. It's playable at the moment. I made the demo for Zap 64.
Yeah, I saw you've made the demo for that. I'm looking forward to playing
Yeah.
that actually. Looks
So,
really nice. I really like the reskin.
yeah,
You made good use of it.
it's my pixel skills.
That's good.
I did buy a character pack. So some of I think the main character and a couple of the pickups are from a character pack that I bought.
Okay.
Then I did the pixeling of all the stones and stuff.
Yeah, it looks
So
nice.
Handy hasn't had time to do anything, so I just had a go myself. That's some coder graphics.
Yeah, it's really difficult as a coder, I think, to learn to pixel. I've been slowly trying. I'm getting better at it, but even to do something basic that an artist could do, in a matter of minutes, takes me hours and hours and hours. But
Yeah, it's the same with me. I just drawing these stones for the walls, and I was like trying to get some kind of perspective, but yeah, it took me 2 days to get the coloring right and then get the
yeah,
pixeling right. It's so
yeah, I
weird.
know the feeling.
Handy would probably use 1 hour.
Yeah, exactly. They're so used to doing it because it's it's either their job or they've just been doing it for so long, and they're kind of very talented with it. That the stuff that like we say, the stuff that takes us days will take them like an hour, if that.
Yeah. Well, I remember back in I think it was Gathering 94 or something. Me and Hanning were in the same demo group, and
Wow.
he was painting this picture on the Amiga, and he was so fast with Darks Paint with all the keyboard shortcuts and stuff. And there's this woman he was drawing a woman, and you could see the hair growing while he was painting. And it was like it ended up like there's 15, 20 people gathered around just watching him do the drawing. That was pretty cool.
I love that stuff. I really do. I wish I could do it. I was watching these kind of YouTube time lapse videos of people painting last night. I just got sucked into it, and before I knew it, I'd spent hours and hours watching this damn video. But it's really good. This guy was painting like landscapes with water and trees and stuff, and it was a photorealistic by the time he'd done it. It was really, 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 really clever.
It's nice.
I wish I
Nice
could
of
do
people
that
that can do
stuff.
that. Yeah, same here. I'd probably love to do it if I could.
Okay, I think we've got a few more because looking at that, it is still flashing. So that flashing is probably due to a color RAM change at some point. So I
Yeah, you see,
noticed yeah. I was just going to
the
say you're going to
scroller
say the
has
same thing.
the
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, basically the scroller has some stuff, and then it's probably the switching as well.
Let's just turn that off a second so it doesn't affect anybody. Always very conscious of that now. Somebody mentioned it the other, well, a couple of streams months ago now. But ever since then, I've always been a little bit conscious, like, oh yeah, actually, this could potentially give somebody a seizure if I'm not careful. Okay, this is all the Acme code. So I'm actually going to remove the Acme code now because I don't think it's necessary anymore. Just going to get rid of that Acme folder. I just had it there for reference before, but I think it's probably fine now. Okay, so we're commented out everywhere. I think we might still have a reference that isn't using these offsets, maybe. Or I've missed one somewhere. Okay. Let's give that a compile and see what happens and assemble. We're all over the fact. No, I think it's definitely a good thing to turn off these flashy things. It's okay. So I still got issues on the intro screen.
All over the fat. That's true for me.
Okay, so intro screen. Where is that? What's the file? Is that just in main? Or
Yeah, it's just in main, I think.
okay,
Yeah.
let's move main over here then. Let's take a look.
You're talking about the title screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the title screen color date. So these are the ramps, I imagine, for oh, actually they're not the ramps. Looking at that, it's like grey, red. Oh, okay. This is probably just the bitmap color at the top. But
Actually, there's a title screen.asm. I was just yeah.
Oh yeah, missed that completely. Okay. Okay, so sprite positions, sprite pointers, sprite colors, char copy. Okay, that should be fine as well. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything here, but I'm just thinking we probably need to start by clearing that clearing the color ramp. So I'm going to use actually I've got the let me make a folder called includes in here. Or just include. And in that I'm going to put the oops, a different folder. In that I'm going to put the Mega65 macros and anything else that I use, like scripts and stuff. I will put all of those in here. Then that way, when I hand this over to you, it's just self-contained, and you can quite easily run the compile and run the assemble, run the make file, and it should build perfectly. Projects.
I feel I'm getting this sort of kickstart off to my project. I feel like I'm cheating almost having you.
So I'm really enjoying this. I think these are the most fun streams for me at the moment. I really enjoyed doing Toxic Friends. That was cool. I'm really enjoying doing this. I enjoyed doing Luma. I kind of wish I'd streamed the Luma thing now, to be honest. But I didn't. Oh, did I not put my? I thought I put my PC in. Maybe I didn't. Oh, I did. I did put my PC in. I think you were just beat by somebody else, maybe. But whatever that is, I'm not sure what that is. Oh, it looks like Buffy. Oh, too early. Okay. It's the lag, isn't it? The lag's the problem. It's a good job it's on 15 minutes, so 15 seconds grace period between the things. Okay, right, main. So I'm going to go into main now. I'm going to change this to just be include. I'll just make sure that this runs again. I'm not going to turn it on. I'm just going to run it, just make sure that it's importing that file, which it is doing. Okay, great. So the reason I want that file, and I'm going to open it on this side. I know you can't see this side very well, but you should be able to see just the bit that I'm going to use, which is going to be this bit here. We need to find the entry point, 6,000. Okay, so here's where we're doing our entry code. And I believe we have quite a bit of space there as well now. Well, we've got some space. I wouldn't say we've got quite a bit unless we've got some at 7,000. I can't remember. I think the screens are in. Well, we're moving the screen down to 0800, so that's at least one thing. But let's begin by setting up here. The color ramp, and I shall jumps into this section here, then into the here. Okay. So this is macros, and then it comes. Okay, so yeah, all of this actually runs up to 6E1B. Okay, that's fine. So let's make a routine here, and this is just going to be a DMA job. So basically, this is going to we'll run DMA job, which is a macro, and we're going to pass in job as the target, and then it's going to return. And then here we're going to put our job details. So we're going to start with the DMA header, and where we're copying from doesn't really matter because we're going to do a fill. So that can be 0. Destination bank. So where the target is going to be FF8, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, the way these banks are split up, we have like so. So this is our kind of 16-bit part of the address. This is the I guess you would call this the sub bank. I think I've been calling this, and this is the megabyte bank. So this is what we need to put here, the megabyte bank. Then we need to do DMA fill, which should be here, a fill job. And that wants a source byte, which we're going to fill with 0, destination, length and a chain. Okay, so this is where we need to put this bit in, the destination. So our destination is 8,000. You could technically do that, put the whole address in. In fact, I will put the whole address in because this actually trims it out and only uses those values here. So I'm going to put it in here just so we can see exactly the address we're moving to. The DMA header bank up here needs to have these top 2 bytes of this. Basically, the nibbles 4 and 5 from the thing. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we need length and a chain. So how much do we want to fill? So we're going to fill, it's 40 columns wide times 2 bytes for each one times 25 rows. Should be enough. We're not going to use any raster rewrite buffer stuff, so that should be the right size. And are we going to chain it? No, this is the last thing in the chain, so that should be enough to clear the color RAM. So let's give that a quick try. Let's move screen wipe over there. I don't know why. In fact, let's close other ones at this point. Give that a try. Yeah, there we go. It's quite an old picture of it. That actually, I need to get an updated picture of it. Has it even got the Xbox? Oh, it has got the Xbox. There you go. It's fairly up to date there, but it's not lit up correctly there. Okay, so we're still getting fleshing on here, and I'm still seeing color being edited there. So let's go through and have a look at the title screen to see what's actually going on in here. Is that an LCD in the bottom? Yeah. So there's a little. How big is that actually? So I'll measure it. Where's my ruler? It's 7-inch LCD, 720p LCD in the bottom. I tend to put the Raspberry Pi stuff on that. So there's a Raspberry Pi, a PS4, an Xbox Series S in here, as well as the PC. But I tend to run the Raspberry Pi on here in kind of demo mode, or I have it on Mega65, which is what I've got now. So I'm viewing the Mega65 on that little LCD in the bottom there. Or I've got a TV to the side of me here, which I shall actually turn on, which I can also run the Mega65 on, which is probably, it's like, oh God, that's flashing at me though. So you can see it flashing on my cheek here. So I'll turn that off actually till we get that sorted. So yeah, that's what that else is. But this is all controlled, so you can't actually see it. Unfortunately, the camera won't reach around to it. But I have a HDMI switching panel in front of me, which allows me to switch between 9 different HDMI inputs into any of my 4 screens, and the projector as well, which is over that direction. But the projector is not hooked up at the moment. But and so I can basically take the PC, the Raspberry Pi, the Mega65, the Xbox, the PS4, the OSSC, the capture card, anything like that, and reroute it to any of the screens that I want to reroute it to. It's very nice. It's a nice little setup. It took me a while to find the right device to do that, and they weren't cheap either. But
I was just going to say, pretty sounds expensive.
yeah, HDMI switches, like finding a HDMI switcher is not too bad, but finding one that can do 4K and maintain 60 frames a second while doing it is very, very difficult, especially if you want to have multiple channels in it as well. But this actually just has a couple of channels that I can kind of reroute, and then I have like like an old-fashioned HDMI switcher, which doesn't have the fancy kind of remote stuff on it. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I have a USB switch. I just switch between my desktop machine and my work machine.
That's the one thing I don't have actually, is something to. I tend to remote desktop into my work machine or into my second, because I got a second PC on the right hand side there. And I just use remote desktop for them now. Or if I really, really want to kind of do stuff on it, the second PC has got a keyboard and mouse, but it's kind of tucked behind it, and then I'll just put it on the monitor at the side of me.
Yeah, the problem with work PC is it does some VPN stuff, so I can't be bothered figuring out how to connect to it remotely.
Yeah.
So it's for a client I'm working for.
Okay. I hate VPN stuff. I really do.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything which. Oh, maybe let's take a look at. Where was the address? Bitmap calls. There wasn't another version of it somewhere up here, I think. No, Bitmap calls is here. Okay. So the other thing it could be is setting at D018 as well. So D018 is obviously going to be set to some kind of bitmap mode in some cases. So
we've set in line 526 in main.
So I'm going to turn that one off there. Anytime it's set, basically, it just needs turning off. Because the only thing that D018 is going to do is just going to tell us where the VIC bank is and where the character, sorry, not where the VIC bank, where the screen and where the character ROM is, character RAM. And we don't need to set those because we're going to have our own version of that. So that's probably what's going on here at the moment, is it's flicking around in different screens.
Yeah, it does that. If you search for IRQ_title in main, it does it 2 times there because it's switching banks.
Yeah, I figured it might be doing it. Oh, it's doing it in quite a few places. That's good. That's good. Easy for us to adjust. Okay, and there's one in the BP logo. Show BP logo. I'm half expecting the British Petroleum logo to show up.
Badger punch.
And test. Okay, that's probably not needed.
Disable the whole Yeah, you disabled the whole Badger Punch logo thing, didn't you, last time? 'Cause it's not showing in the beginning.
Maybe.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think so.
I don't recall.
It was just corrupt, so we just disabled
Did we
it. I think.
skip over it? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Jump title screen. Okay, well, we'll get
No
to
problem.
that shortly. Let's get the rest of it going. Okay, so let's try now. Yeah, Skunk Monkey. I turned it off just while I sorted this out. It's still not correct. There's still something else going on here. Okay, so let's just do a little pause. Just going to keep turning it off while it's flashing like that because it is kind of irritating. It's irritating me just in the corner there, but it was even more irritating on the stream. So let's find where we enter. Okay, so this is where we enter. D011. So this is using an invalid graphics mode, I guess, to disable the screen.
Yeah.
And then re-enabling it again here. You're doing some turning off the CIAs, turning your interrupts on, and setting your interrupts up.
Yeah, if there's anything weird going on,
okay.
it could be just weird stuff going on because I probably didn't understand what I was doing. So
That's fine. I'm sure it's something simple somewhere. I'm just not catching it. Okay, so one thing we probably do need to do is turn all these D011 things off, but I don't want to do that until which is the one for the horizontal. I think it's D016, isn't it? D011 is vertical. Let me check. D011. Yeah, D011 is Y scroll, so that's really going to be used for setting setting the modes, I guess, bitmap modes and things like that.
yeah, because I'm switching between the bitmap mode on the top and the text modes on the bottom.
Okay, so let's turn off D011 as well for now. Who's winning so far in the competition? Oh, I don't know actually. Well, for a start, I've not done anything with the entries that I've been given. I've not, other than just quickly run them and test them. I haven't done anything to much because I don't want to know myself. I'm looking forward to kind of doing this all on the night. It's more exciting like that. Okay, so this one needs to stay here because this is not to do with screen scrolling. This is to do with the IRQ setup. So I'll leave that one alone. Which is this one here. That one's turned off. That one's turned off. This one needs turning off. This one needs turning off. I think you're right though. I think that BP logo stuff was turned off. And this one is in the crunching, so I don't think it's needed. This is test crunch. So okay, and the only other thing I want to do now is just make sure that hot registers are turned off because normally you wouldn't really need to do this because if you're writing a Mega65 game from scratch, you will tend to not use D011 and D016, D018 because there are VIC4 equivalents that do the same job but better, more kind of expanded. So you wouldn't normally turn hot registers off, disable them, but you probably do need to in this case because we don't know when these values may be edited, so it just makes sense to kind of make sure that they are actually disabled here. Okay, already, so that's good. So what this does, this just prevents changes to D011, D016, D018, things in the VIC2 registers that have VIC4 equivalents. if without this turned off, what will happen is anytime you change one of those values in the VIC2 registers, the VIC4 registers will update to the equivalent values for the VIC4, which is kind of all right, but will cause some problems in some extremes, especially when you're doing stuff with these values that doesn't necessarily change screen position. So, for instance, the this thing here, not that one there. Sorry, the D011, where you set the bit 9, where you clear bit 9 for your raster, that could theoretically cause some problems. So, right, I'm getting close to needing another vodka, so let's get this one down. I've got to say, this tastes so delicious at the moment.
I'm staying on beer. I can't drink vodka.
Have a strong one. Just to slow myself down a bit. If it's strong enough and I can taste it, then I will slow down. If it's kind of weak, like when somebody buys me like a single vodka and soda, that just gets downed like it's a glass of lemonade, basically, because you can't taste the vodka.
Yeah, that's my problem. I mean, I drink anything like I drink beer. So if I have a vodka, which is pretty strong, it goes right to my head.
Yeah. I think to do all right with vodka. Vodka doesn't hit me. To be fair, not a lot hits me that much anymore, except tequila. Tequila absolutely floors me, as I think everybody has noticed. But
tequila's dangerous.
tequila is lethal, yeah. The thing with tequila is I can drink that stuff quite quickly, and I enjoy the flavor of it. But I tend not to drink it on its own. I tend to drink it as an addition to something else. It's the sort of thing that if I go out, I'll order. There we go. It's not flashing anymore. Excellent. Okay. So the only thing we can see now is that the actual original Commodore boot screen is there, but obviously the characters are all wrong now. And because it's in 80 column mode, we're seeing 80 columns worth of screen basically be changed. So, but let's sort that out quickly. So we'll do a clear screen. So yeah, what tends to happen with me with tequila is I'll go to a bar, and same with my friends as well. Whoever's turn it is to buy the round, will go up and buy lager, cider, vodka, whatever for everybody else, and a round of tequila shots as well. And that's where it ends up getting messy.
That's just not good.
I'm too old for that now. I can't do that anymore. Well,
it's a lot of fun there and then, but it never turns out good though.
What seems to have happened over the past few years is as I've got older, for every year I get older, it adds 2 hours onto my hangovers. That's what seems to happen. So I'm at the point now. I think it started when I just passed 30, like maybe 35 or something like that, was when it started really affecting me hangover wise. Let's do this screen RAM here. And then since then, it's just got progressively worse. And now if I'm gonna have a hangover, then it's an all day thing. I cannot. I just stay in bed all day. I can't do anything. I'm completely useless. And that's not a good situation to be in, really.
No, I don't know. My hangovers are not that bad normally. Yeah, we're not doing the tequila shots. We're doing normally Jägermeister.
Yeah, Jaeger bombs is
much,
one we tend to do.
It's not that much better, really, but yeah.
Jägermeister is another one I can drink a lot of. What I used to do at Christmas, actually, I used to always get a couple of bottles of Jägermeister, put them in the freezer, and just take out Jägermeister in the morning, and then in the afternoon just have shots of Jägermeister just throughout Christmas, just for no reason, just random shots all day long. I'd go through a couple of bottles in a week.
Oh, it tastes good though. It does.
It is delicious. Yeah, I really like the. I think it's a German one, from Dusseldorf, called. Oh God, it's like a cherry. I can't remember what it's. Kirsch something. Kirsch. Dusseldorf.
I don't know.
God, I'll never find this now.
When I was younger, I tried a lot of different stuff. I think I actually got drunk on Malibu once, and that was not a good experience.
Malibu
Even now,
is very
if that
sticky
smell,
and
yeah.
sweet. Yeah. Ooh. No, I don't envy you with that one. I would definitely feel sick as a dog with that.
That was a bad experience. I still can't drink or even smell Malibu now. It's only like 27 years ago.
Okay, so in this case, I'm not going to use DMA, and the reason I'm not going to use DMA here is because we need to do 16-bit screen addresses now. And what we're going to start to do is we're going to point to the 64K mark in memory. So we're basically going to clear. Oh no, this is screen RAM. Yeah. Oh yeah. So we're going to clear value. We're going to point to characters that are at this location. Which means that the first character. So we're going to. I'm assuming that your first character is a blank. I hope it's a blank.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's have a look. Always makes me anxious when it's not. Bothers me that Commodore saw fit to put the @ symbol at 0 and not the space. I guess they did it to keep the space ASCII, even though the rest of the font isn't.
Mm. I
Let's
can't
take a
actually
look.
remember. You'll find it though. It's in the resources folder.
Let's just load any level. Yeah, it is. Okay, so first one's blank. That's good. Okay, so in that case, what we can do is we can use this as this is the character that we're gonna put in place in each screen location. So first thing I need to do is I need to set the screen to, well, let's clear the screen first. So we're gonna use, hopefully I've got a 0-page file. I do, and I think we had some values around about here, didn't we? Copy color source, copy screen desk, copy screen source.
Yeah, there's probably some holes there.
Okay, let's use that one. I think that's good.
I think that's one of the benefits of using the kick assembler, isn't it? You can have like a virtual 0-page.
Yes, yeah, that's so. I used to do it like this all the time because I didn't realize you could do that. And of course, now I think it was probably Andy actually that explained that you could do that, or somebody explained it anyway. And now I always do it that way because you can just. Let me quickly show you. For those who don't know, it's probably good to see. So I'll show you what I've been doing with the VIC-4 testing stuff. So I've been writing this small test framework for the VIC-4. It was OSK. Okay, cool. Yeah, old school code. I knew it was somebody common to the stream. So yeah, you can just do this. You can create a memory address, put virtual on the end. You have to do it after the string here, so you have to give it a name, and then put virtual, and then you can just put labels, and then just put some bytes or words or double words in it. So this is something I've been working on. I'll quickly show you this actually. So the point of this is to create a framework that allows you to very easily write tests that test various functionalities in a VIC-4 and compare them against the X emulator. So it loads in the X emulator as well. So you can see here, and then you pick a test and an option, and it will still make 65 as well, and it'll display various things. So at the moment there's a problem. I need to fix a bug in this where the sprites aren't showing on the latest ROMs. because there's obviously some VIC4 set up. But you can see here it's basically showing 16 color sprites. It's showing how each one has a different palette and showing a transparent band moving through it. So the idea of
That's
this
nice.
is that the Accumulator devs can take this and they can take the output from both and do some comparisons. But also we're working on reading screen pixels at runtime. So reading a full composited screen pixel. So if you put a sprite in a location and then read a pixel at that location, it will read the pixel of the sprite. If it's on top, if it's underneath, it will read the background. And we're going to use that to automate these tests as well. So you'll be able to load this up and it will run through a load of tests, and it will come up, these things at the bottom will come up green or red, depending on if it's passed or not.
That's pretty cool.
So yeah, hopefully it's gonna bring XEMU closer to the functionality of the hardware.
Yeah, that's been my problem with these. I mean, with the Mega65 right now is I just can't be motivated to make anything for the X emulator.
Yeah, it is really difficult. I've managed to convince LGB to move the merger branch into the kind of publicly downloadable. Which, I mean, you could always do that anyway because it was always available through the GitHub, but now it's kind of advertised on the page as well. So I think in the next competition that we do, which we're going to do, it's going to be another game making thing, but we're going to use Milfork to do it. I'm going to do some tests against it, but I think we're probably going to use that branch. So hopefully it's better. It defaults to PAL and things like that. So
yeah, well, I'm looking forward to getting my Nexus board next week, so then I'll be able to play with some hardware as well.
MILF fork. Oh god, that's Acmefin level humor. Anyway, right. So this is what we're going to set up. We're going to set this value up here. Actually, let's actually no, let's do it. Just do it like this because I don't know what it's going to set. So we're going to set 0 as the bottom byte, 0.8 as the top byte. Okay. And so to clear this, what do we need to do? We need to take a value and we need to store it at copy screen source. Although this should probably be destination, not source. Just, I mean, it doesn't really matter. But... And that value will be 0. And then it will be 0.4 because we're using 16-byte addresses here. And this is going to be our loop at this point. And what do we need to do here? Okay, so what we need to do is we need a counter that counts how many times we exceed the 255, 256 boundary. We want to copy 2,000 bytes. So let's do that as 8 times around. So 8 times 256 is 2048. So that will be fine. It doesn't matter if we go 48 bytes over in screen RAM, it's absolutely fine. So we increase Y each time. So we set this value in here. Then we increase Y so that we set this value 1 byte along, and then we increase Y again. That needs to be set here. And let's call this outer loop. If Y hits 0, then we've hit the 256 boundary and we need to increment these. If it's not hit 0, then we can just go back to here and keep going. If we have hit the boundary, then what we need to do is we need to increment the value in here by 1, the MSB in here by 1, and then we need to decrease Z. And if Z is not 0, then we need to go back to outer loop. That's going to fill the screen with 0400. Okay, so before we run that, we need to make sure that we're in 40 column mode, which I don't think we are at the moment. No, okay, so let me grab what the address is for that. Really need to reprint this manual. It's falling apart, this page. I've used it so much. That is, I believe, D031. Yeah, so that is bit 7 of D031 needs turning off. So, oh, we are already doing that reset bit. Okay, this should be in 40 column mode, except it doesn't look like 40 column mode. So what I'm going to just very quickly do is I'm just going to put that in there just to see what happens. I'm hoping I can see 40 column mode enabled. Load Z80. No, don't load Z80 ever. I cannot tell if that has gone into 40 column mode or not, because it's also switched the screen. Let's turn. Where's that happening? Wait, where is it set in the screen? Sets. So it comes
in
into
the
here
title IRQ.
first. Ah, return. It's this thing here. Okay. Because we're turning on full color mode, and so that means the bytes that we're seeing are completely wrong at this point. Press the wrong button. So I was playing Subnautica today. I've not played it before. A friend of mine said it was good, so I gave it a try. I was really enjoying it. I played about 4 or 5 hours of it. Got really into it. And then my machine crashed because I was doing some plotting for Chia crypto. And the bloody thing doesn't have autosave, so I lost 4 or 5 hours worth of play on it, which is really, really frustrating. Okay, I see something happening here. I'm not entirely sure what. Multi-column mode, hot registers off. Why has it even changed the characters? I can jump into here, so it shouldn't do anything. Is that not the first thing that happens? It is the first thing that happens because that address code is 6000, I believe. Yep. Some village action. Yeah, I'm gonna play that. Gonna play that later. That's what you get for using cryptocurrencies. Yeah. Well, Chia's a different crypto anyway because it doesn't use traditional mining. It uses hard drive space. So I put my 50 terabytes to use. Hammerfell, sir, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're okay. I'm not sure why my computer crashes, but it does sometimes. It crashes about once a day while I'm doing that. I think it's the program. I think it's the Windows program that they've written for the thing that's crashing it. Okay, so I think the problem is because I did that as well. So I was setting those bits in here. So let's try again. And some crypto. Oh, I'm not surprised. That happens pretty much every day. Well, at least once a week. There's so many scam coins out there. So okay, there we go. So okay, it is in 40 column mode. But what you can see there is it's in 40 column mode, but it's not. It's still using 80 bytes for the width of the screen. So we need to set some values here. So let's do that before we turn these on. So even though we set 40 column mode, what's happening is there's a characters per logical text row. There's a value called char step, and that is at D058 and D059. Set 40 chars per row. Ooh, pardon me. So what we need to do is we need to set those values in D058, D059. It's a 16-bit value. The reason it's a 16-bit value is even though you can only have 80 columns, maximum, which is an 8-bit number. The reason you need, actually it's a 7-bit number if we're being accurate. The reason you need more is for the raster rewrite buffer. So if you're using the raster rewrite buffer, you can potentially have hundreds and hundreds of characters on a row. They just get, composited over the top of each other. Okay, 40 characters per row. So hopefully now this should display correctly. But actually, there's probably one more thing we need to do. Oh, this is logical characters per logical text row. Hang on, is that just step characters per logical? So that's not the correct one. This is the bytes per row. Set bytes per row there. And bytes per row will be 80. The reason it needs to be 80 is because even though we're in 40 column mode, we're going to have 2 bytes per character. So we do need 80 bytes per row. Thank you for the follow, Say666. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, that's the one that you can have hundreds of bytes per row. But obviously your number of characters on a row is different. So that is char count, which is a different one. It's a D05E. So oops, why we've got capitals there. And this one is only 8-bit. And the reason this one is 8-bit is because you can't really have more than 80 characters on a hang on, no. Number of characters to display per row, yes. So yeah, you can actually have this up to 256. And that's how many characters will be processed. You remember the instructions? This is how many instructions get processed. I believe that's been changed now. I believe that has an upper value as well. In fact, yes, it does. It has 2 more bytes in D063. So we need to make sure that those are turned off as well. So that's bits 4 and 5. So that would be 30 reset bit. So this is actually a 10-bit value. And that's in D063. So that was added on my request to make sure that the number of characters per row could be incremented to allow you to do kind of large rewrite buffer stuff. Definitely 100 as we scammed you guys and you can't do shit about it. Yeah, I wouldn't go into anything other than the big named, well-known cryptos, and I certainly wouldn't be putting my money on like weird exchanges. I definitely wouldn't be doing that.
That's not a good idea.
No, keep your money in cold wallets where you can, preferably in a hardware offline wallet. All right, let's give that a quick run here. And certainly don't fall for those scams as well. Send a Bitcoin and we'll double it, sort of thing. Which everybody seems to be falling for that at the moment.
Yeah, I think I have my wallet in a KeyPass file, which I have on Dropbox.
Not a bad idea. Yeah, I have all my so the mnemonics that you use for your wallet to kind of restore the wallet, they're all stored in encrypted secure notes on my Bitwarden account. So you'd have to do a lot to get to them, basically. But then I also have most of my stuff is on a Ledger Nano kind of hardware wallet, which has no internet connectivity. So you would have to hack my Bitwarden account and then steal that physical object from me to get my crypto, or most of it anyway. That still did not look like it did 40 columns properly, or did that run? I can't remember if that run. I might be imagining things.
I think I'm about 10 seconds behind you right now. Well, not voice, but the stream.
Yeah. I must admit, I had to think about that then.
Yeah, I thought I should clarify.
Okay, I know what's going on here. This is happening because we're not set 16 bits characters yet, and that's what this thing here does. So 16-bit char indices here. So we'll just start by just turning that one on first, and we'll turn the full color mode on after that. So what we should see here is these at the moment the color bands are like on sequential lines. They should alternate. There should be a line, a color bar, and then a blank, and then a color bar, and then a blank. Because the line should wrap around. Each line should take 2 lines instead of 1. Once we get to that position, we know that the screen is set up correctly, and we can start moving into other things. Yeah, BitConnect was really bad. I mean, anything. The problem with crypto is it's very, very easy to fall into the trap of not really looking at what's what the crypto does, and just falling for the kind of fear of missing out and wanting to kind of wanting to not miss out basically, and so people just jump into it without doing their research. But if you do your research, you would have found people who did their research on BitConnect knew it was a pyramid scheme. Anyway, okay, so I think this is right. I'm having some issues. Hang on, let me just turn that off again. Because it's 16-bit char addresses, some of the characters are showing up a bit weird, but oh, actually, no, that's correct, because each row on the current screen, on the boot screen there, is 80. Yeah, it's 80 bytes. And then when I turn on 16-bit char indices, set the columns to 40 column mode, 40 chars per row, it's still 80 bytes. So it's correct. Okay. So let's turn all these back on. Let's turn full color character mode on. Whoops. I just closed that. I did. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, so screen setup. Okay, this should give us hopefully a clear screen now. Close enough. So the reason we're seeing a dot on the screen there is because the Mega65, when it boots up, it does play around with some of the addresses up in memory up here. And we're loading this directly into memory at this location. So it is going to be problematic because we've got that dot in the place. So there is going to be a little bit of corruption until we move this over to the floppy drive. But it's absolutely fine. It's it's doing what it should be doing. The only thing that I would say is we can still see some what looks like color RAM doing some odd stuff. Or there's some text changing going. Yes, there'll be text changes going on. Okay, so the stuff we're seeing at the bottom is the text scroller, and that's because what's happening is it's trying to draw new text information into that location there. So let's go ahead and go through the title screen now, changing everything. Well, actually, let's just see what happens in the game there. Okay, so we've still got the 80 column wide problem there as well. Okay, this is fine. So what we're going to do first, in the title screen code, we're going to go through the title screen code. We're going to find any location that uses screen RAM, and we're going to multiply everything by 2 in there. So all these offsets, not these ones. Copyright number to char. So char copy number. What's that doing? Copyright number to char. Okay, that's copying an actual number into a sprite, I guess.
It's for the title screen where you have the wins.
Okay, cool. That's okay. We can leave that. This is a sprite loop, so we don't need that, I believe. Sprite pointers again. Title screen menu. Okay. So what we're looking for, actually, you probably got somewhere. I'm guessing in here.
Which has the copy routines.
Chart screen, bitmap calls. Okay, so the interesting thing is what we're seeing on the main screen, on the title screen, is 3 areas, 2 static, 1 animated. The animated one is definitely the text scroll, so let's go and do that one first, actually. So here we're using this offset to set a scroll down here, and we're just going to turn that off for now. This is going to be, I'm assuming this is the scroll offset, text scroll offset.
Yeah.
So we can convert that into the VIC5 version of that pretty easily. But we'll the VIC4 for VIC5, making new chips.
I was wondering if you made a new chip.
Okay, here we go. So here we've got our text scroll going on here. Now this is because what's happening here is we've actually got, I'm going to break this down into what's going on here, plus 3C1. And this is screen address, and this is an offset. This is where the characters are being copied across the screen as we go. And what it's doing is it's copying a character from this location into this location. Now, all we need to do to make this work on the Mega65 is change the screen location to 0800. In fact, let's do that by doing it in here. Let's just duplicate that so I don't lose the original address. And let's change the values in here to be this. So this becomes address screen, char screen. So that isn't going to change. That's our screen offset. This is the offset into the actual screen. And at the moment, you can see that the text scroller is kind of scrolling only through halfway up the screen instead of right at the bottom. It should be at the bottom. So in order to do that, what we need to do is we need to times these values by 2. And that's because every screen location uses 2 bytes. So this will be a common theme as we go through this, that we will be taking screen addresses, taking the offsets into the screen and multiplying them by 2. But what this is going to do, this is just going to copy the first 40 bytes. It's just going to shift the first 40 bytes. Unfortunately, that's not good enough. What we need to do is we need to shift 40 bytes, but over an 80 byte range. So we need to shift a byte, skip a byte, shift a byte, skip a byte, shift a byte, skip a byte. And so you can see here, this is loading from, let's look at the address here. So this would be 782 to 780. So you can see here, it's already doing the skip here. You know, it's moving a byte from 2 ahead into 1, 2 behind, but we're only incrementing the X by 1. So the next time it's going to do 783 to 781. So what we need to do is change that so it does that. And the way to do that is to increment twice. And all that means we have to do here is we now need to compare to double that value. So we're just doubling everything in screen space. Now, because we've cleared the screen with 0400 everywhere, as long as the font is only using 04 blah blah, it's using that bank in that first 64 kilobytes, 16 kilobytes even. Thank you very much for the bits, Duxter. Party incoming. No, considering how strong that is, I'm going through it quite quickly. Yeah, because we've already set the upper byte to 04, we don't have to do anything. As long as all our characters live in that range, we don't need to do anything to those because it will always be 04. No need for us to copy that along. So we'll leave that as it is. Now we've got this bit here. This is, once we've shifted everything, this is adding the extra character on the end, the new character to put in position. So we'll do the same again here. We'll do this. And we'll change this to 3E7, and again, we'll times that by 2. Compare X to 239, so this is the message length here. I'm actually going to do something here just to make this a little bit easier.
You're going to make an end character or an end label.
Yeah, just to make this so if we do want to change the text here, we've got something that's a bit more dynamic for us. compare. So if that was 1 byte long, yeah, that would be 1. Okay, that's correct.
You
And
can
that,
see that
yeah,
I've shifted the whole character font, so if you see in the scroll messages full of weird bytes.
oh yeah.
That's
Oh
just
yeah.
yeah.
Is that because of the font on the intro?
Yeah, I guess I just didn't even think about moving the font to the right place.
That one, I'll find the right one in a minute. Okay, I see. Yeah. Well, the thing is because this font is the same as the font in the game, we can probably redo these values here as well. But oh, mind you, oh, painful.
Yeah,
Well,
I
we
have
could probably
a
use text if we know what the text is. We can probably just put a text thing in here, because these fonts will be using. In fact, I think I've already got it in PNG. So let's have a look.
Visual, not Visual Studio, but C64 Studio. I shifted because I used the same routine somewhere else and the same font.
Right.
So
Okay.
I just C64 Studio has a thing where you can just copy the characters where you want them.
So yeah, on this version we're using 64. Is it 64 kilobytes? No, it's not. It's 16 kilobytes. We're using an entire 16 kilobyte block. So this is from character index 0400 up to 04FF. But this PNG will we can use this for both in game and for part of the title screen, and we won't use it for the image at the top, but we can use it for the scrolling message and the other text down here. So we'll have to change this ever so slightly, but it shouldn't be too difficult to do. We'll do that shortly. So it's we just need to subtract B9 from all of these. Just trying to think if there's a sneaky way of doing that. There probably is, but I can't think of it right now. All right, let's give that a try. Hopefully that text scroller should at least kind of be in the right place now, even if it's not the right data. And the reason we're probably not seeing the right data is because it's using those offsets. No, it's in the wrong place. It's not worked at all, has it? Okay, so can have a look. Address char screen. Is there anywhere else that's doing that? No. Okay. Okay, let's go through main again. No, is it not main? Sorry, title screen. And there's a title screen in here as well, isn't there? So it's fine, but that is.
That's a little bit of a mess, that source.
There we go.
Yeah, if I knew someone else was going to be looking at the source, I would have cleaned it up a bit. But
that's all right. It's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Color text. Okay, that's one thing that probably seen in here. Hopefully, it's. Okay. Yeah, so we've got some color RAM stuff going on in here. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the RTS up here, because I don't want any of this to happen. So
yeah,
there are some
that's the
places.
one place I didn't. That's the one place I didn't do the DA100 thing. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. So the other thing to note is that it's going to be using characters in this location here, but we have characters like this. So what we're actually going to see. Okay, it's kind of right. I feel like it's not done a proper clear for some reason. I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but let's just want to level this out to be the same. What's it? So Okay, so we would expect to see random junk for the text scroller. I'm not seeing that at all. So I'm not seeing anything for the text scroller. Okay,
Could it
let's
be 'cause
play
it's
around. Sorry, go on.
I was just, no, I was just gonna say, could it be because it's using yeah, trying to use a normal font, but no, the text scroll data has still the right offsets to the characters.
Yeah, I mean, it should be showing something, but we're not seeing anything. So what I'm going to just very quickly do is I'm just going to reduce this number here just to see if something appears on screen. Maybe it's too far down the screen. I mean, really, we should do the title screen last, but I just want to once I get my head around how the screen setup's going to work, then the game's going to be a bit easier to do. So
Yeah, I think the title screen is the most complicated screen.
yeah, see, we're not seeing anything at all there. Now that could also be because the only thing it's scrolling at the moment is dots or blank space. It's not scrolling anything else. So let's just put a pin in that for a second. Shift row. So that's all this.
I'm just gonna go and pick up another beer. I'll be back in
No
a little bit.
worries. Okay, so offset is actually being set here. Okay. Some sprites. Menu color loop. What is that? RTS in there as well. That should not be doing anything. So some weird colory bits that I'm not fully sure what's going on here. I'm just trying to block all these bits out one at a time until we work out what's going on. So this is a title IRQ. There's a D016 change in here. I'm going to get rid of that. What is that actually doing? That's D016. So that's set in bit 3. So what's that? 40 column select. Okay, we don't need that. Let's get rid of that. That can go. Which means we can get rid of that as well. That's not needed. Sprite loop. So
Sorry about that.
loop.
I just had to go grab a beer.
That's all right. Okay, get rid of that scroll register. Text offset, jumpstart game. Okay, so I am just going to blank these out. Oops. And see what happens. So I'm just trying to work out, well, because the screen should be perfectly uniform throughout. It should be these dots everywhere. So I'm just trying to work out why that's not happening. Once we work that out, then we can kind of figure out the rest of the screen. So what I want to do is get the text displaying properly on this screen. And then once the text is displaying, the bitmap we can leave till a little bit later. And just work on the game stuff because I want to get the game kind of looking close to correct first. So you can see that even though I've turned off the IRQ stuff, so this is the stuff that does the animate. This is what's going to do the text scroll animation. Is going to do the sprite loops and things like that. We're still seeing a non-uniform screen. So I'm going to just have a look if I'm even pointing the screen in the right location. I have a funny feeling I'm doing something wrong here. Well, the default position for the screen is 0800. The default character position doesn't matter because we're using full color character mode. I am going to set the screen to 0800, even though it should already be set. because that is the default position. I am going to set it anyway, just so I can rule out that being a problem. So let me just find where that is. I mean, I'm actually certain this isn't going to be the problem, but I just want to rule it out. Screen pointer D060. So D060 needs to be that. D061 needs to be 08. And D062 and D06. Yeah, I think it is. Should be. So I think there's another value on the end of there. Oh, the char count value is on there as well, which is this thing up here. Okay. And that's reset anyway there. Okay, so that's fine. I'm going to set that screen position up here. Okay.
Seems to be quite a few new registers in the VIC-4.
Yeah, there's a lot. It takes a bit of getting used to, because I mean, we're used to it going up to what, D02's F or something, aren't we? And then we don't really use anything after that. But yeah, the VIC-4 takes it all the way up to D07C, so there's quite a few more in there. They're all very, very cool, though. That's the good thing about it. They're worth it. Okay, so we're still getting a weird thing on the screen. So I'm going to put a jump here. So I just want to see if I clear color RAM, clear screen RAM, and then just stop at this location. Does my screen look correct? What I'm expecting to see is a screen full of dots. That's it, nothing else. It should be a screen full of blanks, but unfortunately, the way this works is the without loading from floppy, the first couple of bytes get corrupted for some reason. Okay, so it's kind of right, but there's still a color RAM issue. So you can probably see that there are spaces between those dots on the first row. That tells me that something odd is going on there. So I'm going to check the clear color RAM stuff again.
I'll try to think if there's anything weird I've done, but I can't remember.
Wait, is it? Is it that? I think I've got the screen address wrong. That might be it. Yeah, I think that's it actually. Yes, that is correct because. Oh no, that's correct. That's yeah. I think that 2, 3, 4. I think that's right. Hang on. I think that's the problem. Is I just got the wrong address. I always get confused with this address. I think that's right there now. Which meant it was only clearing half of the color RAM, which is probably why we were seeing stuff at the top. So where those color bands are, those color RAM was staying where they were. Perfect. There we go. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Brilliant. So you get to know the result before everybody else by 10 seconds. You don't get to see the result, you get to know the result.
Yeah, I can hear what you say. I have to wait.
And you're like, oh, I need to see it now. I need to see it. Okay, cool. Yeah. So the problem is, and this, I keep doing this. I keep putting the color RAM in as that because I'm so used to writing a 16-bit value like that I don't realize that the 16-bit component of color RAM is 0, and it's these next three nibbles that are FFA. I even had it right here. I just didn't have it right here. Okay, cool. So in that case, we probably can start enabling things again. So let's go back here. Let's turn that off. Let's not just turn it off. Let's remove that. It's not needed. Let's go into title screen and okay, leave that one. That's not that one. Sorry, it's here. Okay, so we'd already turned them back on again. Okay, let's give that a try, see what happens.
I can hear Eurovision in the background. In my background, my wife's watching it.
Or is it the final tonight?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so there is definitely something being added to the screen at some point after the CLI. What do you mean? After the CLI? Oh, you mean? Oh, you mean in the other bit up here? All right.
I'll try to think because what I do some stuff with the menu. But I think I'll do that with sprites. The blinking I had. That's not enabled right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. There's definitely something being drawn there. So let's just go down to. That's an old comment. All right, thanks, Andy. It does get
Do you
confusing sometimes trying to follow chat as well as my brain.
do you have a joystick enabled in there?
I
Because if you
don't
press up and
to,
down, does anything happen on screen?
yeah, I mean the sprites move, but nothing else.
All right.
Just wondering what that is. That looks like there's a color RAM change. And the reason I say that is because the dots that are on the right hand side of the screen after that purple area there have been blanked out, and that's the sort of thing that happens when you start messing with color RAM. You get rows ending earlier and stuff. So I'm thinking there's another color RAM thing somewhere. So what I'm going to do, oops, so I'm going to do a search. I'm going to use regular expressions to search, and I'm going to look for D, and then I guess it would be that. That's going to find. That's going to find everything, isn't it? Well, actually, it might be all right. Let's just take. Oh God, no! Let's look at all of that. There we go. Look, there's some color text. Okay, so we've got rid of that one. That's fine. Actually, let's change that search. Let's change that to. So this would be 8 or 9 or A or B. And then 0 to 9, 8, F, 2. Okay, so the color text we know about. That one we know about. Okay, there's one here. This is in game, but this is definitely doing some color RAM stuff. So I'm just going to turn that off to do color RAM. It looks like it's something to do with drawing the bullets or something.
Yeah, I'll probably do some stuff around with the bullet packs and stuff, the pickups.
Okay. Yeah, that's another one that's going to be fun. This is why I like this. Oh, here we go. There's some screen RAM stuff as well in here, so that's in game. But we'll come to that when we do the in game stuff. But worth noting there. But yeah, this is why I like this game in particular, because there's a lot of kind of funky stuff going on, which is going to be kind of exciting and interesting to change. I like the challenge, you see.
That's good. Good, you're not getting frustrated.
Okay, looks like that's the majority of. Where are we on there?
I've got to say, I do miss the music though. Not having the music because I can't listen to the stream.
It's quite quiet as well. I'm pretty sure most of the stream can't hear it either at the moment. I can hear it in my ear. I think that's everything. So I'm surprised that that's happening actually. So let's try the same thing again, but let's do it with the screen RAM this time. So screen RAM is going to be address 4, and then either 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 2 hexadecimal digits after it. See, all those times of practicing regular expressions have paid off. Okay,
I might, yeah, I might
there we
actually
go.
set some stuff. Yeah.
That's in game as well. 0 page. Play 1 score, play 2 score. Maybe that's something to do with it. Because you set some characters for the score, right? So,
In the title screen, I copied them to the sprites. Actually, I don't set anything anywhere.
is this just in game then? Play 1
Yeah, it's
score.
probably in game. Yeah.
Okay, I'm still going to set this anyway. So,
Yeah. I think so. I'm just trying to think because I think I might. No, I think I'll actually set the. It's underneath the bitmap. I set the text, and I have both a copy of a color RAM and the screen RAM for the text. Did you probably disable that?
yeah, I think I have disabled most of those. I'm not sure why that would. Seems to be the only place that's showing up now. We've got. I mean, this is showing up in. Why is that there? That's. Did I not move that? I think I was meant to move that, and I didn't. Suspicious about that bit now. There was a lookup table at 0850, and then this. Okay, so there is some stuff kind of filling up here, but I think I was moving stuff around. I think that's why that's happened. Okay, so let's go back to title screen again. So that's not doing anything. This is colors in the menu, which we've got turned off because is that in here? Yeah, menu color there. This is being skipped completely, so that doesn't do anything. This is sprites, so this is touchscreen read joystick menu choice. Okay, that's just joystick done. It's here. Menu color loop does nothing. All right, so that's fine.
Yeah, I think what I do is
Sprite stuff as well by the looks of things.
yeah. There's a bitmap image with a hole in it, and I put the sprites in the background and just flash them for the choice.
Okay. And then this is just sprite colors. This is what copies the sprites, the characters into the sprite. This enables the sprites, turns multicolor mode on for the sprites, and sets up positions. Okay, so I don't think there's anything in this section that needs doing. Then our title screen is this just sets the IRQ up, and this does the IRQ and the scroll text. So if I turn the scroll text off and turn color text, I think I checked that one already, didn't I? I think I turned that off as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay, that's off. So let's just yeah, I'll turn that off because we're gonna have to do, if we want color ramps, we're gonna have to do something sneaky about that. So what we can do there is we can either have the font somewhere in the lower area of memory and just use color ramp like normal and make that area. Actually, no, it wouldn't work because it's 16-bit characters, so it's going to be a bit different. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Dark Rain 20XX. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're okay. We're scratching our heads over some menu stuff on a Mega65. This is a bit tricky, actually. I like this. Good challenge. It's like a fun little puzzle.
I mean, the scroll doesn't have to be exactly as it was on the Commodore 64. We could do some other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we can. There's a few things we can do. We can take a look at it. I want to know what that is. What is drawing that? what is doing that extra little bit there? Let's turn these off again. Does it still happen? I don't get what's drawing those bits in that position.
It shouldn't be sprites or anything either. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah, see, there you go. Turn all the title screen IRQ stuff off, and it doesn't happen, and it still happens. So
right.
let's come to here. So before the title screen initializes, it could be the title. Oh, init title. Hang on.
Yeah, there's some stuff that happens there.
Ah, set the Vic back. Don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Same colors. That's fine. Leave that. Oh. This is potentially not needed. So I'm going to turn that off actually for now. What's this actually doing? This is...
I'm getting to it. I'm a little bit lagged.
Oh, of course. Char set. It looks like a char set copy. I don't think we need that either.
Yeah.
And then we've got, it's this piece here. This is what's doing it.
Copy logo.
So if I run this now, let me just put that, oh my God, where was I before I did? Oh, damn it. All right. There we go. So I think it's still going to do the issue now. It's still going to show that purple area. And the reason I think that is because I think it's this piece here. Whatever it's gone, this piece, which is copying something into the char screen, but you can see it's copying it to row 20 times 40, but it should be times 2 as well, because it's 2 bytes per character. And then that means this needs to increment twice, which means actually this is going to leak over. So you've obviously got some data that counts up to 200 bytes. So let's go and have a look where that is. And we'll just need to change this routine a little bit. But I think
That's probably the stuff I was talking about. It's actually the text on the title screen.
Yeah, I think it is. Okay, yeah, so it's this area here. So let's do that.
It's the same thing as the scroll text because it's using the weird char set.
That's fine as long as it's printing in the right place. At the moment, it's printing really weird. And well, in fact, if I run this now, just the times 2 will have fixed that, and we won't have the blank kind of gap in the dots. But what we will have is some random junk around the screen where it's trying to use the wrong characters to display the title screen text. Now we can kind of sneak this a little bit by doing this. Because this will fix those characters. In fact, let me try that.
Yeah, let's put the text at least below the characters, right?
Yeah,
Where
I think it's
should
put
be.
it in the right place now. Yeah.
It's basically the credits.
Okay. So the problem we've got now is doesn't seem to be displaying the right characters. So let me just go and check in memory what this would be. So the first thing we have is D9, which I'm guessing is your space character. Because you've got space, 5 spaces. Let's take a look.
Yeah, probably.
D9, yeah, so you're using this space character here. So C9 is not that one, that's BA, so it's P. C9, CB. Yeah, okay, so programmed by, yeah, okay. So C9, CB, C8. So we're taking B9 off these. So this would be at 1, 0 in terms of the character. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open M65 Connect. It's going to connect to the Mega65. We're just going to go and have a look what's in that location in memory. So you can definitely see that we do have random values in this location. It could be that the palettes are not being set at this point, because everything above a certain palette number is going to be black right now. So let's import the palettes as well. So we're going to need a couple of. Have we got characters in here? No, we don't. Okay, so we have the characters, but we don't have the palettes. So let's grab this. Let's keep this palette as it is. Let's extend. Actually, if that is the palette as it is, why is that? Okay. Let's extend this anyway. Nemo. Have we got a Proton in the house? I thought so. Hey, Proton, how you doing? Okay, so
Hello, Proton.
we should have these in the right. We should have the right colors in it. I don't know why that's not. Let me load that up. Thank you for the follow, Alibaba PK. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're well. So let's go and find Showdown 65 resources charts. Okay, so for some reason it's using. So this is the blank space. It's using 99 as the color. I don't know why, because we only had this many colors in, so it's a bit odd that it would do that. If anything, it should have been using 01 because it's using this this brown color incorrectly, I might add, because that should be a background color there. Because I think in here, let's just load. Okay, yes, that's the background color. So that color needs to be replaced. So
I think I know why the font was moved down now. I think it was because I had memory restrictions.
okay.
So I moved it down so it didn't get in conflict with some other data. Probably the bitmap, actually.
There we go. I've discovered why the RGB, why the palette's wrong. It's because it's using RGB color. It should be on indexed. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, change that to color mode indexed. And then
Thanks,
I
Proton.
should be able to swap a color out. I can remember how to do this now. All right, I do this in Sprite. I did replace color. There we go. So from that to
Warlock, you sound a bit different when you logged on. It's probably me.
yeah. Okay, cool. I think that's correct now. So let's save that file. Let's use the script. So this is nonsense Go Boom script. Really useful. I don't know why I'm putting the offset in. It's not needed. I only need the chars and the palette at the moment. So we're going to save the chars out and maybe the chars.bin. And I'm just going to go and have a quick look at those. They should be correct now, I think. No, it's not for some weird reason.
I can fix the text for scrolls and stuff for you, and then you can just use the same, almost the same character set. I think I need the.
I think the problem is what I'm doing is I'm accidentally using a weird mode. There is a problem with Sprite where if you set some character modes up, it kind of breaks the. Well, that's wrong anyway, isn't it? It's the wrong colors. It breaks subsequent kind of exports and stuff. So I need to put it into RGB. I need to cut it, and then I need to paste it into a new image like that, and then I need to set color mode indexed, and then I can use this. Yeah, so it has some weird issues. I should report I should download the latest version and check first, but it has some weird issues where some things like palettes and stuff don't work properly. See, there you go, zeros all over the place now. 0, 2 in here. So the colors are going to be a little bit wrong because the palettes, that isn't the C64 palette. It's the C64, it's colors from the C64 palette, but they're in the wrong order. But it's fine. We'll export the palette as well in a minute. But
I
what
saw
I
you
want
had
to do,
it was a drop down with Mega65
yeah.
for colors. That's something you
So
made, or is
no, this is Monsters Go Boom made this. So what it does is it allows you to export the fonts either in C64 mode, so 8 bytes per character, or in Mega65 mode where it's full color mode, so 60, 64. Hey Reg
Oh,
72380, how's the game coding been going? It's going well. It's a bit slow, but it's a more complicated game this than the last one. And certainly in terms of the way that the intro is set up and the different splits between bitmaps and stuff. So, yeah, but it's fun.
is it more complicated than it should be?
Um, I would say it's always more complicated than it should be because it's not my code. So for me,
Yeah.
it's always tricky to look at somebody else's code. But I don't think it's fine. Honestly, it's a solid piece of code. It does its job well, and it's easy to read. So I'm pleased with it.
Oh, it's good to hear.
And like you said, this was your first C64 game as well, wasn't it? So
Yeah, it was, and
so you've done really well, and you've learned a lot from it. Hey, there we go. So we've got something in place now. So what we're seeing here, it looks like we're skipping 2 bytes at a time, or something is skipping incorrectly here. So
yeah,
let's
I think
take a
it's
look at
skipping
what's
2 characters.
the reason it's skipping 2 characters is because we're loading it comma x here and we're storing it comma x here, but we're incrementing x by 2 here. So what we'll do is we'll add a y in here, start that on 0. We'll grab comma y and store comma x. So increase x like that. If x is not 0, then we'll skip ahead to here. I'm going to turn this into a loop. This is going to jump to loop. Oops. If we have reached this position here, then we're going to increment this value in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this value here. I'm going to grab the upper byte of that, and I'm going to store that here. So bit of self mod here. So call it screen address. So the reason I'm doing this is because what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change this value once this reaches a certain point, and this is going to allow us to have more than 200 bytes in the screen. And all this is doing is just kind of sorry, not that one, screen address. Yeah, +1. This is taking the address that we have down here. In fact, let's make this even easier. Let's put this in a constant. So let's call it title screen credits position. Or let's call it credits position. It's shorter. Get everything on screen then. And then that means I don't have to do this whole thing every time. I only have to do it once up here, so I can set the position here, and then everything else is figured out from that value. So we figure out what the upper byte is, and we make sure we store that down here, so that whenever we come to this screen, it always gets reset. Then when we increment x, when x hits 256, in other words, it goes back round to 0 again, we increment the upper byte of this. We only ever increment y by 1, so when y hits 200, we stop. Otherwise, we keep branching and going around. So hopefully now that should work correctly. So let me just catch it with chat a little bit. Yeah. So the thing with yours, Warlock, as well is what I should have done is I should have just gone back and done what I've done, because I have so Zendar's was also in Acme format, but with a lot less macros in it. But I should have I should have done that, because I did it with the kick assembler. So does Mega65 has SID too? It does have SID. It has 4 of them, in fact. So it has quad SID. Thank you, Retrovert, for the follow. And thank you, Warlock, for the reminder. Yeah, it has quad SID. So if you want to try a quad SID tune out, feel free. I'd be happy to write something to put that in it. But yeah, if you can write a quad SID tune, that'd be great. You can either do that with Goat Tracker by using 2 Goat Tracker files and just playing them at the same time with different SID offsets. Or if you know of a tool that does it, basically you can use the same SID player stuff as long as it doesn't use illegal instructions, which Goat Tracker doesn't. So that's fine. Anyway, yeah. So there we go. It looks like we've got the correct text in there now, which is good.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks very
So
nice.
you can see a couple of glitches in there. That's what I was saying about the invalid kind of, well, not invalid, the corrupted bytes. You get a couple of corrupted bytes when you load stuff in like this from lower RAM. Not from lower RAM, from a PRG. Sorry, I kind of get my words mixed up when I've had a few drinks. I find it really hard. It gets more and more difficult to think about what I'm about to say.
And what do you mean by corrupted bytes? I mean, I can
So
see that some of the
so
some
you'll
of
see
the
there's a little dot in some of these. And
hmm.
what's happening there is there's a couple of bytes above 1000. In fact, let me go on. If I just find if I just
Is it
open my
random or is it
Mega65.
predictable?
No, it is predictable. 65. If I look in, I think Luma had it in. Luma? I think it was Luma. Yeah. So I just fixed those bits by doing this. So I'm actually gonna. Actually, no, I don't think there's much point, because we're gonna load it from disk eventually anyway. We just know that those bits are gonna be like that until we fix them.
Oh,
So
it's
obviously
always the same bits.
it's always the same bits. Yeah, there's just a couple of bits in that location that get bashed by the ROM when you first turn on. So even though you've loaded stuff into that location, just a couple of bits just get overwritten. It's absolutely fine when you load from floppy, because you're loading after the ROM has started. But with a PRG injection, you're loading it in before the machine starts, basically. So then when the machine starts, things get overridden. But it's fine. It's fine. BD to ball. Missing 2 enterprise captains. Oh, so you've worked out it is enterprise captains then. Okay, cool. I will tell you now, there are a couple of enterprise captains I have not included in this, because I don't count them as official canon captains. They're like from games and stuff like that. So if it was in a film or a TV show, then I've included them. Programming assembly looks fun to learn. It is really fun to learn. It's a lot of good fun. Unless you're doing Z18, then it's just painful. Yeah, Riker was a captain at one point, and he's already been discovered, as SP said. Many countries get 0 points from the audience, 4 so far. I imagine the UK's in there. We never get any points. We're terrible.
I know Norway had 0 points for a while. I don't know what they're doing now though.
Everybody hates the UK when it comes to Eurovision. I think everybody hates the UK anyway. I certainly do. I stand this bloody country. It's terrible. Right, where are we at? Okay, so in that case, let's go and re-enable the text scroller now and see if that can't have something happen properly in it. So this was our init title screen, so that's working now. Let's find. There we go. Title screen. Okay, title. Color text, scroll text. Okay. So we might get lucky with the scroll text now. We might not, but we might. I think the problem was that I had the wrong I had the wrong color font set up, so it would have just shown up as black anyway for most things. So
Hmm.
okay, awesome. So we do have a scrolling message on the bottom. Now, the reason why it's scrolling like that and not smoothly is because we've turned off the D016 horizontal scroll. The reason we turn that off is because actually the VIC4 has a better way of doing this, and which is to allow you to position the screen anywhere anywhere you want. Basically, you can start the display of the screen at any position on the screen, not just a horizontal scroll of 8 pixels, a hardware scroll of 8 pixels, but a hardware scroll of basically 65,000 pixels. Not that you ever have that many on the screen, but if you wanted to, you could push it that far. So we're going to use that instead. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get the text actually displaying correctly. And the reason that's not displaying correctly is because, as Zenda said, the font is offset. It's actually offset by B9 characters. So the easiest way to do this is the same way I've done it with the credits there, which is to take the message from here and actually subtract B9 from it. We could go in and change the data, but the thing is it's so quick. We may as well just do this way, and then we don't have to go through the painful process of changing the data. This will do the same job for us.
But how about the? I mean, the credits are correct. So they're using the same offset.
They're using
really.
the same system as well. We're subtracting B9 from it each time. Yeah. So you should see that in.
Yeah, I see that there.
Can't remember where it was now. It's in one of these somewhere. I think it might be in main actually. But let's try that. Hopefully now we should have proper scrolling. I like that you're all trying to figure out who the captain to is. Good. There we go. Awesome.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so obviously the colors are wrong, but we're going to look at how to do the colors shortly. My suggestion would be for the main credit text to just add a gradient to the font anyway, and then we can use color cycling in the palette to do some animation through there. For the scroll text, I'm not sure. I need to have a think about how to do that, because the problem is with the C64, you have a character and then a color ramp. So your character, when it's drawn to screen, is drawn using 8 bytes to find the character, and then a byte which defines which color it's displayed in. With the Mega65, we don't have that. With the Mega65, in this particular mode, we don't have that anyway. We can actually switch to the C64 mode. But because we're going to display a bitmap at the top, which is probably going to be quite a high color bitmap once Henning's had a go at it, it's probably better to leave this all as full color mode. Full color mode means every single pixel is its own byte, and that byte defines its color. So in order to do a color cycle, you would have to change the values in each character or you would have to have multiple characters defined at different colors. So I think probably the simplest way to do this would be to just change the effect on the scroller somehow. So either by inverting the text, which we can do with the super extended attributes. There is an invert function, I believe. Let me just double check that. And then using the background to set maybe a gradient through it, or to do some other kind of effect in there. Yeah, hardware reverse, so you can do that. But we can think about that when we come to it. The main thing is we've got the scroller working partly anyway. So let's finish the last bit of this off. So what we need to change, and I'm gonna grab this from Luma because I don't want to spend time working out what the values are, because I can never remember what these values are. Game scroller. There is so it's H scroll. So wherever that's being set, I can't remember where that's being set there. Scroll text area. Where is that?
Should have had a copper or something.
Yeah, that would
nice.
work.
Yeah.
That would work quite nicely. Scroll. This should be it. Let's scroll pointer, screen RAM, scroll pointer. Why is the H scroll not working? Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, so it's these values here that we need to change. D04C, which I believe is the border. So D04C, no, D04C is the text position. D05C is the border. Yeah, so D05C is what lets you move the side borders. So side borders on the C64 is a tricky thing to do, especially if you're doing games, because you need to do it on every line. With the Mega65, all you need to do is basically just say, make the border this wide. You know, start the border at this position, and it will remove or shrink the borders, or even increase the size of the borders. You basically have full control over the size of the borders. But likewise, you also have control over where the text starts. So if you imagine the border is here, you can say the text starts here and moves, well, this way. I'm trying to look at my camera, it's back to front. So yeah, if the border is here, the text starts here at this edge here, like okay, like that, moves that way. It's really hard to see on my camera because it's back to front. So if you move the border this way, the text still starts at this position and moves this way. So you've got a gap of characters here, but you can actually tell the Vic to start drawing from here. So you can actually increase the columns. So even though you have 80 columns in the kind of the high res mode by default, you can actually extend that to like 90 or so by just extending the borders all the way out to the edges, telling the screen to start right at the edge, and then adding an extra 10 characters on. So you have a lot of control over the resolution. You're not just stuck with 320 by 200 or 640 by 400. You can kind of add a couple of pixels on each of those, or reduce them, or whatever you want to do. So we're gonna copy that and use that. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
There's no point in having a border then, really, if you don't really need a border.
Yeah, you don't, but you've got to remember as well, the border defines kind of, well, the screen defines a safe area. The border is kind of considered an unsafe area, and you can see that if you look at games that use sprites in the border, you'll find on some screens the sprites get cut off at the bottom or at the top. Because that safe area is not guaranteed to be displayed on all screens. Now, an LCD display generally will display the whole thing. But on like a CRT, you might get some cut off on that as well. So it's I mean, you can extend it out, and you probably should to a certain extent, but I wouldn't worry too much about using the entire screen, because you are going to have bits that you are going to have some border for some people. People are going to want to play this on a CRT. That's the thing. Or play the Mega65 on a CRT. I mean, I wouldn't play it on an LCD, but there will be some people who want to use it on a CRT screen, and do, I believe. So Okay, so text scroll. So what we need to do is we need to take our scroll. So this is where we do our scroll here. And we need to change it to do this. So this is going to take our scroll offset, which we already have an offset set here. So that's good. So we're going to take that, which is offset. We double it. And the reason we double it is because we're in 320 by 200 mode. We're actually, for every 2 pixels of screen space, we're actually 1 pixel in low res mode. And that's because the screen is actually 640 wide. So we're just shrinking it. We're just like squashing it up and saying that every 2 pixels is actually 1 pixel. So we have to double the offset so the scroll is correct. Then we're going to add 48 to it, which is just going to give us the correct location to start the screen. And we're going to set the border to this width here. So this is set border width. And this is the scroll. Okay, so let's get rid of that now. Don't need that. Now, this is going to happen in the IRQ. So there's going to be another one which sets that value back to prevent the whole screen scrolling, like flickering at the top half. We only want that bottom half to flicker, to scroll. So there will be another place somewhere where that is reset again. So I need to look for the value D04C in here. There we go. These so this is the reset value here. This is why I wanted to grab it from Luma, because otherwise it's difficult to remember these things. So you've got IRQ title in here, don't you, somewhere? Yeah. And I'm guessing somewhere in here you reset the... Is it that one?
I might
Looks
do it
like
at the
it's
bottom. I can't
maybe
remember.
that one. Yeah, top of the screen. Yeah, reset. Okay, so there we go. So reset text scroll. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. Okay, so I think that should, in theory, scroll. Now we might have to change the border color to something like white so we can just check that it's exactly right, because it's probably not spot on. We probably need to tweak a few of the bounds. I did on Toxic Frenzy, so probably have it on here as well. But hopefully that should now be scrolling smoothly. It's not quite. Okay, there's a little bit of a flicker, but it is scrolling. Why is it flickering? Is it because it's happening too soon? Are we flickering it back too soon? I'm not sure. Okay, let's have a think about this. So it's one frame, isn't it? That's breaking. So
It looks like it. Yeah, it's a little bit out of sync.
so that's probably because... Let's try moving that to after this instead. No. Yeah, let's do it there. Because you're doing the offset, you're shifting the row, and then we set the offset. Whereas before we were setting the offset and then doing the shift. So I think that might solve it. Because the problem, it looks like the problem is when it loops back around again, when the offset loops back around, it's already drawn, so it's too late, if you like. So for that one frame where it's incorrect because it's looped back around, it's displaying in the wrong position. There we go. Perfect. Okay, cool. Right, so that's the scroller, that's the credits.
All right.
Well, it should say player one. No, what does it say here? 1 player, 2 player. Is that
Yeah, well,
sprites or...
that's part of the bitmap. The thing is, the
okay,
bitmap
right.
uses the background color, and then I flash a sprite behind it.
Yes, okay, I remember you saying that now. Okay,
Yeah.
so all right, cool. That's fine. I think for now this is fine. We'll move into the game and start working on the game bit. Then when we're done with the most of the game, we'll come back and we'll take the bitmap that's supposed to be in this location. We'll convert it to a character set and a tile set, and then it can just be dropped into this screen. It will need a bit of kind of tweaking to get it to work correctly, but it should be all right.
Yeah, I might have to be leaving in a little while.
That's all right.
Hmm.
I'm gonna have to get a new bottle of vodka. Right. So, luckily, I came prepared. No, it's a
Always
lot.
good
It's a
to
lot
be
of fun. This
prepared.
project. I'm enjoying
Hmm.
it. Thank you for the opportunity to do it. And if you ever want Rogue 64 converting, feel free to ask me.
Yeah, I'm hoping to finish that game sometime.
And mind you, by
Well,
then you'll probably have the board, won't you? So you can probably
yeah, well, I'll have to.
have a
I'll
fiddle
look through
around
the.
yourself.
Yeah, I'll probably have a look at the code you've done for Showdown to see if I can actually try to do it myself.
The key thing to remember when you're doing these conversions is, first of all, get everything above 2000,
Hmm.
because your basic starts at 2001, not 801. Both hexadecimal addresses, that is. Once you get everything above that address, then you can start looking at other things. So first of all, turn off all your color and stuff, because obviously you saw that goes crazy when you start messing with that.
Hmm.
Make sure if you go into full color mode, that you change all your screen addresses to be ×2 in the offset. So screen RAM plus offset ×2.
Hmm.
And then really from there, it's just a matter of kind of knowing how to set the characters up and stuff. But you should be all right once I give you this project, because you'll have everything, like the scripts and stuff, which I'm going to import into here.
Yeah, the Rogue 64 is kind of based on this project, but I've tidied it up quite a bit.
Okay,
'Cause,
so you might be able to copy paste some of the stuff.
some of it, yeah. Well, title screen is actually a copy right now at the moment, at least.
Okay, let's have a look what happens when we go into the game. Okay, so obviously the screen wipe does weird things, but if you look now, we've definitely got a different looking screen to what we had before.
Hmm.
I think that was a screen wipe that went across, wasn't it? So let's
Yeah, it was.
let's take a look at that. Let's have a look what's going on. So this does fill screen column, and this fill screen column adds 40 on each time. So what it's doing is every time it fills something in, it then goes on to the next row, so it has to add 40 on. That needs to be
Hmm.
×2, because obviously we're using twice as many bytes on a row now. So I'm just going to keep putting these ×2 everywhere. Column needs to be doubled here as well. So full screen column, base address. So you wait. Oh, okay. So you give it an address on the screen to start at, and then it fills in the column below that. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
because I think
fine.
the title screen and the game have different addresses, so I just made a macro so I could just do the wiping.
Copy screen column, base address from address. Okay, so we've got copy screen, copy color. Okay.
Yeah. I
Well,
mean, what it does is just copies a character and then it copies the color depending on where it is on
so copy color
in
will
the
just
trail.
turn off because we don't
Hmm.
need that right now. We're probably going to do, if we're doing a screen wipe sort of thing like this, we'll probably do this without using color RAM. We don't need to use color RAM. We can just use extra characters in the character set, because you're not limited to 255 characters. You can have as many characters as you can fit into memory,
Hmm.
which is it's very, very nice.
That's very nice.
Of course, the characters take 64 bytes each instead of 8, so they take 8 times more memory anyway. So, but it still means you can fit 1,000 characters in a 64 kilobyte block, which you have 6 of, I believe. So you have 6 64 kilobyte blocks. Yeah. Russian. I don't know if you can see that there. Russian standard vodka. Yeah. Very nice. Quite cheap vodka as well, but it's nice. It's a bit warm though. It should be cold. I should really put it in the freezer first. Doesn't help that this room is like it's not 38. I don't know why that says that. It better not be 38. Can't be 38. I'd be dripping right now if it was 38. Okay, so copy screen column. So this is good. See, there's another one here, another row value. So anytime you see 2A, it's probably advancing one screen row. So we're going to times that by 2. Just sorry, quickly recognize the bottle. Have you found all this? Have you found all the captains yet? Or you still got the 2 left. It's the best vodka, you know. Yeah, it is a really, really nice vodka. And it's cheap as well. That's the cool thing about it. It's not an expensive vodka. I do like Absolute vodka as well, which I think is Swedish, I think, maybe. Or Finnish. I can't remember. It's one of the Nordic countries. It's not Norway, I know that. I think it might be Finnish. I need to look that up now. No, Finlandia is Finnish one, isn't it? So this is Swedish. All right. So Absolute is Swedish. Finlandia is the Finnish one. What? Who? Talking about vodka. The Finnish vodka is Finlandia, isn't it? That's the famous Finnish vodka. Okay, so this is copying screen. Addresses fill screen column. So I'm just going through. Anytime I see a value like this, I'm going to update. Now here, I'm a bit worried about this one here because it's a comparison. I am going to multiply it by 2, but it means I'm also looking out for an increase X somewhere or a decrease X somewhere. Well, there's a decrease
Yeah.
X. There's another compare X.
Yeah, I think because it starts the wipe starts on the right hand side, and it just decreases.
Okay.
I think when it's on the right hand side, you don't want to be, because it basically you may, I think it's 3 characters wide, the wipe. So if you're on the right hand side, you don't want to have more than 1 character, and then
So you're checking if the value is below this. Oh, so if it wraps. Oh, okay, that's an interesting way of doing it. So, yeah,
interesting
I
or
mean,
crazy.
it works. It works, but it's
Yeah.
not the way I would have done it. I would have done this probably. I probably would have. Oh no, actually, I mean that's kind of fine, I guess.
It works.
Yeah, it does. It works. That's yeah. I'm not gonna complain. That's absolutely fine. Just confused me for a second because it's a different way to how I would have done it. But looking at the way you've laid the code out, it kind of makes sense. Okay, so the other thing is as well here, at the moment it's decreasing by 1, it probably needs to decrease by 2 here. And fade X, I don't know where it's getting that from, but I think that probably needs to be 2. I think this whole kind of screen wipe is probably needs to be redone differently. But I'm going to try and just make it work. If it doesn't work, then I can just redo it. But
Yeah, there's probably a lot better way to do it.
so loading with 0 fade X. So I just want to see where that's initialized. So that's probably being initialized with a. Oh, see, there's another one. Screen wipe in. And another one there as well. Okay. And a decrease X there as well. That means there's probably one here. No, there isn't. There is there though. So this is the only pain in the ass thing about switching a game over to full color mode, because you kind of get used to everything being done in the screen space that you're used to. So when it's 2 bytes per character, it suddenly gets complicated very quickly if you're not careful. Okay, I'm not seeing. Oh, increase compare. Oh, meta 44. Is that because of the? I'm gonna do that because I think that's probably to do with it as well. Because you load fade X into here, you compare it to that value. Okay, I think that's probably right now. Let's give that a try. So what we're looking for here is just no kind of corruption to the screen, just something moving across the screen. I don't know what it's going to be. Well, it's probably just going to be those white squares, right? Because we're not doing color ramp changes. Okay. Okay, I think I am going to turn the screen wipe off for now. Let's not worry about that right now. So what we need to do here is we need to make sure that the screen wipe is going to do something and then it's going to return, right? So
Yeah, it doesn't
page
really
screen
add
done.
anything
Okay.
except a little bit of polish.
Yeah, well, we'll put it
Yeah.
back in for sure, but we'll just for now while we get the game working, we'll just remove it. And we can always, because this is one place where the raster rewrite buffer could be very useful. So the raster rewrite buffer, as I showed a couple of weeks ago now, allows you to obviously draw up to a certain point on the screen and then stop. Because what you have to do is if you draw a second layer, you have to make sure that that second layer ends at the edge of the screen. Otherwise, what it will do is it only draw up to the point where you drew up to. So if your first layer is 40 characters, and then your second layer is just 3 characters at the left-hand side of the screen, all you will see is 3 characters. So what you have to do is you have to draw a third layer, which starts right over on the right-hand side of the screen. So you draw 40 characters from left to right, 3 characters from left, 3 characters across to the right, and then a third layer which is just draws any character whatsoever but starts all the way on the right hand side. And then that way you see the entirety of all the levels. But you could do a screen wipe by not doing that third layer and just moving the second layer position left and right, and you can do a screen wipe. And because it works per character, it's very easy to do a screen wipe that's got like a sine wave animation in it or something like that.
All right, cool.
And would actually be a pixel at a time rather than okay, that didn't work. Pixel at a time rather than a character at a time. So you can do all sorts of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I love the wipes in was it GridPix?
Yes, they're very good. Actually, the wipes in GridPix made me change the wipe in Pick and Mix, because after seeing the one that after seeing hang on, let me just answer this message. After seeing the one that that Carlton had done in that, I couldn't not change it. The sprites that I had just didn't look quite right. So I changed it to a character mode as well. But yeah, they look really good.
I love it when also in demos as well, when you see the attention to detail when they change screens, the transition stuff.
Well, that's what made me want to do the transition in Pick and Mix, was seeing kind of demos that do that sort of thing. And I was thinking, well, why not use that kind of effect in a game? I mean, obviously you can't use it during the game, but there's no reason to do it at the end of a level or something like that. You might as well do something interesting. So yeah,
as long as you've got the space for the codes and whatever graphics you're using.
Yeah.
So Proton's wondering who you're talking to. Yes, it's Xandar.
Yeah. Oh, who put Void in? Who figured out that background? Oh, it was already figured out. Okay, who figured that one out?
Hello, Proton.
Yeah, so because I'm converting Showdown to Mega65, it made sense to have Zendar on the call so we can chat about the game, and he can help me if I get stuck on anything. Drink enough and you see the light. I paid for it a while ago. I was livid. I paid $750 for a white screen. It's not a white screen, it's the void. And there's another void, the black hole. That's the actual picture of one as well. It's not a kind of cheap render or anything. That's actually a picture of a black hole.
You took it yourself.
I wish I was that clever. think it was last year, wasn't it? It was the first ever picture they took of a black hole, and I think they did
Yeah.
it by taking thousands of really faint images from all over the world, various places, and then compositing them to make a full image like that. So that's cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Okay, so for some reason, just turning off the screen wipe doesn't work. So let's have a look how the screen wipe is called. Let's do it with that. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it'll do. Screen wipe title, screen wipe in. Okay, so we using macros. And the macro screen wipe. Okay, okay, screen wipe out game, screen wipe out title, screen wipe in game. Screen wipe in is the macro. Okay, let's have a look at that.
I think the wipeout is when it's clearing it, and when wiping in, it copies the characters for the screen.
So this is the macro that does all of this. Yeah. And then it should just return. But yeah, you're right. It copies the characters. It actually sets the screen up, right? So without it,
Yeah,
we're not setting the screen up.
that's true.
So we do need the screen wipe. This is going to be fun then.
You can. I think there's a. I'll probably comment it out because you did have the copying, but it's probably not there. Let's see if I can find it somewhere in my
So,
source.
yeah, if you can find it,
It's
that'd be
over.
great. I'm going to just take a look through and see if I can figure out. So it seems like what you're doing is, as it moves across, copying the screen's characters from somewhere. Address game screen. Okay, what's that? Because if it's just a matter of copying that data, then we can do that.
Yeah, it's just copying the data basically
From
from one address to another.
E00. Okay.
Hmm.
So let's change that code for now to use this method. So what we're going to do, we're just going to, for now, I'm just going to take, actually, what do you do? Do you call, I
I
guess
have
you
a
call
child
that.
screen. I have a child screen copy ASM.
Well, the
But it
thing
only
is, I
does the
need
clearing.
to, yeah, I need to do full color mode, so it's going to be slightly different anyway.
All right.
So it's probably not going to be perfect. Okay, so this is where it's called screen wipe in game. Yeah, so it's expecting this to actually do the screen wipe in, and then when that's finished, it starts. So this is a fully synchronous function. So it's expecting this to run, do the wipe, and then when it's finished, it carries on and does the next bit. Okay, that's fine. So all we're going to do here then is we're just going to comment out the screen wipe. And I'm going to go and grab the was it screen clear I had somewhere. And the reason I'm grabbing the screen clear is because it's going to be quite useful to use a similar system for the screen wipe. So I'm going to set get rid of that RTS. I'm going to set the screen destination, same as we did before. But this time I'm going to also grab the address game screen. So I'm going to do another one of these. And it's going to be address game screen, and it's going to store in copy screen source plus 0. I'm going to do the same at the top up here as well. Plus 1. I'm going to save this as screenwipe.s so it actually shows up the code. That's going to complain when I go to compile. So let me just go to assemble. I keep calling it compile, and I know that makes some people twitch. Kind of in screenwipe. There we go. S. I mean, it's kind of compiling. There's so many macros and so many other things in here. It is almost a kind of compilation. But I mean,
Pre-compiling,
technically,
isn't it?
yeah, technically it is kind of it is still assembling. It's just the macros are doing more complicated assembly. So, hey, Blake7. So somebody had been asking this for this quite a lot. Maybe once a week or so. Hang on. Oh, God damn it. So I thought I'd add it in eventually. So compilation best of ASM. Okay, that should solve that, right? Let's have a look. Where were we? Screen wipe. Where's screen wipe gone? Screen wipe's disappeared. Oh, because I closed it because of the name. Okay. So now we've got screen source that's being grabbed, and that's what we need to change here. So this will be so we're grabbing the source, storing it in the destination, which is exactly what you were doing previously. Except what we need to do is we need to change the Z to an X because we're going to use Z here to grab from the source. So Z and Y can both use this indirect index mode. X is obviously different, as we know, when it's using the indirect mode. Thank you for the host, Sin Lao. Welcome to the stream again. Hope you're all right. Yeah, so Z can use this mode as well. So we're gonna do the incrementing over the Z mode. In fact, we'll do it here, I think. And then
I have to be off now.
okay, no problem. Thank you
All right.
for joining tonight. Hope you're well.
Yeah, I hope I was
Hope
a
you
little bit of
sleep
help.
well. No,
Yeah.
definitely. You've helped me out quite a lot. So hopefully this will be ready to go fairly soon. I think we might need to do Tuesday as well. There's a lot more to do in this than there was in Toxic Frenzy, but that's fine. So
Yeah,
if you're up for Tuesday as well, then I'll
I'm
give you
off
a
for
call.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
All right, I'm looking forward to seeing how things go.
Say goodnight to Zendar, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
And we'll pop the music up a little bit. Thanks, Zendar.
Yeah, cheers. All right. See you later then. Bye bye.
See you later. Okay, let's pop the music up a little bit then. Cool. So he's giving me a very good head start on this now. So okay, so what do I need to do here? I need to increment this. Copy screen. Yep. Okay, I think that's probably going to work. So yeah, I think when we get to 2 o'clock, 2:30, we'll play a little bit of Resident Evil Village as well to end the night. Ooh, okay, so almost right, but something is not quite. So it's like doing the first row and then it's kind of screwing up. So let's take a look at why that would be. Okay, so take a value from copy screen source. Yep. Store it at the destination. Increase Y. Store at the destination. Increase Y. Z like that. There we go. I think that's right. The problem was his Z was resetting, so every time it had done 256 bytes, it reset the Z, which is why we're seeing that same pattern all the way across the screen. Looks like 60s wallpaper. It does, doesn't it? Cool. There we go. We have a screen. Now, I'm not seeing sprites on this screen. Something is not quite right. So I think it's waiting for something else to return. So when I do the screen wipe, when I do this, it works correctly. So if I just put an RTS here, so you notice how I've got no sprites on the screen here. Wiggling the joystick does nothing. blue midget as well. I gotta keep remembering to go this way. This is the best way if you want to see things. Whereas this mode, even though it kind of fails, we do see sprites appear. So even though the background looks wrong, because obviously the screen wipe doesn't work, we do see the right sprites. So something is definitely happening differently in this macro. So I need to go through this macro and figure out what's going on. So screen wipe in. It's this here. Okay, so okay, which does some kind of weird stuff. Copy screen column. Print screen done. I'm not sure what it's expecting. I feel like it's expecting a 1 in here, so let's turn the... Well, let's set those values. Let's set both of those. So that's faking the fact that the screen wipe is done. So the next step after this is to load the palette in. Yeah, there we go. So obviously it's using the same sprites as before. Let me turn that screen. I've got proper. I'm not seeing any bullets. Oh yeah, we do have bullets. Okay. Okay, so bullets are working. They work when I'm charged up. Okay, so I'm not seeing the boxes appear. Not seeing the bullets appear. The pickups appear. So some stuff needs to be changed. But it's kind of almost there. So let's do the palette next. So the palette should be pretty easy to do. So that should be exported from Sprite as well. So we're just going to start with this, which is the basic palette, based on this file. Nothing different about it, which should make things look correct. Well, sort of correct. I think we need to probably add a gradient into the text or something. This is one for Henning to kind of take a look at, I guess. But let's start by just getting the correct palette imported. So obviously most of it is blank, but we should be able to export the palette here. So I do need to change it to Mega65. Need to turn duplicates off. Actually, the only thing I'm interested in here is palette. So but I will save chars in here as well, just in case. And then do OK, and that should import a palette in here. And this should be 512. No, sorry, 768 byte file. So I need to find somewhere to put 768 bytes. There does seem to be a whole chunk up here. 7,000 is not being used anymore. I think it was being used for. Actually, we can tell in the main file. Character set, yeah. So it's been used for character set stuff. So I can put stuff there. That's fine. So let's put that. Let's find out where 6,000 is. Cheers, by the way, guys. Let's get some more vodka in me. I've missed drinking. It's so nice. And my wrist is, well, I say it's completely healed. There is what feels like now a small lump on my bone around there. So I don't know if that's something wrong has happened or if it's just the last remnants of the infection. But at least it's not sore now. It felt sprained before. So just a reminder as well, if you do want to add some backgrounds to the screen up here, let me know. Send me the images you want. Please make it a series. So like we've done Enterprise Captains, come up with a series of images with a common theme. Send them to me along with what the series is. Make sure each JPEG is they're all JPEGs. Make sure they're named how how you want them to be searched. And the only stipulation is that you don't search from yourself. So I'd rather you didn't search. They're to be discovered by other people. So people will randomly redeem a background and discover your series, and when they do, it's then up to them to discover the backgrounds. I'm not going to stop you if you want to kind of reveal them yourself, but there's no fun really if you create a series and then you immediately reveal it yourself. That's not really that much fun. What happened to my wrist? My cat scratched my my hand. I mean, you can't really see it anymore. It's kind of faded. But my cat really kind of went to town on my on my on my hand. You can't really see the scratch on the side, but there is a tiny scratch on the side. There's 15 scratches on my hand in total. The smallest one was on the side of my wrist on the bone here. So you've got the bone that sticks out on that side. It's kind of in the same place but on the other side, and it became infected. I cleaned it. I put antiseptic cream on it immediately, but unfortunately, cat scratches just become infected sometimes. So not a lot I could do about it, but it felt like I'd sprained my wrist or fractured it or something. It was really painful. I had to cancel 2 streams because of it. It was so bad. I couldn't type. I couldn't even sleep properly. It was horrible. BT cat, yeah, one of those fuckers. That's a cute cat though, to be honest. Its eyes are in completely the wrong place. Yeah, likewise, if you're a sub or a patron and you want a background and you don't already have one on your name, send me a background that you want using, and I will add it to the background list under your Twitch name. Okay, right. So it's not the clear. I have cat ears. Oh, it doesn't quite work. Damn it. See, that would be the cleverest background now, is if you take this image and you work out exactly where my head is, and you work an image out that fits perfectly around my head, and then you can make me have ears or a hat or something. So suits you. Thank you. So that would be the best use of a user background. Okay, so 6,000 is here. So I just want to set the palettes up somewhere around here. So I'm gonna probably do it here, I think. So I'm going to create a function called set palette. And then I'm going to have, actually, I think I've already got a function called set palette. Let me go and copy that from something else. Just open Luma. I think there's no point in duplicating a lot of this stuff. You may as well just copy the data, basically. This will do for now. I'll just change it. Okay, so we're going to set the character palette first. So character palette is going to be 0, 0. Character palette is this one here. So this is the character palette, this is the sprite palette, and this is the alternate palette, and this is the one that we're about to change. So all the palettes are set to 0. I'm going to change that so it's actually 1, 0, and 1, 0. So we've got palette 0 for text, palette 1 for sprites, palette 2 for an alternate, and we're going to change palette 0 now. So that's what we're doing here. Palette 0 by setting it there in D070, and then we're going to load the palette data in from here. And we're going to store that at D100. So palette data plus 1 underscore D200, and this will be the palette data here. So we're going to import binary, and we're just going to go and grab that from M65 resources /pal.bin. And that's just going to set that palette up correctly, just for the characters. Pictures of secret cities, yeah. And that's actually a good idea. Yeah, that's you know, you can use your, if you want to change your background as well. So Steps has weirdly got a, well, it's not weirdly because it's Steps. It's exactly what we expect from Steps, right? Oh, okay, that didn't quite work right. In fact, that's kind of caused some issues. I think the reason that's caused some issues is because I think it's expecting us to copy some data from somewhere else, and it's kind of overflowed here a little bit. So I'm going to try and move that data to somewhere else. Let's try. Let's have a look where we go. See, what's this A00? What is there? See, we've got lots of space down here now. We're kind of freeing space up down here. So I'm actually going to put it on the end of text scroll. So I don't know where text scroll is imported. Let's have a look. Okay, weirdly, it's imported here for some reason. Or maybe we don't have room. I'm just going to work out where that ends. Yeah, so we've got an area down here. It looks like end of row ram code, low ram code. Yeah, all right. So let's put it down there. So we're going to go and grab that. We grabbed. But yeah, I mean, I'm fully expecting someone to do that at some point, because that's a good idea for a background. But yeah, Steps is always going to be Christmas themed, isn't it? I mean, why would we expect anything else from Steps? So I'm going to move that set palette. So I'm going to go and stick that. It's so confusing now where everything is. I should have probably reordered some of this as well while I was at it. But it's fine. I think is I don't want to change it too much because I want Zendar to kind of still recognize where everything is. I want it to still feel familiar for him. So just to heads up of what's going to happen with this, we're going to get this game to a point where the game is running and it's building backgrounds based on PNGs, and then I'm going to pass it over to Zendar and let him finish it off. He might have to do he might have to run the scripts himself. Maybe, I don't know yet. Okay, that, well, I mean, it didn't fail, but the palette isn't in place still. Okay. Oh, did we actually call set palettes? I don't think we called set palettes. And as I say, anybody wants me to do this with their game, I'm happy to do that. I do have some stuff I want to do on the Mega65 this year, but I'm not in a huge rush to do it. I'm waiting on some graphics for the platform game we started, and then when I get those graphics, I will be kind of spending some time doing that. But I'm perfectly willing to do other games as well. So if anybody wants me to do it, happy to do it. The only thing I would say is if you want me to convert it, it has to be something that you're willing to give to the Mega65 for free. I'm not gonna do the work on something you then want to sell for the Mega65. That's not gonna be fair. But okay, there we go. Okay, so the one problem we've got now is that the guys would look bad anyway because of the okay, so the sprite font is the sprite palette is the same, so that shouldn't change, but we need to change those at some point. But okay, why does that look bad still? Also, if you look, there's a slight offset. So if you look on the third row, so I don't think the screen copy has quite worked. And I don't think... I know why the palette's... No, that's not right. The palette is... Is it the background color needs changing? I know why. It's because there's supposed to be a background color, which is set in this value here. So there is a D021 somewhere. 0011. Here we go. So that should be 1. Okay. Do all the cassette 50. Oh god, couldn't do all of those. Yeah, if anybody actually wants their cassette 50 game doing, then maybe I should make that a challenge. That would be a good challenge. Convert your cassette 50 game to work. Oh wait, why did that not? Wait a minute. Game screen setup. Oh, it wasn't 11, it's this one. Damn it, which one did I just change? I changed this one, didn't I? I'm going to put that back. I think it was that one I needed to change. You might have just given me a theme for the next month's challenge. Oh damn, why is that not still working? So next month's challenge is going to be Milfork, which is a kind of intermediary language. It's there as well. That allows you to use a C-style language cross-platform. It's much closer to the hardware than C is. It's kind of designed for 8-bit computers, whereas C is kind of designed as a more kind of broad thing, although it is low level. But Milfork is definitely designed more towards 8-bit retro computers, so it's more suited for the there we go. So okay, the sprite colors are wrong. Obviously the text color down at the bottom is wrong, but we're kind of almost there now. Sprites definitely need an update. The sprite colors are not working here. But generally it's looking pretty good. So one problem I've got at the moment is I can't grab these bullets here. You see where the bullets are being added to the screen? See, it's been added in the middle of the path. And that's because we're not doing the multiply by 2 thing. So C is designed for PDP-11. Yeah, I mean it's not really meant to do retro 8-bit computers. It's meant for platforms with kind of non-memory mapped I/O, things like that. So whereas Milfork is designed to be used specifically on 8-bit platforms. So these are hardware sprites, so I'm not doing anything fancy with the sprites at the moment. We're gonna they're gonna remain as hardware sprites, but they are going to be changed to full color 16 color sprites. I'm not sure about the wagon in the middle. That's probably going to have to remain as a stretch sprite like that, but it still looks fine. It's all right. the little dots that you see everywhere is just some corruption in the background. That's fine. That will disappear when we load from disk. Right now, I want to fix as many of the little issues as I can see. So one issue I can see is in the what looks like the 5th row of the screen. There's an offset, like everything's offset incorrectly. That row is offset incorrectly, and so we get a kind of weird. The cactus on both sides is kind of wrong. So we're going to fix that first. Then we're going to move the bullet inwards, and then we're going to figure out where the crates are, because the crates aren't showing up at all. I don't know why they're not showing up, but yeah, that's the next thing to do. So yeah, the next challenge will be in Milfork, and I think I might do that. I might do recreate one of the any of the cassette 50 games in Mega65 using Milfork. I need to do some experimentation with the versions of XEMU, because I do have access. Well, everybody's got access to the merged version, or the mid-merger version at the moment. But hopefully that will kind of work okay. I need to do some tests around it. I mean, in certain games I've tried on it, definitely do work fine. Like Mega Dots, for instance, I tried that on the latest version of XEMU and it worked absolutely fine. So, but my tests don't. So I know there's something weird going on. I just need to figure out what it is, because that is related to the ROM as well. Weirdly, because even though the ROM, you turn the ROM off and you don't use the ROM, the one thing that the ROM does is when it first starts up, obviously when you load a program on the Mega65, it loads up and then it types run, right? But in that space between it booting up and the run command being run, something happens in the C65 ROM, right? Something is run, and some of the C65 ROM code is initialized and it changes VIC4 registers, VIC registers, things like that. So you have to be aware that if you do any settings in VIC registers, that you may actually have to ensure that all the registers are exactly the same between ROM versions, because if they change between ROM versions, like their initial default values, then obviously you need to change your code slightly. And I'm having that issue at the moment with my tests. So. What's the position with the emulator? Because it was really bad. So I guess you could call it a task force. We've kind of set up a group of people in the Mega65 channel who are kind of dedicated to figuring out the issues and working on it. So one of the problems we've got with the X emulator is everybody tries it and says this doesn't work, that doesn't work, but nobody reports the bugs on it. So people try it and they go, oh, this doesn't work, but they don't actually report a bug about it in the thing. So it's very difficult for the guys working on it to actually know what's working or not. So what happened with the last challenge is with the game challenges, we've got a couple of games, full games. So there was Calicloak, Mega Dots, Chico as well, I think was one as well, the GHAF's game, I think. Was it GHAF? I don't know. Anyway, there was 3 games and they all had problems in various ways. So they worked on X emulator, but they didn't on XEMU, but they didn't work on hardware. So Deft spent some time to kind of work out what was exactly wrong in it. I spent some time looking at I just looked at Mega Dots, actually. I didn't look at anything else. Figuring out what was wrong with that. James has gone and fixed Mega Dots. So I'd released a version of Mega Dots that had a version that worked on the emulator and a version that worked on the hardware. James has now consolidated that into a single version that works on both with a bit of detection in it. But now I'm working with Deft and with Paul and LGB and Hanand to kind of build a test suite to test all the various differences between the emulator and the hardware. But also to try and start filling bugs in. So please, if you do spot a bug in the emulator, that is not the same on the hardware, or even if you just think it should work and it doesn't, go and take a look at the bugs in the X emulator and the XEMU project. If it doesn't exist, add a bug in there. It will get looked at. It will get, people will work out whether or not it is a bug, and they will work on it. Because the problem is until we get reports, then people aren't gonna know what to fix. So, but I'm hoping we've got a new kind of incentive now to get that done. Because personally, I believe that the emulator is the kind of entry point for most people. People are gonna go, Mega65 sounds interesting. How can I try this out? Try before I buy, sort of thing. Because my options are wait for it to come out and spend many hundreds of pounds, hundreds of euros buying a machine. Buy an FPGA, which is at the minimum 200. I've logged to and yeah, I mean, once the bugs are in there, they're very good at kind of looking at them. They have got a lot of work on their plate though as well, so it's not going to be straight away, but generally they will talk to you about it. Yeah, so you've got the real hardware, you've got the FPGAs, both expensive options, or you've got the emulator. So most people are going to go, I like the look of the Mega65, what can it do? And they're going to go to the emulator. And most people aren't going to immediately want to code. They're going to want to run some software on the emulator. And so they're going to go to the file host, they're going to grab something from there, and they're going to try and run it on the emulator. And what they're going to do is they're going to pick things that show off the machine. So they're going to pick games, they're going to pick demos, they're going to pick graphics demos. So it's really important that the emulator can do everything VIC4 related, everything game related, as soon as possible, because that's going to be what people run. And when they run it and it doesn't work in the emulator, that's it. That's the end of the line. They're going to stop and they're not going to bother with the Mega65. And that's not a fault of the Mega65, and it's not really a fault of the emulator either. It's just they're not going to make that connection. They're not going to go, oh well, the emulator is a work in progress on a machine that's constantly changing. They're just going to assume that is, oh, nothing works. This isn't going to work. So they're just going to move on. So the quicker we can get that, and it needs to be sorted before release. It needs to be sorted like months before release. So yeah, any help, anybody, if anybody wants to spend some time doing this, I'm sure we can work out some hardware for them. I mean, you have to dedicate some time to it. I mean, we're talking. You have to like really kind of. You'd be happy to spend some time, a couple of hours a week at the very least, just kind of documenting bugs and problems, but differences between the two. But I'm sure if somebody wants to do that, we can sort some kind of hardware out for them. I mean, we've got Nexus boards. There is a developer program as well, so I'm sure the people at Mega65 Mega65 team would be happy to help out as well. So if you do want to do that, get in contact with me off stream, and I'll have a chat with you about what you can, what you're able to do, what you're able to test, and we'll see if we can sort something out. All right, let's go on to this screen. So we're doing the screen wipe, and this is where we're doing the screen copy. I think there's something wrong in here. Not sure what, but let's take a look. So it looks like we are grabbing characters are copying correctly. So we're copying from here to store in the Y. Then we increase Y. Then we store that. And we increase Y again. And if it's not equal to 0, we go back to here, which takes the next byte and copies it. Otherwise, it increments that. Then decreases X. And then that jumps back to here. So the only time Z resets is in this bit here. Thank you for the follow. I will catch the name in a second. Uvlol. UVlol. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I keep pressing the tick. I'm glad it doesn't just show up again. Oh, I think it's if I just click it, it just says, okay, yeah. I've just, okay, right. I'm just completely misunderstanding my my message system. I've only been using it for a year and a half. I should know it by now. Okay, so there's definitely an offset issue here, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. Because if you look, the path as well is offset. Just on that row. Just on that one row. That's the odd thing. So how many bytes is that? So that's 3 rows of 80. So that is actually on the way to being a loop in this side here. Okay. 40 people, yeah. Oh, doggo. He's so cute. Such a lovely picture, that. Okay, why isn't this screen copied properly? I think we'll do this till about 2 a.m. and then we'll play Resident Evil for an hour. I need to get some more vodka in me. It's when this one resets, just in that one place. Everywhere else it's fine. There's no other weird offset. It's just, oh no, there is on the bottom row. It looks like the... Oh, I'm not sure actually. There's a couple of places it doesn't look quite right. She weed on the carpet. Oh. Okay, so what's going on here? Okay, take a screen source. What am I missing? Can anybody see what I'm missing here? I'm definitely missing some. I don't know what it is though. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening here. Something is not copying that screen properly, and I'm not entirely sure why. Because it's copying the majority of it right, so it's just when it gets onto that 5th row. No, it's the 4th row actually. 4th row here. And the 4th row is back by 1, but I don't know why 1, but just that row, and then the next row is fine again. Because if you look at the cactus that's offset, so that second row of cactuses, it's only the middle section that's off. 3.5 80s are about yeah, I know it's, but that's what I don't. If you look, so look at that 4th row, right? So the cactuses are shifted to the left by 1 byte, yeah. But then on the next row, the cactus is back to normal again. So I'm not entirely sure why that one row is a problem and not the others. It's very odd, very odd. Yeah, it's the whole row. Yeah, exactly. Because if you look at the grass on the left hand side, there's a straight line section, which I think is supposed to be covered up by the sprite above. There's something very weird happening here, and I'm not fully sure what it is. The bullet. Yeah. Oh, maybe actually. That's a. Oh, Greg, I tell you what. If this is right, that's a 10-pointer. That's a 10-pointer. Because the one thing that the bullet is doing is it's being placed without using a 16-bit address lookup. So it could actually be putting a color in that position, or it could just be drawing in a weird place. It could be using the upper area of Screen RAM when it shouldn't be. So let's take a look, actually. Let's find that. I think you might be right, you know. That's a good spot. That's a very good spot. So it's not there. So I know there's like a add text bullets. No, so we've got to find out where that is. This is the bullet detection. Detect wagon. No, so somewhere there is like add a new bullet. Bullet stuff. Draw bullet. Move bullet. No. Or is it called? Maybe it's called ammo. I'll just go through the bullet stuff first in this file, and then maybe it's ammo. I think it might be ammo. Oh no, here we go. No, add bullet collision. Oh, we've got. Okay, so we've got some screen stuff here, which is obviously wrong. We'll come back to that soon, but that's definitely wrong. That needs to be changed. Same here as well. Oh, in fact, we can do this with the regular expressions. So we're looking for question mark, $4, then one of either 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 0 to 9, A to F, 2 of. Okay, so this is going to find all the addresses that basically are in screen RAM area. We can go through and change those. Okay, so let's go through and change every one of these. So we've got, we've only got these ones in main. That's it. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 in main. This looks like it's the bullets at the bottom of the screen, which do seem to be updating. So I'm not entirely sure why this looks wrong. But let's fix this up. Okay, so what this should be is this should be address chart screen plus this value times 2. So whenever we do this Mega65 stuff, we need to add double the offset in. So it's always going to be the same. It's going to be address the screen address plus the offset times 2. And I'm going to go and check that because I have a funny feeling I did that wrong in another place. So I just need to check that in a minute. So same here. Screen address plus the offset times 2. And then it's the same here as well. Now I want to go and check where that's been used because I have a funny feeling that's it. But I'm convinced that's the problem because it is right after the bullet. It's fine up to that point, and then the next row is off. And the fact that it's only happening on the row, and then the next row is fine, makes me very suspicious about what's going on with the. So if you look at the extended attributes, the upper address of screen RAM. So in 16-bit char mode, you use 2 bytes, but that means that actually you only use 12 bits of that for the screen RAM, and then the upper 4 bits are used for something else. So let's just take a quick look what the upper 4 bits are used for. So it could be if you write the wrong value into screen RAM in the wrong place, that you get some very odd behavior happening. Trim pixels from the right side of the character. Okay, so that could, in theory, be trimming a whole set of characters from one side and basically shifting everything over. So that's trimming pixels is a way of doing kerning. So it allows you to do kerning, front kerning on the Mega65, which is kind of nice. Okay, so we've definitely got something here. What is this? Start game, clear. Okay, so this is clearing the screen. So I'm going to just get rid of this because this is not needed at all at the moment. So I'm going to do a to-do in here. We're going to have to go through all the to-dos at some point. Most of them are going to be color ramps, which I can get rid of. But if we have a problem, we can just look for a to-do and see if there's an issue there. Okay, so this one is correct. This one is wrong, but that's commented out, so that's fine. This one is correct. These are the ones we've just changed. This one is player wins, so we'll come back to that in a minute. That should be fine. That should be fine. What's this one? Sprite chart collision. Oh, okay. So this is spawn pickup. Ah, okay. Spawn pickup. Okay, so pickup character X offset, and this is our address here. It does have ×2 on it here, but I'm not sure if I. Ooh. I don't think I would have done it like that. No, I wouldn't, because it would have to be this ×2. So I didn't. Okay. So that's going to do that. But then what I also need to do here is I need to also do to make sure it draws the next one, the upper byte of it as well. So that's the lower byte, that's the upper byte. And I need to do the same here as well. So do that. It's interesting how it's drawing at the top. Okay, yeah, whatever. ×2, and then I need to do this, but ×16 there. I'm a bit confused as to exactly what's going on here, but because without really knowing, oh, it looks like it's predefined positions. I see. Okay, so it has some predefined positions that it's using. Okay, that's fine. It does mean I need to do this on each one, though, to make sure they're all being used properly. And this is just for player one, so this is going to happen. Yeah, this is definitely the problem. This is definitely the problem. If it's not, I'm going to be very surprised. I'm pretty sure it is, and then Greg Twee gets 10 points for this. It's been a while since there was a good 10-pointer, but this is definitely worthy of it. Yeah, there we go. It's the other one. Yes, so this is the other side of the screen. But it is the same thing. Yeah. I mean, it's almost more. It's almost a 25, this. I'm going to say it's a 10. The reason I'm going to say it's a 10 is because this is something I would come and change at some point. I have to go through all the screen addresses and do this anyway. So it would have got changed on the screen. 25 would mean I'd spent the entire stream figuring it out. So I think it's a 10. But it's a very good one, though. You got 10. Like, what did you get 10 for last time? Ten is something that's more than just a simple, like I've omitted something or I've just kind of forgotten something. 10 is when something is, yeah, see, look, the background's fine now. Hey, there we go. Okay, so things are appearing, but now we've got this weird character here, and you can see it's, yeah, you were right, because as soon as that character appears, can you see that D in the middle of the screen? As soon as that character appears, everything after it becomes offset and incorrect. So yeah, 10 points for Greg for that. Awesome, well done. No, that's the tune. Yeah, well done. Oh, probably asking if it says surprise. Yeah, that would be a -10 points if I could do it. Okay, let's just refresh this search and see if we're going to go through all of these now and just make sure they're all okay. Okay, so logo, don't care about. In fact, this should not be being called at all. Chart screen clear. Okay, that's something I will change at some point. Chart screen 0800, chart screen clear. That's commented out. Let's put the ×2 on the outside of the bracket so it's consistent here. That's commented out. Okay. Okay, so this is indeed drawing the correct thing here. But what I need to do is I need to draw, oops. Straight after this, I need to increase X, load accumulator with 04, store that in that location, then decrease X back so it's where it was. And then that needs to happen every time one of these happens. With these values matching 2, 4, yeah. So here as well. So that would be 20. So again, this extra upper byte is just pointing it into that that upper area of memory, so we get the correct upper byte for memory. It should be 5, it should be 04 anyway, but I'm going to set it just to be consistent because it's probably better that I do set it rather than. Okay, so I'm going to increase X. Double this. It's probably better that I do say, just in case I do use characters outside of that area. I probably won't, but just in case. Every time I do this, I'm going to do ×2. I mean, ideally what I should do is make this like a constant, like 16-bit, or, FCM screen multiplier or something, so that it's, whenever you're looking through the code, you go, that's double because of the screen multiplier, I see. So on, but it's a bit late for that now. Kind of done too much. I'm in too deep. I'm in too deep, man. Okay, full screen column. This isn't screen. I'm not using those. Char collision. Okay, pickup character. Okay, so I'm not getting the pickups here for some reason. Not sure what that is about, but we can look at that later. But we've made the correct updates to all of these. Check color RAM. Okay, that's blanked out, commented out. That's been changed. That's been changed. That's been changed. So is that. That's commented out. That's commented out. And then we're into text scroll territory, which we've got working. Play one score has been ×2, so that's fine. Okay, that should be correct now. If it's not, then I assume that's a player 2 bullet. Also, if you look at the bottom of the screen, the bullets is incorrect. So there is something odd going on. Not sure what it is, but there is something weird going on. You'd have minus 1,045 points. The bullet charges have changed as well. Okay. Oh. Credits have gone as well. What's that about? Oh yeah, they've turned to Ds as well. Okay, it's definitely something to do with that, isn't it? Alright. What have I done? What have I broken? Alright, let's go through. Let's go through one at a time. Okay, so charge screen copy. Shouldn't need to do anything with this. Let's just comment that out. Let's run again. I'm just going to do it a little step at a time now. I've somehow broken the intro. I don't know how. I don't know what I've done. But yeah, look, I've broken that text now. End of row ram code, low ram code, yeah, that's fine, okay. So there is a title credit copy. I've probably screwed that up somewhere. Let's go and fix that first. Damn it. That's why. Okay, that's that bit solved. So the other thing is, yeah, 6502 kebab says the bullet charts have changed. So I've obviously done something wrong. It seems to be. I need to look at the characters. What I'm actually doing in those locations. Maybe I'm incrementing the wrong value. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, I think I know why. 0, 1, 2. So this is on an even number. Then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think this is on position 17, which is an odd number, which means it's not going to work properly. Because what I need to do is all the offsets oops, that's the wrong thing. All the offsets that I use for the bullets, which were these things here. There's bullets. So it's 6 here. And the reason why it's showing here is because that's actually, this should be double. This should be like that. So I think if I do that, that should be in the right place. Yeah, it's exactly the same issue as well. It's exactly the same issue. Maybe that's not right. Hang on. Let's have a quick think about this a second. Hang on. So I don't know why it decreases X. Oh, this is the stuff at the bottom, which is definitely wrong. Okay. So this needs to be double. This needs to decrease twice. Decrease twice. Yeah. So this is bullets. Is this both players or is this just one? Player 1. Bullets in chamber. Okay, player 2. Bullets in chamber. Decrease X. Okay, so I think this should fix the bullets at the bottom now. Let's just check the X position. Okay, we don't have an X position set. Here. Draw bullet 2. So I think this should be 12 as well. And I screw. Yeah, okay. So I think that's probably going to sort the bullets at the bottom. So bullets in the chamber at the bottom. Yes. So this is just making sure that our address goes back to where it was, because this is the code we added. The problem is that this is counting up in single bytes. Our offset across the screen was going in single bytes. We need to go 2 bytes at a time. So this needs decreasing twice instead of once. So if this works on the bottom, then I know what's the problem with the pickups in the road as well. I mean, I can't. Oh yeah, I can't shoot. I don't know. Oh, so I have to push in a direction. But yeah, the bullets are working on the bottom now. See how they're drawing correctly? Sort of. Okay, I mean, it's kind of on the right lines. I might need to rework this code a little bit to get it to work, but it's kind of working. Probably will rework this code because I can see how this could be done differently. But for now, let's just leave that. Let's take a look at the other place where this is happening. So, not that loop, screen wipe, not that one there, not the char collision. Where was it? Where was the actual... Oh, was it this? No, that's... Hang on, let's clear that and try again. Oh no, this is at the bottom. So times 24 is at the bottom. That's the wind. I think it might be these ones. Spawn pickups. Right, here we go. So X offset needs to be times by 2. So there needs to be 0C for this one. It needs to be 0.8 for this one. Actually, let's do this. So it's obvious why I'm doing this. When I look at orange, so at least it's more obvious why I'm doing this. I'll also probably put the thing inside like that. Because that X offset needs to point to the correct byte. Now, when it's like this, so we had 6, 4, and 2, then we're not going to have any problems. It's going to appear in the grass, obviously, like it is doing there, because it's not far enough. It should be twice as far across the screen. But they're on even numbers. So because they're on even numbers, everything is fine. Now, again, this is still player 1 here. But then when we move over to player 2, I'm guessing it's going to have even odd numbers for these positions. Okay, so the first one is not. The first one is 2, 2. But there we go. Look at that one. 23. So that's going to appear roughly about halfway across the screen, but incorrectly. Because it's on an odd number. It needs to be an even number because it's a 16-bit offset. There's one more, and then one at 21 as well. Yeah, so that's why the second one was appearing wrong. So this should fix the lookups on the screen now. Let's try that now. And then I think I might redo this text bullets routine to make it a bit more efficient and work with the double space stuff as well. Because at the moment it's not quite right. There we go. We've got bullets on both sides and it looks correct now. Cool. Yeah, perfect. Okay, we're not picking them up, so we need to do that next. Why aren't we picking that up? I don't know how the bullets work down here, but it seems to be the wrong way round. It seems to be one side. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's take a look at this. So I doubled these values, so let me just restore these back to what they were. Okay, so what is it doing? It is working out where I should draw the next bullet. So draw a bullet, draw a space. Okay, so if I do that, it should always draw a space, which should take this character and draw a space at this position times 2, comma x. So actually, let's just take both of those out. So this should just draw bullets across this player 1. It's drawn 5 bullets, not drawn 6 for some reason, but it has drawn 5 bullets. Okay, so one thing it is doing here is it's comparing the value in here to the number of bullets in the chamber. So at this point it should probably do something. Let's not decrease x twice, let's just decrease it once. And let's not do this. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to transfer x to the accumulator. We're going to move this down to here. I'm going to transfer x to the accumulator. We're going to double it and transfer it to the y register. And then we're going to load the accumulator with y with 33, and then we're going to do this instead. Then this way we don't touch x. We leave x as it is, which means this will still work. It doesn't mean we need to change this. So we're going to grab this piece of code, put that there. And we're going to grab this value and put that there. So this is drawing the bullet. Then this becomes increase y. That doesn't have to happen. Okay, so now I'm expecting player 1 to actually display the correct bullets at the bottom. Oh, yeah, I think 2 o'clock definitely, and we'll move on to Resident Evil and play that for an hour. Can't be much more to go in it, I don't think. Actually, I've been thinking as well, I don't know what you guys think about this, but I'm considering playing through all the Resident Evils on stream. So once I've finished 8, going back to the very beginning and playing the first one again. Wait, oh, I have to load the gun, I think. Yes, I have to load the gun. I think that's what's happening here. Then I have to do this. Yeah, it's loading the gun. Look. Okay, that's cool. That's working then. All right. So let's do that on the other side down here on player 2. So we need to go down to player 2, which is here. We're going to leave X alone. We're going to leave this alone. We're just going to change this. We're going to move that down. And we're going to get rid of this here. Change that to a Y. Change these both to Y. I can't believe I've never noticed he loads the gun before. I've always that. Do you know what? I always thought it was my joystick being funny. God damn it! All right, never mind. There's an animation for it and everything. I didn't even spot it. So stupid. Which console? I'll play them all on the original consoles. So if you look at the Resident Evil page on Wikipedia, there's about 11 titles, I think, which are in bold. I'm only going to play the ones that are in bold on the list. It's about 11 titles, I think, and I'll play them on the original hardware. If I don't have the original hardware, I'll play them on an emulator. But I do have the PlayStation Mini. And a load of games for that, so I'll probably use that for Resident Evil 1 and 2 and 3, I think was on that as well. I think there's a GameCube version as well. And I'll even play the Wii U. If it's on the Switch, then I'll play it. If it's in the actually, is the Wii U games on the Switch? No, they're not, are they? I'd have to have a look. I've got a Wii, I've got a Switch. I don't have a Wii U anymore. I got rid of it. But yeah, I'll probably go through them all as well. Wii U needs dual screen. I'll have a look anyway. If I can play it, then I will. I'm more interested in the main series. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Obviously, that's counting. But if I can play any of the ones that were, because there was like Codename Veronica, Resident Evil 0, I think was on the GameCube, and the remakes as well. So once I get through, I'll play them in chronological order. And once I get to the remakes, then I'll do the remakes as well. So because I kind of like that idea, and I've been enjoying the Resident Evil. It's kind of funky, so. Plus, it's going to be increasingly scary up until Resident Evil 7, which is going to scare the living crap out of me. So, okay, that should be those bullets fixed now as well at the bottom. All right, cool. So we need to work out the sprite collision now. Why the sprite's not colliding with the? Because I believe I should be able to move over those bullets, right? I should be able to move over that. Oh, no. Okay, so we've got a bug down there. Don't know what's causing that, but there is a bug down there. It needs dual screen. 4 on the Wii was great. If the game was released at the time on the PC, I'll be playing the PC version. So Resident Evil 4, I'll definitely be playing on the PC. Well done, Prior 7. One of the best games ever. Actually, Turrican 1, I'm not as big a fan of. I prefer Turrican 2, but still, Turrican's very good. Turrican again. That should be increased Y, that's why. There we go. But yeah, if I can play, if the game originally came out on the PC, then I will play it on the PC. That doesn't include a game that would come out on one system, then a year later come out on PC. If it came out on release day on the PC, then I'll play it on the PC, or like within a week or two, then I'll play it on the PC. So Resident Evil 4, I know, was a PC game at pretty much the same time. Whereas I know 1, 2, and 3 were PlayStation games. I don't think Resident Evil 3 was on anything other than PlayStation when it first came out. So I think this is supposed to give you a fast reload. I actually forgot. Yeah, okay. Did Turrican win? Yeah, Turrican's got a hack, right? Look, I'm doing well with the vodka tonight. I'm quite pleased with myself. Tell I've not had booze for a while. I'm jumping right back into it. Okay, that's one bottle of that down. Okay, so let's have a look. Sprite char collision. Okay, so let's go through this. So this spawns the pickup, which we know is right now. Okay, so plot crate I don't think is doing anything right now. So we'll come back to that. Yeah, see, look, I've commented this line out. So all the rows. That's why we're not seeing any crates appear, because all the things that have the plot crate I've commented out because they've got color RAM in them. But what we do need to do is check the pickup. I'm just trying to find where that is. It's going to be a Sprite collision check somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where that is. This is the file called Sprite collision, so I'd expect it to be in here somewhere. Okay. Destroyable char collision. Okay, so this is load of sprites position. Screen low, Y, screen low, store, screen high, screen. Okay, so there's going to be a screen low array somewhere. Need to find that. It's going to be right at the end, and I'm going to cycle through this whole file slowly. Tell you what. There we go. Oh, okay, right. Okay, so this is just using a kind of simple way of doing it without using fills. We're going to use fill instead. So we're going to fill 5. This is actually doing 26, interestingly. Is that right? Yeah, 5, 20, 26. Yeah, all right, fair enough. And this will be the low byte of address, char screen. And this is rows, so we need to do 80 times I, because 80 bytes for each row, so, and that gives us that. And then we do the same for the high byte over here. Oh, sorry, that is the high byte. So that's the high byte, and this is the low byte. So that will give us a similar array, but everything will be doubled, and it will be pointing to the right place. So now the collision should hopefully work now. If this has worked, and then we'll move on to enabling the barrels or the crates, whatever it is. Don't need to do that because it's a fill. It's immediate. It's not an addressing mode. We don't need to tell it it's immediate mode. It knows it's a number. Hooray for line numbers. Why is that not loading? What have I done wrong? Oh, I've added some extra line in somewhere. There we go. I do like this tune. Will this game Showdown be a straight port or anything like it? I think we're going to re-enable the bird animations. There were some bird animations that went over the top, so I think they'll be re-enabled. There was some problems with the multiplexer with those, but we won't have the same limitations. What I might suggest actually is that to make the multiplexer easier, that Henning picks 16 colors and uses the same 16 colors for all the sprites. Then that way we don't have to mess around with palette kind of update. I mean, we can do it, but it's just a bit of a pain if you start adding palette updates in as well. Okay, so the sprite collision is not quite working, but I think the row lookup is definitely working. Oh, I notice actually when you shoot the cactus. So if I shoot this way, oh no, let's do it here. Notice how the cactus disappears too late, and that's because it's having to get much further across the screen before it does the lookup. So that's one thing we do need to choose. So that's probably what this is actually doing. So let's take a look. Let's go through. So there will be a calculation. So let's look for sprite screen low again. Sorry, screen low. And it's going to grab the values from screen low and screen high, and then there's going to be an X offset into the screen. So we're looking for player. Well, let's look for player 1X. That's going to be being used in here. Oops. It's not player 2. Let's start with player 1. Let's get it working on player 1 and work out that. So yeah, there we go. So we take the player 1 position and we subtract the border from it. Actually, this is kind of less than the border, sorry. Then this halves the value 3 times, which is dividing by A, which is going to give us the next position on the screen. Except it's not. What it's going to do is it's going to give us an X position in terms of characters, not in terms of bytes. So that value actually at this point, once we've done this, we need to do another shift. We need to double it here. Now, we could just say, oh, well, okay, you do a shift to the right and then shift to the left, so you could just do that. But the problem with that is you may end up with an odd number. This will make sure that you divide by 8 and then double it, so you will only ever have an even number. So that should be that one. I just need to check now. Loading the stored byte. I think that's the only place that's ever used like that. So let's have a look at doing the same thing with player 2. This is player 2Y. Don't want that. Or player 2X. Here we go. It's the same thing again. Subtracting the border off. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here because we're loading 0 and then loading 2, so that doesn't make any sense. And it's stored in yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, but I do know that I need to do that. And then what is this? What is this 20 being added? Yeah, not sure what that's about. But let's go ahead and instead of doing it all here, I'm going to do the double in here instead. Because that should give us the same screen location, but in 16-bit character space. Yeah, I think that's. What does everybody think? Do you think the Resident Evil thing is a good idea? We'll do a little bit after every stream. Just has to be like an hour after every stream. Maybe the odd impromptu stream here and there where I just play Resident Evil, go through them. I like the idea of it. And there we go. Pick up, awesome. And now hopefully, oh no, okay. The cactus is still not right, but the pickup is working there. That's good. So we've still got a problem on the cactus. But yeah, okay. Okay, so that is probably... We probably have another... yeah, we do. We'll have a bullet lookup somewhere. So... So what I'm going to look for now is I'm going to look for shift to the right, and then any amount of space. Actually, it's probably going to be a new line, isn't it? So, and that's going to be any amount of space. Any amount of space like that. That's the new lines in here. New line is, doesn't tell me. Is it dash? Or is this something else? Oh, I can't remember what new line is in regular expressions. God damn it. Oh, yeah, that's the point. Could do. Yeah. So an R or an N. One or more of these. But that doesn't seem to be. Oh, okay. And then. There we go. All right. So the reason I'm doing that is because anytime there is two of these, your OCD would have those black pixels. So it's because I can't really do anything about it until I put the stuff on the disk. So I will sort it out very soon. Probably do it after this bit actually. But there's really not a lot I can do about it right this second. So okay, so I think this is destroyable chart. Yes. Okay. So again, we've got the same thing here. There doesn't seem to be transferred into the Y. Okay, and then it loads the MSB. All right, so we'll double there. It's already got a double on. This one hasn't. Oh, I think that might be it. That might just be that one section. Oh, maybe this one as well. Yeah, because that's from the other side. Okay. But yeah, that will be changed soon. If this works, then I'll go and change it, because we're at a point now where we can actually save those charts to a disk, and it'll also load a bit quicker as well, because we don't have to load that upper 16 kilobytes anymore. So hopefully now, just load my gun, shoot. Yes, perfect, and hopefully. Yeah, okay, perfect. Perfect. Right. Let's fix that then. So basically all that is the characters need to be written to a disk. So I'm going to grab them from chars.bin, which it is there. I'm going to call it Showdown chars, like so, SD chars. Or I'll just call it S down chars. Like so. Then that will build. So if I run this again, that will actually build into the disk. I'm going to turn the PRG. Actually, I can leave the PRG on because it will auto run. And then in my main file here, if I'm not already loading the floppy code, I need to load it in. And then instead of doing this down here, I can load the floppy charts in. So loading the charts from floppy. So first of all, I need to figure out where to do that. I think I should be able to squeeze in the floppy code. I'm going to try and get it in here. I think I can probably just about get it in there. Let's give it a try. So the floppy IO code is a piece of code I wrote which will try and its best to kind of use as little space as possible, and tries to use memory that's not really being used by the system to do its kind of buffering from floppy and stuff. So hopefully this fits in to a nice slot here and doesn't get too much in the way. And then I can just do in the... Oops. Oh, it's right near the beginning as well. Okay, so I can do it here. Set palettes. I'll do it just before here, then do floppy node 2000 and uploading down chars. I believe that's right. I just need to double check Luma because I could never remember how. It's always the case when you do something you don't use very often. Remembering how it's laid out is not always the easiest thing. So it's capital letters. All right, it was almost there, but it needs to be capitals. Wait, why is that not? What? Or is that the... Oh, it's the Visual Studio Code shortcut, isn't it? Fair enough. I need to know what that is now. Edit. Convert case. Oh, okay. Oh, damn it. I was doing it right. I was just doing the wrong one. Lower. Upper. There we go. Oh. Yeah, still no ball cube. I should... Oh, there is a ball cube. Okay. There you go. You know better than me. Right, let's take that out. Oh, I'm surprised the music doesn't sound all weird because I had the desktop audio on still. So it might sound weird and phased, but okay. There we go. So this is what we're changing here. Disk. I'm not sure what that's got in it. It's PF. Oh, platformer. Okay, so this is my new platformer. What I need to do is I need to take disk from here, drop it in. A disk should now have Showdown. Oh, it doesn't have the characters in it for some reason. Okay, why is that? Chars.bin, S-down, chars. M65 resources. That's well, not assets, resources. It's going to fail on the Mega65 because I don't have the SD card in, so it's not going to know what to load. It's gonna just get stuck there. But that's fine. We can turn it off and restart. But what we should now have is just close that down. S down chars. There we go. Go. Close the file. I do need to set my build up so it does, because you can get the FTP to do this automatically. Whatever. Thundercats VG. Ah, okay. So this is oh, it is in your list. All right. How many? I forgot how many backgrounds I've got now. It must be about 400 now or something. It's quite a lot. Okay, so let's give this a try. So this should get rid of the black dot. It should also... Oh. Okay, that did not work at all. None of the characters have loaded in. Oh. What? Wait, is it maybe some of the code's been overwritten somewhere? Hang on. Wait, what? Floppy IO code is being written up here, which is wrong. That should not be there. Okay, so should be down here, wherever the end of this lot is. Oh my god, where is it? There we go. I'm a bit worried about that though. It should look different to that. I'm not sure why that's not picked the right characters up there, but we can test this out in a sec. That's fine. Okay, what's going on here? Okay, screen wipe, I'm going to get rid of most of that because I don't think this is going to be used in the way that it's being used now. I think this is going to be changed. So I'm going to leave the macro in, but I am going to... Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna cancel out pretty much all of this up to this point. Screen wipe out title. Okay, no, I'm gonna leave that in. Just trying to free up some room to keep it in the right area. Okay, it's still a bit long. Text scroll, start game. Something weird is going on there because it definitely shouldn't be. Let me try and put in these characters again. I feel like it's not loading the floppy stuff into the right place. So I'm going to leave the floppy load. Oh, actually, that should be. I should also have that after it. That could very much be a problem. Just leave that floppy load code in. Solve the yeah, plan does break everything else. I think this is something I need to fix in my floppy code. Yeah, it is that. All right. So let's just. I think it's that anyway. Let's turn this off. I think I need to add that to my floppy code because it's getting a bit silly that I have to put that. So the floppy loading code relocates the 0 page to wherever you import it, so that the code can be smaller. But it doesn't set it back again. So really, it should be saving where the 0 page is and then restoring it when you exit. Yeah, that's it. Although it crashes when you press start, which I think is the screen wipe stuff. So let's go back and turn screen wipes back on. So a little trick I've learned in coding. So whenever you use block comments like this, right? So you have this thing, this is commented. You can get rid of the block comment by putting a comment in front of that, but then you have an error here. So if you put that in comments as well, you can block comment, not block comment. So you can easily comment out the whole block and just put a single slash to comment out the first block comment. So that's what I'm going to do here. So you put the double on the end there, and then I can just do that to turn it all back on again. Handy little tip. works in any language that uses block comments in that style. Some of you may already know that, but for those that don't, you're welcome. Okay, so there is a screen wipe on that screen. And the black dots have gone. Okay, cool. So now we're actually loading from the disk. So just to make sure, I'm going to reset the machine, because what this Mega65 will do is if you just do a soft reset, which you get when you do the load PRG, you will leave stuff in memory. So if you don't do a full reset, you can't guarantee that the stuff you have in memory is correct. So okay, we definitely need to mess with the screen wipes. We need to turn on the crates in a second. Actually, I'll leave that. I'll leave the rest. I think this is a good spot probably to stop. I will take a quick 5-minute break. Let's just make sure this is working. Yeah, it's all working now. Cool. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break. We'll resume on Tuesday with this, when I'll re-enable the crates again, and work on the remaining graphics. But the game is playable now, at least, or at least partly anyway. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to play a bit of Resident Evil. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. I'm going to wait for this quiz, this race to finish actually before I do that. Actually, no, I can automatically do it by doing this. If I do that, wow, Mayhem won that very quickly. It should hopefully restart pretty fast. So yes, usual. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys, and then we'll do some Resident Evil. All right, right back.